I swapped bodies with the female CEO. The GU Corporation was one of the top conglomerates in the country. Its Longhai City branch was particularly prestigious. Whether local or from out of town, countless young people dreamed of squeezing their way into the GU Corporation's building. After all, just being able to work there was enough to brag about. But today, news broke that the company headquarters had parachuted in a new general manager. Everyone was speculating about the newcomer's background, but no one expected the GM to be a woman, and an incredibly beautiful one at that. Instantly, it was like every male employee had been injected with hormones, dreaming of marrying a rich, pretty CEO and reaching the pinnacle of life. "Yo, brother, you still grinding away?" The man at his desk was named Yu Xiaojuo. He had a sunny and handsome look. He joined the HR department right after graduating last year. Everyone assumed he got in through connections, but Yu Xiaojuo swore he just went along with his buddy to the interview and somehow ended up getting hired. Sigh. This new female boss is hitting us with a 3-fire starter pack. She's personally reviewing all personnel changes from the past few years, Yu said while rotating his stiff neck with a helpless look. Zhao Liang, a chubby guy, plopped into the chair next to him, making it groan under his weight. "I heard there are going to be big changes in our branch. Think we'll be affected. Who knows? If the axe is coming, it's coming. Nothing we can do. It's already 7 p.m. Let us call it a day. We can finish tomorrow," Yu shrugged. There was no rule saying it had to be done today. At the elevator, the two leaned casually on either side and started shooting the breeze. "Brother Yu, did you roll yesterday?" "I blew through 3 648s and still didn't get Iarka Kamisato," Zhao Liang grumbled, twirling his hair. As a chubby anime nerd, he made no apologies for his hobbies. Yu was different. "Didn't he roll? I still prefer how Raiden Shogun looks down on me." "Heh, so what's your take on our new general manager GU?" "I didn't get a look at her today," Zhao Liang asked with a sly smile. It was the hottest topic at the company. Yu thought for a moment. "She was kinda far, I didn't get a good look." "Phut, don't lie. That twisted smirk on your face already sold you out." Just then, the elevator dinged open. Yu joked, "Even if I didn't see her face, I could think of 1080 ways to play with those legs." "Damn, brother Yu, you really are full of it." "Heh, just let President GU stand in front of me, I'll show her their banana stacking technique," Yu said as he stepped into the elevator. But as soon as he raised his foot, his confident expression froze. Zhao Liang turned around curiously and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Standing inside the elevator was a breathtaking woman. None other than the subject of today's rumors, President GUWANR. Her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes radiated a chill that could freeze people in place. Ignoring her exquisite beauty and her curvaceous figure, her fair and delicate arms begged to be touched, and her long, shapely legs wrapped in thin black stockings were a visual attack on the senses, utterly captivating. Even though he hadn't seen her face earlier, he definitely recognized those legs. "Good evening, President GU." Zhao Liang was stunned for a second but quickly followed suit. "Good evening, President GU." Now they were stuck. Go in or not. Either way, it felt like they were doomed. Best case scenario, no year-end bonus. Worst case, no job. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they both let out a breath of relief. "Brother Yu, that was her?" Zhao Liang asked, still stunned, his breath shaky. His hand reflexively reached forward, accidentally hitting the elevator button. Yu gave a bitter laugh. "That's her all right. I recognize those legs even if they turn to ashes." Right as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened again. The two of them stared, dumbfounded. GUWANR was still there. Had she heard everything? Yu gritted his teeth and walked into the elevator. Zhao Liang stared at him like he was marching off to die. "I just remembered I have documents to revise. Guess I'll be pulling an all-nighter." "You go on ahead, brother Yu," he said, putting on a tragic, martyr-like expression. "Zhao, you shameless pig. We were supposed to go down together. Now you're bailing solo." As the doors closed again, the air inside the elevator grew tense. In each corner stood a burly bodyguard. Why was the elevator moving so slowly today? "What's your name?" came a frosty voice from behind. Yu Xiaojuo's scalp tingled. Yu Xiaojuo. Guan stared coldly at his profile but said nothing. Still, you felt the chill. She'd definitely remember him and make his life hell later. The elevator fell into silence again. Soon, they reached the underground parking garage. Outside were 3 cars, 2 black Range Rovers in front and back, and a 2-tone Maybach in the middle. The 4 bodyguards exited first. One of them opened the Maybach's door. Guan walked past you with elegance, the click of her heels echoing sharply like icy ripples. Just before getting in, Guan glanced back at you with a cold, unreadable expression. Then the door closed, and the motorcade slowly drove away, disappearing from view. You sighed and stepped out of the elevator. So much for his good luck streak today had gone totally sideways. He pulled out the keys to his BMW 5 Series from his pocket. The lights of a nearby blacked-out BMW 530i flashed in response. Just as he got into the car, Zhao Liang appeared out of nowhere and jumped into the passenger seat. "Brother Yu. You're alive. Thank God." You flipped him off without hesitation. "Bro, did she do anything to you?" "I was only pretending to retreat. I ran down the stairs in case you needed backup. I was ready to take a couple of stabs for you, bro." You reached out and grabbed his chubby neck. "You fat bastard. Planning to stab me twice as a show of loyalty." The BMW started to shake. Just at that moment, the motorcade that had left earlier made a U-turn and passed by again. Guan, looking out the window, happened to catch a glimpse you was on top of someone in the passenger seat, and that someone seemed to be struggling. You car, someone coming." Zhao Liang shouted in panic. You turned and saw it too. Damn it, today really was cursed. Guan had probably assumed the passenger was a woman. Now she'd think he was some kind of pervert. Zhao's flabby face was full of terror. He instinctively slid down his seat like he didn't exist. As the Maybach passed them, Yu Xiaojuo felt like his squeaky clean image had been utterly ruined. Driving out onto the road, Zhao Liang turned serious for once. "Brother Yu, are you sure she didn't do anything to you?" Chapter 2. Yu Xiaojuo, have become a woman. "I asked a name and I guess I'll be assigned to a remote place tomorrow." Zhao Liang frowned deeply. "Brother Yu, it's all my fault. To express my apology, I will give you the 50 tons of seeds that I have treasured for many years after I go back tonight." "Brotherly enough." Zhao Liang comforted him and said, "I have caused you so much pain. If you really go to a remote place, you can still ensure that you are mentally sufficient." Yu Xiaojuo. "I originally wanted to go to the internet cafe to play some games, but I didn't have the heart to do so. Jinhui South Garden is a second-tier residential area in Longhai City. Although it is not as expensive as top-tier residential areas, it still costs around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan per square meter. Brother Yu, I'm going to go back first. I'll treat you to supper tonight. Tomorrow. MD, if you, Brother Yu, are exiled, I will go with you." Zhao Liang patted his fat chest resolutely, full of passion, thinking in his heart that it was just like losing weight. Yu Xiaojuo choked and said, "Don't pretend. Your dad used so many connections to get you in here. If you dare to mess around, I'll cut off all your flesh. Brother Yu, you are such a good person. Get out." Turning the car key, Yu Xiaojuo walked into the elevator room next to him, and Zhao Liang entered the elevator room on the other side. The two have lived in the community for several years. They met on the basketball court and got together because they had similar interests. I pressed the combination lock, opened the door, and placed the car keys directly on the shoe cabinet beside me. I'm back. A square-faced bearded man was sitting on the sofa watching the financial news. He was Yu Xiaojuo's father, Yu Taijuo. The beautiful woman cooking in the kitchen was his mother, Tang Ling. "Juo, go wash your hands and eat. There will be good news soon." Tang Ling shouted excitedly in the kitchen. Yu Xiaojuo said, "I also have good news to tell you. I have provoked the new general manager of the group." 3 dishes and 1 soup were very standard. Yu Juo sat down and asked, "I heard that your company's new leader has arrived. How is it? What else can I do? I flirted with your son and I got myself into trouble." Tang Ling sighed and took out her phone. "Why are we talking about work over a meal? Juo, Mom prayed for you this morning and said you've been having trouble finding a romantic partner. Your Aunt Wan called this afternoon and said there's a girl born in 1998, with a bachelor's degree, 165 centimeters tall, working for a foreign company. Look, there's even a photo. Yu Xiaojuo took a look and thought, wow, she's pretty good, with an oval face, big eyes, and a sweet smile. She was in stark contrast to Mr. Yu. Not bad. Yu Xiaojuo nodded secretly. I knew you liked it, so I made an appointment to meet for dinner tomorrow night. Yu Tai said seriously, little brat, seize the opportunity, your mother wants to have a grandson. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't take down when I, Yu Xiaojuo, take action. Stop bragging. If you have the ability, bring a girl home. Yu Taijuo attacked mercilessly. Tang Ling put away her phone, served seaweed and egg soup to Yu Xiaojuo, and said with a proud smile, today at the marriage temple, there were many parents seeking marriage. When they heard that my son worked at GU Group, they rushed to introduce him to me. Yu Xiaojuo was immediately furious. If he confessed this, his mother would flip the table. Don't be fooled by my mother's gentle and virtuous appearance. Even my father can't stop her when she gets angry. You should be careful about this matter and don't say it out loud when she is happy. After dinner, the family of three sat on the sofa eating fruit, and GU Wana suddenly appeared on the TV news. Today, the general manager of the GU Group's Longhai branch showed up in Longhai City. What many people didn't expect was that she was a young and beautiful lady. President GU, you are so young and have taken on this important task. Do you feel any pressure? President GU, please say a few words. GU Wana on TV ignored him completely. Her beautiful face was cold and elegant, just like she was in an elevator. Juo, this is the president of your group. She is so beautiful. It would be so prestigious if she could be my daughter-in-law. Tang Ling exclaimed while peeling an orange. Phew. The water in Yu Xiaojuo's mouth sprayed out. Your future daughter-in-law is going to make things difficult for me tomorrow. But forget it. This kind of cool and beautiful type is not my type. Yu Taigua drank wolfberry tea and said, looking at his cowardly look, I don't think he can do it. 2. Yu Xiaojuo rolled his eyes and said, how can you scold your son like this? I really wonder if I was picked up from the garbage dump. I'm going to play games. After saying that, Yu Xiaojuo stood up and walked into his room, then locked the door, as if he was going to do something shameful. Work during the day, play games at night, go out on weekends, then get married and have children. This is the life Yu Xiaojuo has planned for himself. There are no grand ambitions, just a simple and unpretentious life. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Yu Xiaojuo decided to take one step at a time. You're just talking nonsense and you're going to get yourself into trouble. As he was thinking, Yu Xiaojuo fell asleep and dreamed of the cold GU Wana ordering for bodyguards to beat her. After fighting back, she lay on the ground and demanded several million before she was willing to get up. I don't know how long I slept, but Yu Xiaojuo was awakened by the urge to pee. He got out of bed in a daze and went to the bathroom. He opened the toilet lid and yawned. However, the familiar sizzling sound did not occur, but instead a warm current was felt between the legs. I looked around with confusion, wondering where the familiar big guy had gone. As he became more and more conscious, Yu Xiaojuo suddenly let out a terrifying scream and sat down on the ground in a daze. I must still be dreaming. This must be a dream. Yu Xiaojuo patted his cheeks, but the more he patted, the more awake he became. He actually turned into a woman. No. After staying still for half an hour, Yu Xiaojuo had to accept the strange fact that his consciousness was in a woman's body. My mother also said that she has been lucky in love recently, but she didn't say that she wants to become the love luck. He stood up, walked to the sink, and looked at himself in the mirror. Oh shit! Yu Xiaojuo exclaimed. This familiar stunning face, isn't this President GU? Oh my god, I actually turned into GU Wana, the general manager of GU Group. I'm shocked. After being stunned for a long time, Yu Xiaojuo pinched her cheeks, which were so tender. She pinched the tip of her nose again. It seemed that it was not artificial. The face seemed to be really natural. She wondered if other parts of her face were natural. I'd better take a shower first. This is too embarrassing. Now the question is, should I wash while wearing this pink pajamas, or should I take it off? I, Yu Xiaojuo, am not a person who takes advantage, so I chose to wash with my eyes closed. My skin is so smooth. Oops, sorry, I touched the wrong place with my eyes closed. After a while, Yu Xiaojuo wrapped himself in a bathrobe and turned on the light in the bedroom. He didn't expect that the cold and aloof Mr. Gu's bedroom was pink, with a big doll. He looked cold on the outside but a little girl at heart. Chapter 3. Are you wearing leggings? The layout of this bedroom is surprisingly similar to her own, except that it is much larger. Yu Xiaojuo lowered her head to take a look and it was indeed large. On the other side, at Yu Xiaojuo's home, Ji Yuwana stood blankly in the bathroom, staring at the familiar face in the mirror for 10 minutes. How could she have become the man in the elevator? It's my first day as general manager and I have a lot of things to do. Why did such a bizarre thing happen? Ji Yuwana was not like other women who would just scream. She forced herself to calm down, but she felt the urge to urinate, which made her look very awkward. In the end, she chose to sit on the toilet to solve the problem. Coming out of the bathroom, I looked at Yu Xiaojuo's bedroom. There were some anime posters hanging on the wall, including Bleach, Naruto, One Piece, etc. The changed clothes were thrown on the chair next to it. The ashtray on the computer desk was full of cigarette butts, and the air was filled with the stench of cigarettes. As expected, she agreed with the man's taste. When she thought that the man named Yu Xiaojuo would be in her body, Ji Yuwana suddenly became anxious. Now I have to go back and find myself. Ji Yuwana put on her clothes casually and walked out of the bedroom. She saw Tang Ling cooking at a glance. Juo, you got up so early today. Are you too excited about the blind date tonight and can't sleep? Tang Ling held the spatula and looked back at her son with a dazed face. Ji Yuwana was stunned for a moment. I'm going to work. After saying that, Ji Yuwana walked to the door to change her shoes. When she saw the car keys on the shoe cabinet, she took them up. Tang Ling came over with a puzzled look on her face and asked, Juo, aren't you going to have breakfast? No. Ji Yuwana replied indifferently, immediately opened the door and left, leaving Tang Ling confused. What's wrong with this child today? Is he overexcited? Arriving at the parking lot, Ji Yuwana drove Yu Xiaojuo's car towards her home. Zhao Liang, who had just gotten up, stood on the balcony and breathed in fresh air, which he called the air weight loss method. However, when Zhao Liang saw Yu Xiaojuo driving out of the community, he was stunned. Brother Yu didn't wait for him today. It's over. He was angry. Jiahar number 1 is where the truly wealthy people in Longhai City live. The starting price of a villa is over 100 million. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo was standing in front of the mirror, sizing himself up, muttering, General Gu is 1.7 meters tall, and his legs account for at least half of his height. He is simply the best of the best, the most powerful of the best. Some models are far inferior to him. Especially today, when I put on a smart women's shirt and tucked the lower part into the short skirt, which outlined the curves of my chest and slender waist, and then put on a brand new pair of flesh-colored stockings, my god, it was absolutely amazing. I remember when I was doing performances in college, I also had the experience of dressing up as a cross-dresser. Now it seems that I have not wasted my time. Looking in the mirror, Yu Xiaojuo put on an indifferent look and looked down on you, and you immediately clapped your hands in approval. That was the look. Suddenly, a bell rang. Yu Xiaojuo frowned and walked out of the bedroom. The sound came from the living room on the first floor. Only then did I realize that Ji Yuwana lived in a big villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I could see a large garden and swimming pool outside. She lived alone in such a big house. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. Arriving at the door, Yu Xiaojuo picked up the phone. Hello. Miss Ji Yu, I'm the security guard. There's a Mr. Yu who claims to be your friend and wants to see you. Yu Xiaojuo was stunned. Wasn't Mr. Yu himself? Could it be that Mr. Ji Yu had run off to him? Let him in. Okay, Miss Ji Yu. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaojuo walked back and forth in rabbit slippers. President Ji Yu was so decisive and it felt like she came with murderous intent. That's not right. Why do I feel so guilty? I didn't do this. Ji Yuwana parked the car directly beside the villa, but was stopped by her bodyguard and almost fainted from anger. Why is it you again? Lazy Toad wants to eat swan meat, right? Get out of here. Ji Yuwana said coldly, let President Ji Yu come out. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you can see the young lady whenever you want? Get as far away from me as possible before I get angry. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want to chase the young lady? Ji Wana didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo opened the door and walked out. Ji Wana took one look at him and her eyes were about to burst into anger. He was dressed like that. Miss. Several bodyguards called out respectfully. Yu Xiaojuo could feel that himself was angry, and he coughed lightly, let him in. Several bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief. The young lady actually let him in? Ji Wana opened the iron door unwillingly, walked towards herself angrily, and shouted in a low voice, "Come in." Yu Xiaojuo raised his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, go and get busy." Then he turned and walked into their house. However, several bodyguards stayed where they were. Miss just now. The young lady actually smiled just now. I didn't see it wrongly. In the room, Ji Wana sat on the sofa with her right leg crossed over her left leg, a very elegant female sitting posture. But in Yu Xiaojuo's eyes, the way he sat looked like he wanted to vomit. Ji Wana looked at herself sitting opposite her with her legs apart, and her mouth was crooked with anger. Don't you know that you are wearing a short skirt? For a moment, the two of them just stared at each other, neither of them liked the other. Mr. Ji, please don't look at me like that. I don't know what's going on. Yu Xiaojuo finally spoke. Look at her eyes, it's as if she did it herself. If I had this ability, I would have taken off. Although Ji Wana was angry, she had not lost her mind. Can you please sit down properly? Yu Xiaojuo was stunned for a moment, and quickly closed his legs, saying, Boss Ji, please sit still, I feel like vomiting just looking at you. Ji Wana frowned, so angry that she forgot that she was a man now. Are you wearing leggings? Leggings? You are wearing a short skirt, how can you not wear leggings? Can you have some common sense? Ji Wana was so angry that her face turned red. It's not her own body, so she shouldn't take it seriously. Yu Xiaojuo groaned, sorry, I'll put it on right away. Wait. Ji Wana hurriedly called out. The thought of a man wearing leggings for her made Ji Wana feel uncomfortable all over. What again? Wait, think of a way to switch bodies. Ji Wana said in a deep voice, totally unable to accept a man using her body. Yu Xiaojuo sat down again. Okay, do you have any ideas? Ji Wana said nothing, obviously no, and then asked back, think about what happened before this. I went to bed after playing games last night, and I woke up here. I'm pretty much the same as usual. I woke up in your bed this morning. Ji Wana said in a low voice. She almost scared herself to death when she woke up. Chapter 4, Mr. Ji, it's not what you think. Yu Xiaojuo speculated, Boss Ji, do you think it will be like in the movies, where 9 stars align to create a magnetic field and swap the two people's consciousness? Ji Wana felt that what Yu Xiaojuo said made sense. Such a bizarre thing could only be explained by bizarre explanations. Let's hold hands and meditate with our eyes closed, but we must think about getting back to our bodies, Ji Wana suggested. It may sound childish, but I have to try it anyway, okay. The two of them sat on the carpet facing each other. To be honest, it felt very strange to see oneself from another person's perspective. Ji Wana seemed to understand why men were so obsessed with her, and Yu Xiaojuo felt that he was really handsome. The two reached out and held each other's hands. Yu Xiaojuo hasn't even died yet, but he actually shook his hand as a girl. Oh my god. Ji Wana had the same idea in her mind, but as long as she could get her body back, she would give it a try. Close your eyes and silently say to yourself to change it back. Although Mr. Ji has a good figure, I, Yu Xiaojuo, still want to be a man and don't want to be the submissive one. Time passed minute by minute, and when the two opened their eyes and saw me again, there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Yu Xiaojuo could even see that his eyes were gradually turning red. It felt really awkward to watch himself cry. Mr. Ji, don't be too anxious. There will always be a way. Yu Xiaojuo comforted softly. Ji Wana said coldly, I just don't want to see you ruin my body. Yu Xiaojuo was immediately unhappy and shouted, What do you mean I ruined your body? Your body is a body, but mine is not a body, as if I took advantage of you. Ji Wana glared at Yu Xiaojuo, then her gaze weakened a little. Sorry, I just want to get my body back as soon as possible. I also want my own body back. Do you think I like being a woman and having to wear leggings? Ji Wana. What time is it? Ji Wanner suddenly asked. It's almost 9 o'clock, and I'm actually late. Yu Xiaojuo is a perfectionist and has never been late for work. Today, not only did he become a girl, but he also broke the perfection. I have to meet an important person today. The appointment is at 10 o'clock. I have to leave quickly. After saying that, he stared at Yu Xiaojuo. I go? That's not a good idea. You should go. Yu Xiaojuo shook his head. Yu Xiaojuo, you're occupying my body, how can I go? If I don't go, my parents will definitely not be able to accept it. Let me be destroyed. I don't want to live anymore. Yu Xiaojuo simply made a big character, saying, I'm done for, you can do whatever you want. Ji Wanner was extremely anxious and immediately suggested, how about this? Before we find a solution, I'll cover for you and you cover for me, how about that? Really? Yu Xiaojuo sat up immediately and instantly became energetic. Ji Wanner was helpless, what else can I do? Yu Xiaojuo shrugged and could only make do with it for now. Go put on some leggings, and I'll tell you something on the way. Okay. Yu Xiaojuo nodded, then looked at Ji Wanner. Why are you looking at me? Go get dressed. Yu Xiaojuo said embarrassedly, can you step aside for a moment? Ji Wanner was so angry that she laughed, I've seen more than you, and you asked me to avoid it. Hurry up. Since the owner of the body doesn't care, why should I mind? I can just change it right in front of him. Ji Wanner was very upset. Her innocence was gone just like that. She turned around and walked into the bathroom, and immediately shouted, Yu Xiaojuo. You actually took a shower this morning. I knew you were not a good person. Seeing Ji Wanner walk out angrily and question him, Yu Xiaojuo was embarrassed. Boss Ji Yu, it's not what you think. Don't I know what you're thinking? It's really not. Then tell me. Yu Xiaojuo couldn't speak for a moment, so he could only walk to Ji Wanner and whisper in her ear. Ji Wanner's originally angry expression turned into surprise, and then she was ashamed and angry. You are actually standing. Can you please keep your voice down? Do you want everyone to know? Yu Xiaojuo rolled his eyes almost to the back of his head. Ji Wanner felt like crying but had no tears. She had really committed such a sin to have to suffer such a thing. After getting ready, Yu Xiaojuo prepared to walk out of the bedroom. Wait, you're just leaving like that? Ji Wanner frowned. What else? Although I am naturally beautiful, I also need some makeup to embellish myself in public. Come and sit down. As she spoke, Ji Wanner had already picked up the cosmetics. Yu Xiaojuo was amused. Boss Ji Yu, you really know how to brag about yourself. I'm just stating the facts, don't move. After a while, Yu Xiaojuo praised, Boss Gu's eyebrow drawing skills are quite good. Ji Wanner snorted coldly. Boss Ji Yu, I also want to remind you not to show too many feminine signs on my body, otherwise people will think I'm a pervert. Isn't it? Seeing Yu Xiaojuo's stern face, Ji Wanner said calmly, I know, I don't need you to teach me. Also, although it's new and interesting, don't play around with it. I'm not married or have kids yet. Ji Wanner. The two of them went out together, which confused the bodyguards at the door. What did the eldest lady mean by that man? Go to the company and wait for me. Yu Xiaojuo said with a straight face. President Ji Yu had just instructed that she must not lose her image. The bodyguards were astonished, feeling like they were dreaming. Yesterday this guy had the audacity to offend the young lady, yet today he could be alone in a room with her. It was crazy. The bodyguard opened the iron gate and both of them walked out. However, there was a Rolls-Royce Dawn parked next to the BMW. Yu Xiaojuo's eyes lit up, what a nice car. Cough. Ji Wanner coughed lightly to remind him. A man in a grey LV suit got out of the car holding flowers. His LV cleavage was so bad that it was almost visible on his face. But to be honest, Yu Xiaojuo thought the man was quite handsome, but still a little bit inferior to herself. Who is this person? Yu Xiaojuo asked in a low voice. Ji Wanner said calmly, it's just a suitor, just send him away. Yu Xiaojuo understood it immediately. It was the first time he had done something like this and it felt quite fresh. Fu Yangshua comes from a prominent family. His family runs a mine. After returning from overseas, he started his own business and achieved a lot. He is also a well-known figure among the young people in the circle. I heard the news yesterday that the goddess was coming to Longhai City, so I came here early this morning to wait for her. But they never expected to see the goddess and an ordinary man walking out of the villa. Their excited hearts suddenly cooled down. They were even whispering to each other, wondering why it felt like the ordinary man was the dominant one. It must be an illusion. How could Ji Wanna be like this? But Wanna's outfit today is a little too charming, and the desire to get her is like 1,000 ants digging out my heart. Wanna, long time no see. Fu Yangshua strode forward, ignoring the real Ji Wanna, and showed her courtesy to Yu Xiaojuo. Chapter 5. My son, it's nice to have a beautiful girl in a golden house. To be honest, if Ji Wanna hadn't been standing next to him, Yu Xiaojuo would have been very upset. So Yu Xiaojuo just hummed. Fu Yangshua knew Ji Wanna's personality, so she smiled and said, "Wanna, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." Yu Xiaojuo was puzzled for a moment, then looked at Ji Wanna and asked, "Do you want to go have dinner with him?" Fu Yangshua frowned deeply. What did this mean? He had to get permission from this man to have dinner with him? Who was this man? Why are you looking at me? Ji Wanna said coldly and got into the BMW. No, I'm busy. Yu Xiaojuo imitated Ji Wanna's tone and sat in the passenger seat. Fu Yangshua stared blankly at the taillights of the car gradually disappearing. What on earth was going on? Wanna actually got into that man's car. Could it be Wanna's family? After getting in the car, Yu Xiaojuo spread out his hands. "Give me the phone." Seeing that Ji Wanna didn't reply, Yu Xiaojuo said, "Don't tell me that your phone is still at home. I was in such a hurry that I forgot about it." Then how will you remotely control it later? Go to my house and get it. Ji Wanna sighed, drove towards Yu Xiaojuo's residential area, and stopped at the roadside in front of the residential area 20 minutes later. What are you standing there for? Go get it. Yu Xiaojuo urged Ji Wanna when he saw that she didn't get out of the car. What are you doing with your phone? I'll get it. Yu Xiaojuo was amused. What will I say when I get there? Use your brains, please, and stop wasting time. Ji Wanna glared at Yu Xiaojuo fiercely and said, "I, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, have to help you get your phone." She opened the door, got out of the car, and then closed it. Hey, be gentle, it's not your car, so you shouldn't feel bad. Yu Xiaojuo cursed while sitting in the passenger seat. "My dear, this woman is too fierce, let me help you get it back." Watching Ji Wanna walk into the community, Yu Xiaojuo sneered and said, "Don't think that I can't deal with you just because I'm the boss." Lowering his head and patting the exquisitely beautiful legs, Yu Xiaojuo felt that the visual effect was maximized. The only discomfort he felt was that he felt a little hot. He felt that he could wear something cooler. A few minutes later, Yu Xiaojuo suddenly saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance of the community. "Mom. I'll go." Yu Xiaojuo looked guilty and kept his head down. Tang Ling was at the gate of the community, preparing to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, when she suddenly saw a familiar car. "Hey, isn't that Tudwa's car? Why is it parked here?" With doubts, Tang Ling walked towards the car. When she saw that her son was not there and there was a girl hiding herself in the passenger seat, Tang Ling instantly became interested. This brat has a mistress in his house. Boom boom boom. Hearing the knocking on the car window, Yu Xiaojuo thought to himself that it was over. He took a peek and saw his mother looking at him with a smile. Rolling down the car window, Yu Xiaojuo helplessly called out, "Mom." Tang Ling's smiling face suddenly turned into horror. This stunning girl called her mother as soon as she opened her mouth. What was going on? Did that little brat get someone pregnant? That would be great. But this girl looks so familiar. I wonder where I have seen her before, but I can't remember where. Yu Xiaojuo cursed herself inwardly, because she was really used to being called that. "Sorry, auntie, you look too much like my mom." Tang Ling didn't feel strange, she asked with a smile, "Girl, I'm Yu Xiaojuo's mother, what are you doing?" "I'm his colleague." Yu Xiaojuo immediately made up a lie. Tang Ling laughed in her heart. This girl was telling lies with her eyes open. Look how flustered she is, as if she was caught. Doesn't she know what tricks young people are playing nowadays? Tang Ling didn't expose it. After all, other girls are shy, so you are colleagues, so you must have a very good relationship, right? At this time, Ji Wanna jogged all the way from the entrance of the community and got into the car directly. Tang Ling looked at her son in confusion. This brat thought he was invisible. Yu Xiaojuo winked at Ji Yuana fiercely and said, "This is my mother. Are you stupid?" Ji Yuana then realized that the person next to the car was Yu Xiaojuo's mother, and a smile appeared on her originally cold face. "Mom, why are you here?" Yu Xiaojuo breathed a sigh of relief. "Juo, this girl?" Tang Ling asked with a wicked smile. My friend." Tang Ling chuckled. "One of you said you were a colleague, and the other said you were a friend. You two didn't even get the tone of your words right. I've watched a lot of spy movies, and I can see through your acting at a glance." Yu Xiaojuo and Ji Yuana were stunned and said, "You guessed right, we are indeed acting, but it's not the kind of acting you think." "Mom, I still have to go to work. I'll talk to you when I come back. Girl, please come to my house when you are free. Do you have WeChat? Scan it for your aunt." Tang Ling took out her mobile phone. Yu Xiaojuo winked at Ji Yuana and said, "Go away. What are you standing there for? Do I want to be my mother's daughter-in-law? Are you crazy?" Ji Yuana drove away quickly. Tang Ling looked at the two young men who were running away and laughed quietly. They were already so grown up, but they were still too embarrassed to meet their parents. This brat must have some tricks up his sleeve, as he managed to get such a pretty girl. But then again, where have I seen it before? After walking a few steps, Tang Ling stomped her feet and suddenly remembered. "I saw the general manager of Gu's company here on TV last night. He even teased his son at that time. I didn't expect that he was secretly having an affair with that female president. He seems to be quite capable. No wonder he dares to speak so arrogantly. I'll ask him about it when I come back tonight." "That's not right. He has to go on a blind date tonight. Does this brat want to have two girlfriends at the same time?" In the car, Yu Xiaojuo breathed a sigh of relief. "My parents will definitely torture me severely when I go back home tonight, so you better be careful. By the way, I have a blind date tonight, please help me get her." Yu Xiaojuo suddenly remembered that although she had turned into a woman, she could always turn back. Ji Yuana frowned. "I have to go to every blind date. Of course, it's related to my future life." Ji Yuana gritted her teeth and agreed, "Okay." Seeing Ji Yuana's tone, Yu Xiaojuo reminded her, "Don't mess around. We are in a mutual aid relationship now. I will do my best to help you, and you must help me without reservation. Don't worry, I won't ruin your love life." Ji Yuana curled her lips. She has become a woman, but she is still thinking about this. I really admire her. Tell me what I'm going to do next. Ji Yuana held the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, "You are going to meet someone later. This person is very well connected in Longhai City and rarely appears in public. I have to go there to pay my respects. It would be best if we can cooperate. Is this true? It's like in a Hong Kong drama. Is there really such a thing as paying homage to the boss?" Yu Xiaojuo exclaimed in a low voice. Ji Yuana said helplessly, "If you want to get ahead, there are some things you have to do. Is the other person a man or a woman?" "I don't know either. It should be a man. Everyone calls him Master Bai." Yu Xiaojuo's heart sank. Those who could call themselves Master Bai were all bad men and women. A hideous and terrifying face of a man with flesh emerged in his mind unconsciously. Chapter 6: A Woman's Perspective. "Then you should stay with me later," Yu Xiaojuo suggested. If he went to meet the boss, what if something went wrong? With his thin arms and legs, he couldn't even win a fight. If he was caught, he would be trapped in a secret room. Ji Yuana refused directly. "No, Master Bai is very observant and will notice even the slightest movement. You just sent Fu Yangshu away and wanted to see me. If he finds out, he will think I'm just a young girl who has to ask others for advice when making decisions. He will definitely not help me." Yu Xiaojuo nodded silently. This was true, but he still had to correct one thing. "You are not a yellow-haired girl, you are a girl with eyebrows. Will he ask about something about the company?" Yu Xiaojuo asked. "It's okay, I'll tell you the answer." Yu Xiaojuo hummed, "Boss Ji, I have one last question for you." "Ask." "If we hadn't exchanged consciousness, what would you have done with me today?" Ji Yuana did not hide her feelings and replied calmly, "I will send you to the most remote branch." "Oh my god, I knew this would happen." After a while, Ji Yuana said coldly, "I also want to ask you a question." "What?" What does it mean to stack bananas on top of each other? Yu Xiaojuo. No matter what kind of woman she is, it is her nature to hold a grudge. Before arriving at the company, Jiu Wana parked the car on the side of the road and said calmly, "Get out. The company is still 2 blocks away, and you are asked to walk there. How petty you are. You are punishing your own body." Jiu Wana explained, "There are so many people in the company, it's not convenient for you to get off my car." "Mr. Jiu, this is my car." Yu Xiaojuo emphasized, "Don't think that just because you occupy my body, everything will become yours." Jiu Wana narrowed her eyes and continued, "You still have my phone. If my family calls, you still have to answer it." Yu Xiaojuo felt that what Jiu Wana said was true. "Then you can take my phone, but you have to switch WeChat." Jiu Wana nodded, and the two of them took out their phones to log out of their current WeChat accounts, log in themselves, and then add each other's WeChat accounts. "After you get off the car, call Li Wei, the captain of the bodyguard team, and ask him to pick you up. I'll send you the address on WeChat. Go buy a pair of Bluetooth headphones. Will you reimburse me?" Jiu Wana stared at Yu Xiaojuo and squeezed out a word from between her teeth. "You used my phone to buy things and you want to reimburse me?" Yu Xiaojuo smiled awkwardly. "I can't get used to it right away, so I'll get off first." Snort. "Wait, Mr. Jiu, please don't hum like that. As a man, you can't use this tone. It's very feminine." Jiu Wana was going crazy. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know." Yu Xiaojuo closed the car door gently, then bent down and pressed the edge of the window. This uneasy action stunned the men on the sidewalk. The extremely graceful lines, slender legs, and tightly wrapped buttocks undoubtedly stimulated the males to commit crimes. "Drive slowly, don't scratch my big baby." Jiu Wana stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the 2 rear tires immediately spun in circles on the spot, and sped away with a wisp of green smoke. Yu Xiaojuo looked distressed. His big darling had never said this before. "How could you treat my big darling like this?" "I will treat your big darling harshly. Yu Xiaojuo, will take revenge." He took out his cell phone and called Li Wei, asking him to come over and answer the call. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojuo noticed many furtive gazes. All the men around him were staring at him. Even the men across the street were looking at him furtively. 2 men even bumped into each other while looking at each other. When he met her gaze, he pretended to walk past her like a thief. "If it happened to me, when I saw a stunning beauty standing on the roadside, I would also take a few glances to satisfy my desire, and be secretly happy in my heart that she didn't notice me." As a result, from a woman's perspective, she knows exactly who is peeking, and she wouldn't even know if she wasn't a woman. But then again, these high heels are really uncomfortable, and I feel a bit hot just standing for a while. I have 3 layers of pants on, and these leggings are simply causing prickly heat. So Yu Xiaojuo summed up a truth: it's fun to look at it, but it's really a pitfall to wear it yourself, especially in summer. At this time, a Mediterranean guy in a suit came over and said, "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm a talent scout. I found that you have a very good temperament and meet the requirements of our company. Do you want to get in touch with me?" Yu Xiaojuo squinted his eyes. The look in the Mediterranean brother's eyes was very familiar, just like when he saw a beautiful woman, so he knew what he was thinking. Not interested. Yu Xiaojuo subconsciously wanted to put her hands in her trouser pockets, but found that her skirt had no pockets at all. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she could only hold them in front of her chest, which immediately bulged out, and the buttons seemed about to burst. On the opposite street, a well-mannered man wearing glasses bumped his head against a telephone pole. The Mediterranean man quickly said, "I promise that all resources will be used on you to make you a household name in a short time. A beautiful lady like you should not stand here in the sun." At this time, a convoy drove over from a distance, and the Maybach in the middle stopped steadily beside Yu Xiaojuo. Li Wei immediately got out of the passenger seat and shouted respectfully, "Miss, I'm sorry, it's a bit congested." After that, he opened the back door. Yu Xiaojuo glanced at the Mediterranean brother and said, "You are right. I really shouldn't stand here in the sun." Then he sat in the back seat. As the air-conditioned air in the car blew on his face, Yu Xiaojuo felt comfortable. Li Wei closed the car door and gave the Mediterranean brother a fierce look. The latter couldn't help but take a step back. Sure enough, this stunning woman would not be an ordinary person. Although it only lasted a few minutes, the men around him said they were still not satisfied. On the other side, Ji Wana came to the HR floor and thought for a while in the elevator. As an employee, it would be easier to find out the cancer in the company. She took out her mobile phone and was about to ask where her workstation was when a fat man rushed out from the side and touched her with his fat hand. Ji Wana's eyes focused, and she subconsciously grabbed Zhao Liang and held him down, shouting, "What are you doing? Brother, what are you doing? Your hand is going to break." Ji Wana was stunned. Damn it, he thought of her as a woman again. She let go of the fat man immediately. Zhao Liang rubbed his shoulders with a look of grievance and looked at Ji Wana like a bullied wife. Ji Wana also remembered, wasn't this the fat guy who was with Yu Xiaojuo yesterday? Brother Yu, I knew you were angry. Zhao Liang said aggrievedly. No. Ji Wana said as she walked inside. Zhao Liang quickly followed and explained, Brother Yu, I'll give you all the 3D subtitles, just forgive me. The situation yesterday was so dangerous. You wanted to play with Mr. Gu's legs in 1080 ways, but I didn't dare. Chapter 7, Lord Bai. What? Ji Wana stopped walking and looked back at Zhao Liang. She only heard the banana stacking yesterday, but not the previous one. This Yu Xiaojuo. He looked like a gentleman, so she knew he was not a good guy. Maybe he did something shameful this morning. How abominable. If you push me to the limit, I will not show mercy and will make you suffer until your skin is peeled off. Brother Yu, Ms. Ji Yu is not easy to mess with. Although she looks like a fairy, she is actually ruthless. Everyone in the headquarters is afraid of her. It's impossible to offend her without losing a skin. She is so petty. As Zhao Liang spoke, he gestured, without noticing that Ji Wana's face changed. I also heard that President Gu's moodiness is likely due to early menopause. Ji Wana pressed Zhao Liang's shoulder and said, You should worry about yourself now. What do you mean? Brother Yu, where are you going? Zhao Liang asked in confusion, wondering if he was too worried and something was wrong with him. Ji Wana turned around and walked back, sitting in the empty seat next to Zhao Liang. Brother Yu, don't worry. At worst, we can just quit our jobs together. Humph, you guys are good brothers. Ji Wana was about to burst out, but she could never put herself in the man's shoes, so she could only bite the bullet and smile. I mean, we are good brothers. Seeing Brother Yu smile, Zhao Liang shook his coquettish eyebrows and finally appeased him. At this time, a thin supervisor came over with a sullen face, and Zhao Liang walked away first. Yu Xiaojuo, you're late, do you know that? The supervisor said coldly. Sorry, it's too congested today. The supervisor said in a low voice with a sullen face, young people should focus more on their work. It's too vulgar to make such an excuse. Oh. Ji Wana replied indifferently. The supervisor also had a sullen face and this attitude. Ji Wana thought it would be a good idea to come to the Human Resources Department and start from there. She originally wanted to check out the personnel changes over the years, but now she can just take a look at it directly to prevent them from making any changes. But can Yu Xiaojuo really deal with Mr. Bai? Disaster is unavoidable and he can only leave it to fate. Ding dong, the cell phone rang. Boss Ji Yu, I'm almost there, what should I do? At this time, Yu Xiaojuo had already arrived at the suburbs of Longhai City, which was a private club called Outing. I came here once with my dad before. There is nothing you can't do there, only what you can't imagine. It's just a pity that when we got home that night, my mom sat on the sofa with a murderous look on her face. That was also a miserable night for my dad. I'm talking on the phone with a Bluetooth headset. Okay. Putting on headphones, Yu Xiaojuo took a deep breath. Why would he come out to do something exciting instead of just sitting in the office? Originally, he thought he was just a cross-dressing guy, but now he feels like a spy. Don't be nervous, I'm here to protect you. Yu Xiaojuo was stunned, but then he thought there was nothing wrong with what he said. Ji Wana was the general manager, so she could just walk backwards in the company in the future. But do I, Yu Xiaojuo, need a woman to protect me? I just want to be an ordinary employee and build my own future with my diligent hands. How can a small favor move me, Yu Xiaojuo? Mr. Ji Yu is generous. When he saw the exquisite circular fountain, Yu Xiaojuo took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. It's just the role of a cool girl, EZ. Remember, don't talk nonsense in front of Mr. Bai and keep calm. Ji Wana reminded again. I know, you've said it hundreds of times. Ji Wana had a headache. Success or failure today would affect future developments, and she had to hand it over to a strange man. She had never gambled so big before. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojuo saw more than a dozen men in suits standing next to the Roman columns, and all of them were wearing black round hats. If they were equipped with an axe, they would look even more amazing. As the convoy stopped, Li Wei trotted over to open the door, then whispered, "Miss, they are trying to show their power." Yu Xiaojuo was a little confused. Ji Wana was from the Ji family conglomerate, but this Mr. Bai didn't give her any face at all. Could it be that Mr. Bai's power is similar to that of Mr. Ji's family? Have you seen Mr. Bai? Ji Wana gradually became anxious. Yu Xiaojuo was grumbling in his heart, no one has come out yet, and there are a bunch of thugs standing here. I think it's too dangerous for you to give me a raise. Upon hearing that Mr. Bai didn't come out, Ji Wana frowned tightly. This shouldn't be the case. With her status, she would definitely come out to greet him. For bodyguards stood around to protect Yu Xiaojuo as he walked forward. When he was going up the stairs, he was stopped. Wait. Yu Xiaojuo and Ji Wana were shocked. Miss Ji, please go in alone. Mr. Bai doesn't like other people. One of the scarred men said in a deep voice. Li Wei said in a low voice, Miss, it's not safe. Ji Wana had to consider safety issues. Before she could speak, she heard Yu Xiaojuo say, wait for me outside. Ji Wana. You have courage. Please come in. The scarred man leaned forward slightly and said respectfully. Yu Xiaojuo walked into the hall in several centimeter high heels with an expressionless face, and in his heart he shouted for a raise, Boss Ji, come in. Actually, I just wanted you to leave. Yu Xiaojuo. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you agree so quickly? Didn't you say how important today is? Do we have to visit this pier? Yu Xiaojuo was also convinced. This time it was really over. This woman was harming people. At this time, the man with the scar came over holding a golden plate, with a smile on his face, and the scar became as hideous as a centipede. Miss Ji, if you had chosen to leave just now, Master Bai would have advised you to go back to where you came from, so congratulations on meeting Master Bai. Ji Wana was stunned after hearing this. Is this possible? Yu Xiaojuo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was protected by the god of luck. Please put your bag on the plate, Miss Ji. We will keep it safe. Yu Xiaojuo put the Hermes into the golden plate and said calmly, it's okay. And a cell phone and headphones. Ji Wana's heart sank, it's bad. Yu Xiaojuo paused and placed the mobile phone earphones on the golden plate. Ji Wana's face became solemn when she heard the sound of disconnection. From now on, she could only rely on Yu Xiaojuo himself. Yu Xiaojuo couldn't care less at this moment and could only try his best to help her, hoping that she would also try her best to help him tonight. Led by the scarred man, they came to the garden on the side of the club. The entire garden covered a large area and was maintained by professional forest rangers. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and occasionally a few butterflies could be seen flying around. There was a white pavilion in the center and there seemed to be a woman inside. Didn't you say you came to see Mr. Bai? As they approached the pavilion, Yu Xiaojuo could see the woman's face clearly. She had red lips, delicate features, charming eyes, 3,000 black hairs tied behind her head, and a black cheongsam that outlined her charming curves, especially the slit of the cheongsam, where her snow-white legs were faintly visible. Chapter 8. It turns out that Mr. Bai is a royal sister. This is a peach that is so ripe that you can squeeze out the juice. Ji Wana is indeed a little immature in front of her. She has a completely different charm, a typical queen type. I saw that jade arm holding up the emerald green teacup, and she blew lightly with her red lips and took a small sip. There was a trace of red lip marks on the teacup, which made Yu Xiaojuo feel hot. It was too deadly. Mom, which temple did you go to have your fortune told? It's so accurate. Master Bai, the people are here. The scarred man said respectfully. Yu Xiaojuo was obviously shocked after hearing this. Mr. Bai was actually a woman. Ji Wana also said that he was a man, but sometimes women are more brutal than men. This Mr. Bai is indeed very brutal. Bai Ji gently put down the teacup, signaling the scarred man to leave. She looked at Yu Xiaojuo, who was a few meters away, and said calmly, I've heard that the eldest daughter of the GU group is naturally beautiful. Today I see that she is indeed beautiful. Business people are praising each other, this really hits the spot. Master Bai, you are joking. Any woman will pale in comparison to you. Bai Ji was stunned after hearing this. She never expected that Ji Yuaner would say such a thing. A faint smile appeared on her calm face. Yu Xiaojuo thought it was difficult, but now it is easily done. Is it difficult? Ji Yuaner still looks very scared. If it was Ji Yuaner, she would definitely not use the word eclipsed, at least her status would be equal. But Yu Xiaojuo wanted to say, since you are here to ask for help, you have to be polite. Come and sit down. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Sitting opposite Bai Ji, Yu Xiaojuo couldn't help but take a few more glances. Mr. Bai was really fair, but the aura he exuded was very sharp, several levels higher than Ji Yuaner. Try the fresh Longjing tea that was delivered this morning. Bai Ji poured the tea herself. Looking around the entire high city, there were not many people who asked her to do this. Yu Xiaojuo doesn't drink tea on weekdays, but his father drinks it often, and he is familiar with the action. Bai Ji paid attention to Yu Xiaojuo's every move and said calmly, "It seems that Miss Ji Yu also likes to drink tea. I drink it occasionally when I'm relaxing, but good tea leaves also need to be brewed. If you were to brew it for me, I'm afraid it wouldn't be even 20% or 30% of what Master Bai has." Bai Ji chuckled pleasantly. I heard that Miss Ji Yu was cold as ice, but today it seems that the rumors are all true, and this little mouth is as sweet as honey. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Master Bai. These are just disguises. I dare not pretend in front of Master Bai. If Ji Yuaner heard these words, her expression would probably be particularly interesting. After all, she couldn't say these words out loud. But if it happens to my brother Yu, he can blow you up to the sky, making you feel like you're floating in the air. Miss Ji Yu, I have a question. Mr. Bai, please speak. You were doing fine in Jingju, why did you run to Longhai City? Yu Xiaojuo remained calm, but she could understand what this Miss Bai meant. She was afraid that the Ji Yu family would extend their influence too much. It all came down to a question of interests. Yu Xiaojuo picked up the teacup again and drank it in one gulp, with a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. His acting skills really came naturally, and he had to thank his mother for cooperating with his father in acting. Miss Ji Yu, is there something that makes you unhappy? I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Bai. It's 100 times harder for a woman to achieve something than for a man. I'm not willing to be a tool for marriage. Only by making some achievements and getting the attention of the elders can I break free from the shackles and gain freedom. After saying this, Yu Xiaojuo was shocked herself. She really spoke without thinking. What do you think, Master Bai? You are also a woman. Can you resonate with me? Do you feel pity for me? Do you want to hug me with your huge heart? Bai Ji whispered, this is not a funny thing. As a woman, I can understand your thoughts, but it is not easy to get along smoothly in Longhai City. There are all kinds of people here, and it is not easy to close a deal. I'm new here, please guide me, Master Bai. The 3 words, take me with you, made Bai Ji laugh again. She laughed too many times today and she lost her dignity. However, the eldest lady of the Ji Yu family in front of her was indeed surprising, especially the way she spoke. We'll talk after dinner. Now, accompany me to the hot springs. Women also need maintenance. What? Hot spring bath. Yu Xiaojuo said, I never take advantage of others, but if you force me to do so, then I can only obey. Walking on the bluestone path, Yu Xiaojuo discovered that there was no one in the club today. There were always a lot of people when he came here before. Are you curious why there is no one here? Damn, can she read minds? She can even guess this. Well, I heard that this club is very famous in Longhai City. Today is my first time here. Mine. Yu Xiaojuo. Master Bai is still your Master Bai, these 2 words can shock me for a long time. The Houting Club is very large, and you have to take a car to get to the hot spring area. The scenery along the way is beautiful, and the golf course is also built to the highest standards. When the 2 walked into the locker room, Yu Xiaojuo looked a little strange. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Bai Ji asked with a smile. The eldest lady of the Ji Yu family actually became shy. Yu Xiaojuo said nothing. I am a man, how can I do that? Don't worry, there's no one else here except the 2 of us today, and the service will all be provided by girls. That's not what I meant. If she knew I was a man, she would be pierced to death by thousands of arrows. Yeah. Yu Xiaojuo whispered reluctantly. Come here and help me zip up my zipper. Bai Ji suddenly turned around and said to Yu Xiaojuo with her back to him. Yu Xiaojuo almost sprained his ankle. The back view of Bai Yi was simply breathtaking. Her slender waist was particularly attractive against the backdrop of the cheongsam, and her fair neck seemed to exude a fragrance. Slowly walking behind Bai Ji, Yu Xiaojuo grasped the zipper at the head and moved it gently down. A crisp sound was heard in the locker room, and her fair skin was gradually revealed in the air. Yu Xiaojuo felt a little dizzy. Who can save me? This job is really too difficult. After a while, the two men walked out of the locker room. Yu Xiaojuo's face was as red as the setting sun. The scene just now could only be viewed for a fee. Bai Ji on the side was watching with a smile. She had just teased Ji Yuaner, but she didn't expect her to be so shy. Look at her face, my god, how could she be so red? Yu Xiaojuo said, Mr. Bai, you really don't consider yourself an outsider. I only know how to flatter each other in business, and I don't know how to flatter others in other ways. The two of them soaked in the nearest jasmine pond together. The water was a little hot at first, but it felt extremely comfortable afterwards. I really envy Miss Gu's figure. Bai Ji leaned aside and smiled faintly. I'm totally not as good as Mr. Bai. Yu Xiaojuo said honestly that he was still a little young. Why don't you guess how old I am? Yu Xiaojuo thought to himself that this was not good. Guessing age was a fatal question. If he didn't answer it well, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Of course, he still made a profit. At this time, you must not care about your identity, and you must speak with a serious face. Of course, you cannot be too exaggerated, otherwise it will seem too deliberate. Master Bai, I'll be frank then. Go ahead. Judging from Mr. Bai's skin texture, he should be slightly younger than me. As expected, this answer made Bai Ji very happy. I am already 33 years old this year, I am already old. Chapter 9 Brother Yu is thick-skinned again. Yu Xiaojuo was immediately extremely shocked. He was not pretending. He really did not expect that she did not look like a 33-year-old woman at all. Looking at Yu Xiaojuo's stunned expression, Bai Ji was in a good mood. After all, no one had said these words to her for a long time. She couldn't even hear the sweet words from men because they didn't dare to say them. Miss Ji Yu should have a boyfriend, right? Not yet. Come to think of it, Miss Ji Yu is so outstanding, there are not many people who can match her. Yu Xiaojuo chuckled and said, Mr. Bai's other half should be very outstanding. As for me, I'm not interested in men. Bai Ji said indifferently. Oh my god, Ms. Bai doesn't he have a husband? No wonder her skin is so good. But if such a work of art really had a man, how many people would envy her? The higher you go, the lonelier you get. Miss Ji Yu, you will understand this later. Seeing Mr. Bai's desolate expression, Yu Xiaojuo felt emotional. It was really hard to find someone at their level. If they looked lower, they would not be able to find someone. If they looked higher, there didn't seem to be many people who were higher. Bai Ji stretched out her hand and pinched her jade neck, her brows slightly wrinkled. Master Bai, do you feel any discomfort in your cervical spine? Well, I've been busy lately, so I'm taking the opportunity of seeing you today to take a day off and soak in the hot springs to relieve my fatigue. If you don't mind, I'll give you a massage. Bai Ji was a little surprised. Oh? You can massage? My mother sometimes has discomfort in her cervical spine, and I am the one who massages it. I have learned several techniques specifically for this purpose. Yu Xiaojuo has no intention of taking advantage, and he does massage his parents' shoulders at home. Then come on. Bai Ji's smile deepened. Yu Xiaojuo came to the back of Bai Ji. This close contact made Yu Xiaojuo's heart beat faster. Master Bai, you smell really good, a charming smell. Only Yu Xiaojuo dared to say this. No one else would dare to say this. However, Bai Ji was not angry, and chuckled. Miss Ji Yu has a really sweet mouth, a charming little mouth. If you were a man, I don't know how many girls you would coax. Yu Xiaojuo. As Yu Xiaojuo pressed down with both hands, Bai Ji could not help but let out a soft moan, which almost made Yu Xiaojuo lose his soul. Is this something you can hear without pain? Gradually, Bai Ji's face became relaxed, and she even leaned on Yu Xiaojuo in the end. Her lazy look was intoxicating. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Bai Ji said calmly with her beautiful eyes closed. Yu Xiaojuo gently caressed her shoulders, and the delicate feeling of her skin stimulated every nerve in her body. She whispered, Master Bai, don't think about anything else today, just enjoy this day. Well, I'll listen to you today. Yu Xiaojuo was shocked. I was just being polite, but you took it seriously. I couldn't stand it. At this time, Ji Yuana didn't know that Yu Xiaojuo was enjoying a romantic affair. She looked anxious. It was almost noon, and there was no call. Brother Yu, it's time to eat. Zhao Liang suddenly stood aside and spoke, which scared Ji Yuana. He was so fat and still wanted to eat. Ji Yuana's stomach growled. She had skipped breakfast in a hurry today and was really hungry now. Let's go. Hey, let's go smoke a cigarette first. It's a special supply I got from my dad. Zhao Liang showed the cigarette box furtively, as if he was making a deal. Ji Yuana smiled and said, My throat feels a little uncomfortable today. I'll smoke it another day and save it for me. Hearing Yu Xiaojuo's normal words, Zhao Liang grinned and said, Don't worry, I will definitely keep the good stuff for you. Walking to the bathroom door, Ji Yuana whispered, I'm going to the bathroom. That's what I was thinking too. Zhao Liang smiled and they walked towards the bathroom together. However, Zhao Liang walked to the left, and Ji Yuana walked to the right. This scared Zhao Liang, and he immediately retreated, thinking he had taken the wrong path. But after a closer look, he found that he was right. A scream came from the women's restroom. Zhao Liang saw Yu Xiaojuo walk out as if nothing had happened, and then walked into the men's restroom. Brother Yu, you're awesome. You rushed into the women's restroom and came out without changing your expression. Your skills have improved again. Zhao Liang immediately gave a thumbs up. He really learned this trick and will try it himself next time. Ji Yuana was so depressed that she made up an excuse, I didn't sleep well last night, so I feel a little confused today. I'll be confused for a while next time. Zhao Liang shook his eyebrows, looking very coquettish. Zhao Liang saw his brother Yu walk into the single room and lock the door, and was confused. It turned out that he was going to the toilet. However, after a while, Ji Yuana came out, which made Zhao Liang puzzled. In the past, when they went to the toilet together, brother Yu always showed off, saying that he had gigantic fear and dared not bow his head. But today he was so low-key. It even seemed that brother Yu was a little shy. When he walked, his waist was twisting unconsciously, like a woman. The company's cafeteria occupies an entire floor and is luxuriously and uniquely decorated. It offers dishes from all over the country, and most importantly, everything is free. Zhao Liang swears that he weighed 170 pounds when he first came to the company, and weighed 200 pounds a year later. Brother Yu, is this all you're eating today? Zhao Liang asked curiously as he looked at Ji Yuana's plate. This was almost 1/3 of what she usually eats, and all of it was vegetarian. Ji Yuana said calmly, I don't have much appetite today. Zhao Liang thought about it and agreed, but he still consoled him, Brother Yu, it's been a whole morning and there's still no movement. I guess Mr. Ji Yu has forgotten about it. I hope so. At this time, the phone in her trouser pocket rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ji Yuana was delighted. She immediately walked to the corner and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Mr. Ji Yu, I almost died. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo was lying on a soft single sofa with her legs crossed, admiring the food. Beside her were plates of exquisite strawberries, grapes, cantaloupes, etc. This wasn't a death situation at all, it was simply a top-level enjoyment. However, Yu Xiaojuo didn't lie. It was indeed a death situation. It was so beautiful. What's going on? Did I hit you? Ji Yuana obviously believed what Yu Xiaojuo said. That Mr. Bai was capable of doing that. Yu Xiaojuo had a happy face while eating strawberries as big as eggs, but his tone was deep, no, but it was definitely mental torture. I would rather die than surrender. I would not give up until the last second. Mr. Bai was so scary. Without some courage, it would be impossible to communicate with him. When Yu Xiaojuo thought of Mr. Bai's attractive body, he still felt a little dizzy and almost surrendered. What does Mr. Bai mean now? Ji Yuana asked worriedly. Master Bai's thoughts are hard to figure out, but with my unremitting efforts, things are moving in a good direction. I will play golf with Master Bai in the afternoon. Gu Wana breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work. Boss Gu, don't say that. If you really want to thank me, give me a raise and a bigger year-end bonus. Okay, as long as you pass Mr. Bai's level, I'll give you a bonus. Mr. Gu is so generous. Don't forget your blind date tonight. Dress nicely, get your hair cut, and wash your car before you go. Chapter 10. Gu Wana goes on a blind date. Gu Wana exclaimed, it's quite exquisite. That's for sure. I won't say any more. Mr. Bai is here. After saying that, Yu Xiaojuo hung up the phone. Gu Wana breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is reliable. No, that's not reliable. He must have done something wrong to me this morning. He is simply a big bad wolf. But I have managed to gain Mr. Bai's trust, so I have made up for it. Yu Xiaojuo straightened his lazy lying position. The sound of high heels stepping on tiles rang in his ears, and soon Bai Ji appeared at the door. At this time, she changed into a green cheongsam with a beautiful lotus pattern on the high-quality fabric. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as peerless beauty. I believe that when Ms. Jiu reaches Mr. Bai's age, she will be able to reach this level after some experience. After the conversation in the morning, Bai Ji developed a little liking for Jiu Wanner, but she was also a little confused in her heart. Is the eldest daughter of the Jiu family so sweet-mouthed? Let's go. Yu Xiaojuo hummed and tried her best to maintain her girlish figure. Good fortune is not so easy to enjoy. Although Mr. Bai is charming, he is also a rose with thorns. Now she just wants to leave quickly. Led by the waitress, the two walked into an exquisite private room. Yu Xiaojuo was so hungry that he just wanted to eat 3 bowls of rice. However, when Yu Xiaojuo saw 2 dishes and a soup on the table, he was dumbfounded. What's more, there was not much meat in those 2 dishes. It was like eating grass. I don't like Western food, I only like home-cooked meals. Bai Ji said in a low voice. Yu Xiaojuo could only hold back the pain and laugh. If I had known that Mr. Bai liked home-cooked food, I would have made a fool of myself just now. Oh? Miss Ji can cook. Bai Ji thought, how could a lady born in a family like the Ji family and being the eldest daughter know how to cook in the kitchen? I cook occasionally and I've mastered a few dishes. Yu Xiaojuo said modestly. He's not bragging, his cooking skills are top-notch. Bai Ji smiled with her beautiful face. I'll try it next time I have a chance. If it doesn't taste good, Master Bai can't scold me. Bai Ji giggled after hearing this. She seemed really happy today. Her smiles today were equivalent to a year's worth of smiles. This made Mr. Bai happy, but who will take care of Yu Xiaojuo's stomach? This is really a meal with less oil and salt, a perfect fat-reducing meal. I don't like to waste food. I'll order more if there's less food. Bai Ji said softly. Yu Xiaojuo endured the pain in his heart and said, that's enough. I don't eat much. Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. Girls cannot eat less just to maintain their figure. As she said this, Bai Ji picked up the chopsticks to pick up some food for Yu Xiaojuo, appearing very gentle. Yu Xiaojuo sighed repeatedly. Master Bai, you also know that man is iron and rice is steel. At least put a few slices of meat in these peas. I'll probably faint from hunger in the afternoon. But Yu Xiaojuo was also very curious. Mr. Bai ate so little, yet was so plump. It seemed that the flesh grew in the right places. Tell me about your plan. Bai Ji put the white rice into her tempting red lips and chewed it slowly. Plan? I plan to change into black stockings tomorrow. Does that count as a plan? I just came to the branch office, and I plan to purge some people. Yu Xiaojuo said in a low voice. Although Ji Wanner didn't say it, it felt like this was what she meant. Bai Ji nodded and said, I know a little about your branch company. It is basically controlled by your 2 cousins. They were secretly competing with each other before, and now they will probably join forces to deal with you. It will be difficult for you to achieve results. I will find a way to kick them out. Ji Wanner hasn't said this yet. If Mr. Bai hadn't said it directly, I would know nothing. Then I'll wait for your good news. From what Mr. Bai said, he wants Ji Wanner to run his own company and demonstrate her abilities before they can talk about cooperation. If Ji Wanner and Mr. Bai start to cooperate, Ji Wanner's status in their family will soar. No wonder she attaches so much importance to this meeting. After a short rest after dinner, the two women changed their clothes and played golf together. Yu Xiaojuo had played golf with her father twice before, and could still imitate the basic moves, but she could never escape Mr. Bai's sharp eyes. "Miss Ji, do you rarely play golf?" Mr. Bai asked gently, holding the golf club in his hand. Yu Xiaojuo was shocked and lied, "I've been busy with some trivial matters in the company and haven't played golf much. I've given my skills back to the coach." Bai Ji put down the golf club, walked up behind Yu Xiaojuo, and held his hand with her slender white hand. "Damn, Mr. Bai fucked me from behind. Look forward, keep your hips fixed, keep your center of gravity on your left foot, and use your waist." Bai Ji's voice rang in Yu Xiaojuo's ears, making his ears itchy. Before he could react, he swung the club in his hand and hit the white ball out. Yu Xiaojuo was slightly surprised that Mr. Bai was so strong. The white ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, fell on the grass, bounced a few times, and fell directly into the hole. "Ms. Ji, you fought well." Bai Ji patted Yu Xiaojuo's shoulders and praised her. Yu Xiaojuo was also embarrassed. This was completely an accident. Fortunately, he was not discovered. After all, with Ji Yuana's identity, it was a bit unreasonable for her not to be able to play golf. Good luck. However, Mr. Bai's eyes became a little deeper, but Yu Xiaojuo didn't notice it. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Ji Yuana to get off work. She got a headache when she thought about going on a blind date. She had never been on a blind date before, and to be on a blind date with a woman was something she could never have imagined in her dreams. "Brother Yu, let's go to the internet cafe and play some games." Zhao Liang came over and said happily. It was already time to get off work, but no notice was given yet. It seemed that Brother Yu would have good fortune after surviving a disaster. Go ahead and go on a blind date later. If this were Yu Xiaojuo, he would definitely keep it a secret, but Ji Yuana said it directly. "What? Blind date?" Zhao Liang exclaimed in a loud voice. All the colleagues around heard it and started gossiping. Ji Yuana really wanted to sew Zhao Liang's big mouth shut. "What's the big deal about a blind date? Brother Yu, take a look at the photos." "No. Hey, look at her, isn't she a beauty?" Ji Yuana rolled her eyes and quickly walked away. "Hey, Brother Yu is still shy." Zhao Liang seemed to have discovered a new continent. It was rare for a shameless Brother Yu to have such an expression. Ji Yuana came to the parking lot and drove away directly. Zhao Liang shouted that Brother Yu had a woman and had forgotten his brothers. Looking at the speed, he even stepped on the accelerator into the engine. Soon, Ji Yuana found a car wash and went to a hair salon. Teacher Tony asked with a smile, "Handsome boy, what kind of haircut do you want?" "Since I want to cut my hair, I must cut it the way I like." Ji Yuana took the booklet and flipped through it, then chose a refreshing hairstyle, this one. "Okay, do you need to dye it?" "Need not. The store is offering discounts on top-ups recently. Would you like to get one?" "Need not." Teacher Tony smiled and looked like a poor guy. Chapter 11. I often wear stockings. At this time, the phone rang. Ji Yuana looked at the caller ID and took a deep breath. "Mom. I've sent you the address and phone number on WeChat, don't be late." "Yeah, okay." Tang Ling asked with a smile, "Also, is that girl this morning your girlfriend?" "Mom, don't think too much. She's just a friend, how could she be a girlfriend?" Ji Yuana quickly denied it, trying not to cause any misunderstanding. Tang Ling was a little disappointed after hearing this. "Well, they don't like you either." Ji Yuana smiled. Yu Xiaojuo's mother was quite down to earth. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuana looked at herself in the mirror. She had to admit that Yu Xiaojuo looked pretty good. He drove a BMW at such a young age. He must have lied to little girls many times. She didn't know how his relationship with Mr. Bai was going now. "It was almost 6 o'clock when I got my hair cut, and I made an appointment with my blind date at 7 o'clock at a barbecue restaurant in the International Shopping Mall. Seeing that he performed well today, I helped him to get this blind date girl, so that she won't say that I, as a leader, am not doing my job well." The International Shopping Mall is one of the several large shopping malls in Longhai City. It sells all kinds of famous brands. It is a shopping paradise for women and a hell for men's wallets. Generally speaking, men who choose to go on blind dates here will be very upset. If Yu Xiaojuo knew about this, I'd be in trouble. But Ji Wana thought it was normal, so she parked the car in the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Ji Wana called the girl directly. As the call was connected, Ji Wana smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Yu Xiaojuo, is this Miss Ji?" A pleasant voice came from the phone. "Hello, have you arrived? I'm still stuck in traffic." Ji Wana thought the girl's voice sounded pretty good. No wonder Yu Xiaojuo was so interested in her. He was not only a leg control but also a voice control. "Don't worry, I just got here too, so I'll go to the barbecue restaurant and light it up first." "Okay, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Ji Wana got out of the car and put the car keys into her trouser pocket. After putting them in her trouser pocket, she hesitated for a moment. Don't boys like to hang their car keys behind their buttocks to show off? Several of her young cousins were almost hanging their car keys around their necks. Although it is not a very expensive car, it still adds points. Ji Wana also hangs behind him, and the car keys and fobs jingle as he walks, as if shouting, "Look here, this guy drives a BMW." When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Ji Wana ordered a set meal for two. It was not expensive, only 198 yuan. Not long after, the phone rang. "I'm at the store entrance. Which seat are you in? I'll come to the door." Ji Wana was still very gentlemanly and strode towards the door. When Ji Wana saw the blind date girl at the door, she thought she was quite pretty. She was wearing a white dress, a butterfly hairpin, big eyes and a high nose bridge. But it seemed as if her nose had been operated on and her double eyelids seemed to have been cut. But overall she looked pretty good. Ji Xiaofang was also looking at Ji Wana. Unexpectedly, she was even more handsome in person than in the photo, and she was also tall, which was pretty good. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Ji Xiaofang smiled sweetly. Ji Wana thought the girl was pretty good, so she helped Yu Xiaojuo to check her out. It's okay. I got here early. Come in." When Ji Wana turned around and left, the car keys on her butt made a clanging sound, and the guests around her couldn't help but look over. One of them even said disdainfully, "Driving a lousy BMW is not fashionable at all." Ji Xiaofang also followed behind with an embarrassed look on her face. Yu Xiaojuo had an average look, but now he felt a little rustic. However, she did not deny it directly. After all, he was handsome and tall, so this little flaw was acceptable and she could change it when the time came. "Sit down." Yu Xiaojuo pulled the chair away, and Ji Xiaofang said thank you sweetly, apparently adding back the points that had just been deducted. "I don't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered some. If it's not enough, I'll add more." Looking at the plates of meat, Ji Xiaofang felt that the boy was not stingy. "That's enough." After a brief exchange, the stone plate began to sizzle and the aroma of meat wafted out. Ji Wana was thinking about finding a topic to talk about. She couldn't continue in this awkward situation. "Miss Ji, do you play games?" Ji Wana felt that boys all like to talk about this topic, so it should be correct. If Yu Xiaojuo knew about this, he would definitely give him a lecture, saying, "Don't think of yourself as a man. You are a woman and you like to talk about games with your blind date. Mr. Ji, you are here to cause trouble." Ji Xiaofang whispered, "I'm usually busy with work and rarely play games. Do you play often?" "I'm really good at playing games. I'll take you with me if I have the chance." Har har har, okay. Ji Xiaofang continued, but the atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. This made Ji Wana feel difficult. Why is it so difficult to go on a blind date with a girl? Ji Xiaofang stroked her temples and asked curiously, "I heard from my aunt that you work at GU Group." Ji Wana breathed a sigh of relief. This girl finally spoke. "Yes, GU's treatment is good and the prospects are bright. Recently, a knowledgeable new general manager came in and will definitely create greater success." Ji Wana boasted to herself as she spoke. Ji Xiaofang let out a long "oh" and then lowered her head to eat the barbecue. It seemed that he was a man without ambition, but his appearance could make up for it. After dinner, she would go shopping and see if he would pay for her. Ji Wana was confused. What on earth was this girl thinking? "Are you not satisfied with my conditions?" After the meal, Ji Wana was speechless and felt that the 198 yuan was a huge loss. "I want to buy some things. Can you accompany me?" Ji Xiaofang suddenly said when they reached the door of the store. Ji Wana's eyes lit up, there was hope. Certainly. When passing by a milk tea shop, Ji Wana generously treated the girl to milk tea. Judging from her attitude, she should have won her heart. It's easy to chase girls, Skinny EZ. The two of them held milk tea and walked from shop to shop. Suddenly, Ji Xiaofang walked into a store that specialized in selling socks, and Ji Wana followed her in. Ji Xiaofang looked at the stockings and seemed to want to buy a pair. Ji Wana leaned over to the side while sipping milk tea and suggested, "You still have to choose a brand for stockings. Balenciagas are good. They are breathable, soft, and show the shape of your legs. I wear them often." As soon as she finished speaking, the women around her looked at Ji Wana in amazement, especially Ji Xiaofang. "You, a grown man, actually wear black stockings?" Ji Wana was stunned for a moment. "I didn't say anything wrong just now. Pervert." Ji Xiaofang screamed in shame and ran out with her head down. The women around pointed and talked. "This handsome guy looks very special, but I didn't expect him to wear black stockings. TSK, 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 this habit is so disgusting. Go quickly, don't get infected." Ji Wana was devastated and hurried out to explain, but there was no sign of Ji Xiaofang. She took out her phone and called, but her number was blocked. It's over, it's over. If Yu Xiaojuo knew this, he would be furious. Chapter 12 finally back. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo had just said goodbye to Mr. Bai and got into the car. Generally speaking, today's result was good and he made Mr. Bai very happy. As long as Ji Wana could get the real power of the company, everything would be basically settled. But to be honest, I was so hungry and didn't know how Ji Wana's blind date was going, so I took out my cell phone and called Ji Wana. Ji Wana, who was drinking milk tea, felt guilty when she saw Yu Xiaojuo calling. "Hey, how was the blind date going?" Yu Xiaojuo asked directly. Ji Wana stammered, "Tell me how you are doing first." "Well, where are you? Let's eat and talk." "I'm at the International Mall." "Then wait, I'll be there in half an hour." Ji Wana suddenly had a headache. From Yu Xiaojuo's tone, it seemed that everything was done, but she had messed up his blind date. Half an hour later, Yu Xiaojuo arrived at the agreed location. "I'm starving, let's eat hot pot and chat while we eat. You don't know how dangerous I was today. I almost couldn't come back." "Is this true? Have you been threatened by Mr. Bai?" Ji Wana asked curiously. It's hard to put it into words. Arriving at a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, Yu Xiaojuo ate to his heart's content. Ji Wana frowned tightly. "That's enough. If you keep eating, you'll get fat." "It's okay. It's not like I'm fat anyway." Ji Wana frowned. "Yu Xiaojuo, this is my body, please don't eat it carelessly, okay?" Seeing Ji Wana getting angry, Yu Xiaojuo shrugged and put down his chopsticks helplessly. "I have gone through life and death for you, and you still have to nag me even when you are eating. Mr. Bai said that as long as you hold the real power of the company, we can cooperate." "Really?" Ji Wana was delighted. If she could cooperate with Mr. Bai, the elders in her family would look at her with admiration, not to mention any marriage. "Why would I lie to you? I'm living a life worse than death today, dancing on the edge of a knife. How about you, the blind date girl? It's only a little after 8 o'clock, didn't you watch a movie?" Ji Wana pursed her lips and said, "Oh. Actually, I think that girl is average. She had serious plastic surgery, especially her nose. If you have a child with her, you will definitely give birth to a flat nose." "Is this true? A plastic surgery girl? She doesn't look like her in the photo." Yu Xiaojuo whispered with a frown. "Isn't it normal to Photoshop pictures? And I'm a woman, how could I not notice it? I'm helping you avoid a trap." Ji Wana felt that she didn't even blush when she lied. If she told him the truth, he would immediately turn hostile and start to act badly. Yu Xiaojuo curled his lips, thinking that Ji Wana would not lie to him. "Just now I noticed that you hung the car keys behind your buttocks for some reason. Don't you guys like hanging behind your buttocks?" Yu Xiaojuo felt like a knife was stabbing into his chest. "I just want to ask you, what do you think when you see someone like this? It's earthy. You still know nothing about this, are you trying to hurt me? How can you be so petty? It won't hurt you at all. My cousins are the same. Those girls' eyes light up when they see the car keys." Ji Wana said seriously. Yu Xiaojuo immediately covered his forehead with his hands. Boss Yu, I only have one request now, just don't harm me. I'm not harming you in any way. I'm trying to help you. Thank you. Ji Yuana must have done this on purpose. I will charge you interest when I go back. After a while, Yu Xiaojuo said calmly, what should we do tomorrow? Should we continue pretending? What else can I do? You continue to do what I'm supposed to do. It will also be convenient for me in the Human Resources Department to investigate. This is the only way now. Remember to increase the salary and bonus. Ji Yuana propped up her chin and said, you are President Ji Yu now, you can add anyone you want. Yeah, I'm too tired today. I'll leave first. Remember to do push-ups and sit-ups when you go back. Don't be lazy. Humph, you also know that you need to keep in shape, but you just ate so much and ruined my figure. Yu Xiaojuo sighed, okay, let's not hurt each other, okay. Ji Yuana glanced at Yu Xiaojuo and suddenly realized that her manicure was gone. Where did you put my manicure? Boss Ji Yu, the toilet paper is very thin, and your nails are so long and sharp that they will be pierced through in one go. Ji Yuana. Seeing that Ji Yuana was about to lose her temper, Yu Xiaojuo quickly went to pay the bill and left. I'm tired. I'm leaving first. Ji Yuana was very depressed, but she had no choice but to go back to Yu Xiaojuo's house. It was almost 10 o'clock when she got home. Ji Yuana was still a little nervous about the unfamiliar environment. When I opened the door and walked into their house, I saw that the living room was dark. It seemed that Yu Xiaojuo's parents were asleep. That was good. Back in Yu Xiaojuo's room, Ji Yuana lay directly on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. When would this exchange end? She went to take a shower first. It would be too uncomfortable without a shower. In the bathroom, Ji Yuana looked at her chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and shark line, and couldn't help but touch them with her hand. They were hard. She didn't expect Yu Xiaojuo to have such a good figure. When she looked down, she blushed a little. When Yu Xiaojuo returned to Ji Yuana's house, he originally wanted to collect the interest, but he was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. The next morning, Yu Xiaojuo yawned and turned over, wondering why the heavy feeling on his chest was gone. He subconsciously touched it and found it was flat. I opened my eyes suddenly and saw the familiar ceiling, familiar bedroom, familiar bar. I'm finally back. It's okay to be a girl for a day. It's an experience, but it's not a long-term problem. Now I can finally rest assured. Seeing that he was still wearing pajamas, Yu Xiaojuo was convinced. Is it necessary to be so clean? But I still have to call Ji Yuana. Hello. Ji Yuana's lazy voice came from the phone. Yu Xiaojuo felt that this was more appropriate. Why should a girl have a sullen face all day long? Boss Ji Yu, get up and take a shower. Ji Yuana. 5 seconds later, Ji Yuana's scream was heard on the phone. She didn't scream when she turned into a man yesterday, but now she screamed after turning back, and she was even more excited. Yu Xiaojuo, I turned back. I'm back too. Yu Xiaojuo laughed. It was a pity that he didn't collect any interest last night. Ji Yuana looked at her own delicate body and suddenly said unhappily, Yu Xiaojuo, why didn't you take a shower before going to bed? You didn't even change your clothes, and your hair smells like hot pot. Yu Xiaojuo. Yesterday morning you were going crazy just taking a shower, but today the situation has changed. Boss Ji Yu, you are really famous for your double standards. How dare I take a shower without someone keeping a straight face? Ji Yuana snorted coldly, forget it, don't think about it in the future anyway, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuana was in a good mood. She hummed a little tune and went to take a shower. Her body was still beautiful, unlike that guy's, which was hard all over. Chapter 13 Ji Yuana, you hurt me. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Yu Xiaojuo's mouth twitched. You, Ji Yuana, are you destroying your bridge after crossing it? Jumping off the bed, Yu Xiaojuo did dozens of push-ups and then went into the bathroom. After a while, Yu Xiaojuo's cursing voice was heard in the bathroom. He walked to the bedside with a stern face, picked up the phone, and called Ji Yuana again. Ji Yuana, who was taking a bath, did not hear it. Yu Xiaojuo cursed inwardly. She kept telling her not to move her body, but she just shaved herself off and didn't even answer the phone. Was she trying to stab him in the back? After changing his clothes and walking out of the bedroom, Yu Xiaojuo saw his parents already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. However, their expressions were strange, so Yu Xiaojuo didn't think much about it. He just picked up a big meat bun and took a bite. Finally, I don't have to chew slowly like women. Yu Juo looked at his son with a strange look, which made Yu Xiaojuo look at him in surprise. Dad, what are you doing? Tang Ling sighed softly. Juo Juo, your parents were too strict with you in the past, which led to you not having a girlfriend. It was our fault. Yu Xiaojuo was completely confused. What was going on? Alas, son, as a grown man, your orientation should be normal. What are you talking about? Yu Xiaojuo felt something was wrong. Could it be Ji Wanner again? Tang Ling said softly, Juo Juo, don't hide it from us. Mom and Dad know about it. What do you know? Yu Xiaojuo was anxious. What mistake did I make to make you look at me like this, as if I were a psychopath? Yu Taijuo sighed and said, I can't say it, so you should say it. Tang Ling said seriously, the parents of the girl we met for the blind date called us back. The girl originally liked you very much, but she just couldn't accept your habit of wearing black stockings. Yu Xiaojuo, who was sitting on the stool, became stiff, as if he was broken into pieces and fell to the ground. Yu Taitai lowered his head and sighed repeatedly, as if wondering how such a person came out of the Yu family. When he heard the news just now, he almost vomited a bowl of blood. You are so good, Ji Wanner. Not only are you ungrateful and two-faced, but you also framed me out of thin air. How am I supposed to survive in the blind date world in the future? I was framed, do you believe it? Yu Xiaojuo said seriously. Tang Ling poured a glass of milk for her son. Juo Juo, it's okay, we just need to change our bad habits. Yu Xiaojuo. If I don't get an explanation today, I will just press Ji Wanner to the ground and rub her 300 times to get rid of the hatred in my heart. I picked up the phone and called again, but Ji Wanner still didn't answer the call. What a guts! I'm not going to block you today. I'll give you my last name. Arriving at the underground garage, Zhao Liang waited next to the car early in the morning to avoid being abandoned again. Brother Yu, how was your blind date last night? Zhao Liang said with a sly smile. Oh my god, Zhao Liang already knew that I was going on a blind date, but with his big mouth, he still advertised it everywhere. Have a cigarette. Hey, I'm saving it for you, brother Yu. Sitting in the car, Yu Xiaojuo took a deep puff of smoke. His upright and sunny image was completely ruined. The next time his parents and friends gathered together, he would die on the spot. Brother Yu, you look like you're in a bad mood. Zhao Liang could feel that something was wrong with Yu Xiaojuo, but compared to yesterday, today was much more normal. Yu Xiaojuo started the car and said calmly, I met a woman who doesn't respect morality. No way, I'm so scared that I don't even dare to go on a blind date. I, Yu Xiaojuo, have seen countless women, but I didn't expect to fall into such a trap yesterday. I was so angry that my kidneys hurt. What's going on? Is it really that exaggerated? Yu Xiaojuo didn't say much and drove directly to the company. When he got out of the car in the parking lot, Yu Xiaojuo discovered something strange again. Some colleagues were pointing at him. See? He was the one who ran into the ladies' room yesterday. He's quite handsome, I didn't expect he could do something like this. Yeah, I used to have a crush on him, but now I just don't feel anything for him. Listening to their gossip around him, Yu Xiaojuo was petrified again. What sin had I committed? Brother Yu, it seems that the news of you going into the women's restroom yesterday has spread. Zhao Liang was worried. Brother Yu has been having a miserable time recently. Why should I go to the women's restroom? Yu Xiaojuo pressed Zhao Liang's shoulders. How would I know? It seems like you came in quite naturally. Nature? Ji Wanner, not only have you ruined my career in the blind date world, you've also cut off my future prospects in the company. Now all the girls in the company dislike me. I owed you this in my last life. On the other side, Ji Wanner was sitting in the car preparing to go to work when her cell phone suddenly rang. When I looked at the caller ID, it was actually Mr. Bai calling. Yu Xiaojuo even added Mr. Bai's number. How impressive. Good morning, Mr. Bai. Bai Ji listened to Ji Wanner's voice and felt it was a little different. The tone was not on the same frequency as yesterday. Good morning, Miss Ji Yu. I'll come to your company later and have a cup of tea. Ji Wanner was delighted. Yu Xiaojuo was really good. Even Mr. Bai took the initiative to come to her house. No, Mr. Bai's daughter. Master Bai is actually a woman, and from her voice she doesn't seem to be very old. Okay, Mr. Bai, where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. No need, I can do it myself. Bai Ji said lightly. Ji Yuaner did not continue to persuade her. She just went back to the company and wait for Mr. Bai to come. After hanging up the phone, I saw that it was Yu Xiaojuo calling. Could it be that he knew about the blind date yesterday? What should I do? As soon as she got off the car at the company, Ji Yuaner saw Yu Xiaojuo standing in the elevator with a livid face, and his eyes seemed to want to swallow her alive. As he had guessed, Yu Xiaojuo went berserk. Yu Xiaojuo looked at Ji Yuaner, who got off the car, and said, "Don't think that I can let you off just because you're wearing a dress, black stockings and high heels today. Boss Ji Yu, you look quite energetic today." Hearing Yu Xiaojuo's sarcastic voice, Ji Yuaner felt embarrassed. "Don't talk here, come to my office." Okay. You are also afraid. Didn't you feel great when you framed me yesterday? The elevator goes directly to the general manager's office on the top floor. It is also Yu Xiaojuo's first time to come to the general manager's office. It is really too big and the lighting is excellent. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, you can overlook half of Longhai City as if it is right under your feet. No wonder everyone wants to climb to this position. Yu Xiaojuo was not polite at all. He sat on the sofa and said, "Ji Yuaner, I, Yu Xiaojuo, never hurt anyone. It was not my own will to become you. You said yesterday that you wanted to help each other, and I believed you, but you lied to me. It seems that the blind date girl I went on last night has complained. That girl is too narrow-minded. Juo, it's not what you think." The guilty Ji Yuaner smiled. This was unprecedented. It was Yu Xiaojuo who dealt with Mr. Bai, and it was indeed her fault. Chapter 14. Mr. Bai is unhappy. Yu Xiaojuo was unwilling to hear this. "Who are you calling Juo? Are you familiar with him? Isn't that what your mother called you?" Yu Xiaojuo was shocked. "You still want to be my mother?" Ji Yuaner. Tell me, why did you say those words to the blind date girl yesterday? How do you want me to survive in the blind date industry in the future? To put it seriously, you will ruin my second half of life. Ji Yuaner stood up and poured a cup of tea for Yu Xiaojuo personally. Her long legs walked back and forth in front of Yu Xiaojuo, disturbing my Yu brother's heartstrings. "Have a cup of tea and calm down," Ji Yuaner said softly, with a very humble attitude. Yu Xiaojuo was not an unreasonable person. "Tell me, why did you stab me in the back?" Ji Yuaner sat opposite Yu Xiaojuo and explained, "I really didn't mean it. Yesterday, the girl I was dating was choosing stockings, and I gave her a suggestion. I was a little quick-witted and said that I often wear those stockings. Before I could explain, the girl called me a pervert and ran away." Yu Xiaojuo took a breath and said, "If you're not a pervert, what are you talking about? I really didn't mean to say that. Then why didn't you just tell me straight out last night and lied to me?" Ji Yuaner bit her teeth and whispered, "You helped me a lot, but I didn't help, so I'm embarrassed to say it out loud." Seeing Ji Yuaner admitting her mistake with a good attitude, Yu Xiaojuo's anger subsided by half. After all, the other person didn't do it on purpose, but he just didn't have any sincerity at all. "Also, why did you shave my face off? I look just like you now." Puff. Ji Yuaner sprayed out the tea she had just drunk, and her pretty face instantly turned red. "I thought I was going to stay with you for a while, so I." "What? You don't allow me to mess around, but you mess around yourself. How can you be so hypocritical? I just feel uncomfortable watching it." Yu Xiaojuo stared at Ji Yuaner fiercely. The latter looked out the window guiltily, with a blush on her beautiful face. "Okay, then let me ask you again, why did you go to the women's restroom in the company yesterday?" Yu Xiaojuo asked again. "I was so worried about you yesterday that I lost focus and walked into the ladies' room subconsciously." Yu Xiaojuo was stunned. Is he worried about himself? Is it true or not? It is said that the more beautiful a girl is, the more she likes to lie. Everyone in the company now says I'm a pervert. How can I survive? Anyway, you're now CEO GU, how can you not care? You will get double the salary and double the year-end bonus. Oh my god, you actually use money to attack me, Yu Xiaojuo. I, Yu Xiaojuo, am a confident man and I will never compromise. Ji Wanner, do you think this is a matter of money? 3 times. You've ruined my reputation. 5 times. Yu Xiaojuo said seriously, Boss Ji, as a man, it is not impossible for me to withstand the pressure of public opinion, but I will be a bachelor from now on, so no amount of money will be of any use. I can introduce one to you. Ji Wanner said seriously. Yu Xiaojuo's eyes suddenly lit up, is this true? Don't try to lie to me again. I, Ji Wanner, never tell lies. He. Ji Wanner coughed lightly and said, that was a misunderstanding yesterday. The person I introduced to you must be better than the blind date yesterday. She should be similar to me, with long legs and a good figure, and a good family background. It all depends on your ability. Really? Show me the photo. NB. Changju updates are slow to load, there are ads, and the chapters are incomplete. Please exit Changju and read again. SP, well, I don't really have any photos, but if she comes to Longhai City, I'll invite you to have dinner together. Yu Xiaojuo knew in his heart that the girl recommended by Ji Wanner would naturally not be bad. He was just joking just now. He still had self-awareness. The questioning has come to an end. Ji Wanner apologized in a good manner, and used money to make up for my broken heart. She was instantly promoted to the ranks of people with an annual salary of 1 million. I, Yu Xiaojuo, can take it or leave it. Reputation is nothing but a cloud. I'll let you go this time. I'm going to work. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Yu Xiaojuo put his hands in his pockets and left. Watching Yu Xiaojuo leave, Ji Wanner was stunned. Are you the general manager or am I the general manager? But I did feel sorry for him yesterday. Fortunately, my body has been restored, and there will be no more oolong incidents in the future. Arriving at the elevator, Yu Xiaojuo grinned. Although he suffered a little loss, the return was still good. He would save some money next year to replace his car with a Porsche, and then take off with his little sister. With a ding, as the elevator door opened, Yu Xiaojuo was stunned. Scarman? And Mr. Bai? Why is she here? Today, Bai Yi is wearing a red cheongsam, which makes her look beautiful and cool, and really catches the eye. Get out of the way. The scarred man walked out of the elevator and said coldly. This arrogant man with a scar, I'll punish you if I get the chance next time. Watching Mr. Bai walk past me indifferently, it was hard to imagine that this was the gentle and domineering lady from yesterday. If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyeballs. The scarred man reminded Yu Xiaojuo coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity, as if he was not joking. Yu Xiaojuo curled his lips and walked into the elevator. What are you holding on to? If I get angry, I'll add another scar on your face. Arriving at the Human Resources Department, Zhao Liang immediately ran over excitedly. Brother Yu, I just saw a top beauty, her charm is even more outstanding than our CEO Ji. I wonder if her family needs a dog. I want to sign up. Old Zhao, your body is suitable for being a pig. Wouldn't it be great to be eaten by a beauty and become one with her? Damn, Brother Yu is so understanding. Yu Xiaojuo couldn't stand it anymore, this guy was hopeless. Yu Xiaojuo, come to my office. The supervisor shouted from the side. Zhao Liang reminded quietly, a female colleague has complained about you, and she will probably talk to you. Just vote. Last time a female colleague ran into the men's restroom, I didn't say anything. That's because I was shocked by Brother Yu's majesty. Yu Xiaojuo. Sure enough, after receiving a profound education in the supervisor's office, Yu Xiaojuo walked out as if nothing had happened. Thinking back to when he was studying, he had done a lot of bad things, but now it was just a little bit of trouble. In the general manager's office, Ji Wanner talked about her intentions for the company's future development and some plans she had in mind. But Bai Ji seemed exceptionally calm, and seemed not interested in what Ji Wanner said. In fact, Bai Ji came here today just to chat with Ji Wanner. She finally found someone she could chat with, but Ji Wanner was completely different from yesterday and kept talking about company matters. Miss Ji. Bai Ji said lightly. Does Mr. Bai have any comments? Bai Ji stood up and said indifferently, I am not interested in what you are going to do with your company. Ji Wanner frowned, not quite understanding what Mr. Bai meant. Looking at Ji Wanner in front of her, Bai Ji found it hard to connect her with yesterday. Forget it, my meaning remains unchanged. After saying that, Mr. Bai walked towards the door. Although Ji Yuana was confused, she followed him to see him off. As she walked out the door, Bai Ji turned around and said calmly, "I still prefer chatting with you yesterday." Chapter 15. You can't handle Mr. Bai. Under Ji Yuana's surprised gaze, Bai Ji walked into the elevator and left. Bai Yi could actually chat with Yu Xiaojuo. Oh my god, how could this be possible? But as Bai Yi frowned, Ji Yuana felt that she had missed a great opportunity. Back in the office, Ji Yuana looked worried as she paced back and forth, unable to figure out the difference between herself and Yu Xiaojuo. In the Human Resources Department, Yu Xiaojuo was in a good mood and his work efficiency increased. As the phone rang, Yu Xiaojuo took a look and saw that it was Ji Yuana calling. What did she want to do? Hello. Come up for a while. Oh. Yu Xiaojuo responded helplessly, "You are the boss, how dare I resist?" That's not right. Mr. Bai just went to look for her, and now she asked me to go up. Was she discovered? She asked me to go up and chop off her hands. And from the tone he just used, he sounded heavy, as if he was in a bad mood. After Yu Xiaojuo left, a man nearby took a peek and immediately ran to the supervisor's office to report him, saying that Yu Xiaojuo was being lazy. This scene was seen by Zhao Liang, who was far away, and he quickly sent a message to Yu Xiaojuo, saying that Qian Longhu had gone to report you again. Yu Xiaojuo in the elevator looked at the message sent by Zhao Liang and snorted. This Qian Longhu was really trying to make trouble for her and was going against her everywhere. Arriving at the office door, Yu Xiaojuo knocked and walked in. In the huge office, only Ji Yuana was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Her sexy back was indeed alluring, and she was on par with Mr. Bai. But if you let Yu Xiaojuo choose, I'm sorry, I would choose Bai Yi. After closing the door, Yu Xiaojuo asked curiously, "Where is Mr. Bai?" Ji Yuana turned to look at Yu Xiaojuo and asked solemnly, "What did you say to Mr. Bai yesterday?" "I didn't say anything." "What's wrong? Did the talk not go well?" Yu Xiaojuo walked to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water. Ji Yuana thought it was for her, but she didn't expect Yu Xiaojuo to drink it himself. He deserved to have no girlfriend. "Well, before Mr. Bai left, he said that she likes chatting with you and not with me." Ji Yuana was so depressed. She had been thinking for a long time but still didn't know where she went wrong. Yu Xiaojuo was also quite surprised after hearing this. Mr. Bai actually liked to chat with him. He was really flattered. "What did you talk about with Mr. Bai just now?" "It talked about the future of the company." "No more." Ji Yuana nodded. "I didn't talk to Mr. Bai about the company at all yesterday. After all, I don't know much about it, so we just talked about trivial matters in life. You are both women, so it's easy for you to resonate with each other. I can feel that Mr. Bai is actually very lonely and wants to talk to someone. When I saw Mr. Bai came to you today, I knew there was a chance, but I didn't expect you to talk us so much." Yu Xiaojuo sighed. If it were him, he would be able to get to know Mr. Bai more deeply and gain his trust. But now, all his efforts yesterday had gone to waste. Ji Yuana couldn't help rubbing her forehead. "Why didn't you say so earlier? What a good opportunity. How would I know that Mr. Bai would come to see you today? Besides, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to chat. You can't even go on a blind date." Isn't it true? When chatting with a woman like Bai Yi, you not only need to be bold, but also be as careful as a needle. You need to be sweet when you need to be sweet, and bold when you need to be bold. You need to control the scale well. This is the realm of flirting, not the realm of chatting. Ji Yuana looked at Yu Xiaojuo deeply. How could this guy have such a skill? Master Bai just happened to fall for his tricks, and he couldn't say them at all. "Did you offend Mr. Bai?" Yu Xiaojuo asked in surprise. Although it was none of his business, he was the one who started it after all. "I can't say I've offended you, but the good impression you created yesterday is gone, and you said you wanted to keep it the same." Ji Yuana felt deeply frustrated. Yu Xiaojuo had paved the way for her, but she didn't even seize the opportunity. Yu Xiaojuo sat on the sofa helplessly. "Since it has already happened, don't think too much about it. At least Mr. Bai didn't completely reject you. I don't want to waste such a good opportunity. Do you have any other ideas?" Ji Yuana looked at Yu Xiaojuo and felt that Yu Xiaojuo had a way to deal with Mr. Bai's matter. However, Yu Xiaojuo shook his head. "Boss Ji Yu, you are also a woman, can't you figure out a woman's mind?" Originally, Master Bai was very interested in chatting with you, but you made her very upset. Do you think Master Bai will be nice to you if you go to him again? What should we do then? What else can we do? Wait for Mr. Bai to find you again. Of course, the chance is slim, but if it really happens, it is still an opportunity. If you seize the opportunity, there is still hope. Ji Yuaner was also very curious after hearing this. Do you think Mr. Bai will take the initiative to look for me? Mr. Bai was indeed angry today, but a woman's anger will only last for a few days. When she wants to talk to someone one day, she will definitely think of you. This is thanks to the foundation I laid yesterday, otherwise there would be no hope. Yu Xiaojuo crossed his legs. As a woman, don't you understand what women are thinking? I'm really impressed. Yu Xiaojuo, how many girls have you hooked up with? You can talk about it so clearly that even Mr. Bai took the initiative. Ji Yuaner couldn't help but admire him. After all, the number of girls who could make Mr. Bai take the initiative could be counted on one hand. Yu Xiaojuo shook his index finger and said faintly, when you have watched 300 romantic idol and palace fighting dramas, you will be able to grasp the psychological activities of women appropriately. If not 100%, 80% is almost right. Ji Yuaner. Okay, my mission has been completed. It's up to you now. Yu Xiaojuo stood up and patted Ji Yuaner's shoulders, indicating that he could not help her. You won't help me anymore. Seeing Yu Xiaojuo about to leave, Ji Yuaner became anxious. She felt that Yu Xiaojuo was the only one in the company she could trust. Yu Xiaojuo burst out, Boss Ji Yu, if I were to say this as a man, that scarred man would kill me. Mr. Bai has no interest in men at all, so you can only rely on yourself. Listening to Yu Xiaojuo's words, Ji Yuaner also understood the logic behind it. Suddenly, she thought to herself, if she hadn't got her body back today, it would have been great. Yu Xiaojuo would have been able to deal with Mr. Bai. No, how could I think like that? Maybe Yu Xiaojuo was secretly using my body to do something bad. Yu Xiaojuo returned to the Human Resources Department and was immediately called over by his supervisor. Yu Xiaojuo, don't you want to work anymore? You've been slacking off for so long. The thin manager he scolded Yu Xiaojuo and almost slammed the table. Yu Xiaojuo said calmly, Manager he, my superiors asked me to question him, how dare I be lazy? Oh, you make a phone call. I want to know who the leader is. If I really hit you, you will bear the consequences yourself. Okay, go ahead and fight. I want to see how you can pretend. Okay. Yu Xiaojuo called Ji Yuaner directly, Boss Ji Yu, our manager he wants to talk to you about something. It's about me being lazy just now. Chapter 16 Did you use witchcraft? The supervisor was shocked when he heard this. Those with the surname Ji Yu are all royal relatives. Could it be that this kid was really called away? Ji Yuaner was very unhappy with this supervisor yesterday and felt that he was targeting her. Manager he, this is Ji Yuaner. Yu Xiaojuo was here with me just now. Do you have any questions? Ji Yuaner's stern voice came from the phone, which immediately scared Manager he. It turned out to be General Manager Ji Yu. Why was Yu Xiaojuo called by General Manager Ji Yu? Manager he immediately explained, Boss Ji Yu, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know Yu Xiaojuo went to your place. As a leader, is it appropriate for you to wrongly accuse your subordinates? I'm sorry, Mr. Ji Yu, I was wrong. You don't have to tell me you're sorry, tell him. Yu Xiaojuo exclaimed in his heart. Although President Gu's brain was a little slow to react, he still had some means to win people over. Manager he didn't dare to say anything more and quickly apologized, Yu Xiaojuo, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Forget it, it's just a small matter. The two of them sang in unison and cooperated with each other in doubles, which scared Manager he a lot. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaojuo said calmly, okay, if Manager he is alright, I will go to work. Manager he immediately ran to the door and opened it himself, Brother Yu, please. Yu Xiaojuo. Manager he is very flexible. He is more than 10 years older than me but calls me brother. He is also a talented person. I guess he has already considered himself as someone close to Mr. Ji Yu. In the company, if you don't hang out with people named Ji Yu, you will be in trouble as a supervisor. Chen Longhu watched Yu Xiaojuo come back as if nothing had happened, and wondered in his heart, how could this be possible? Chen Longhu, come to my office. Manager he suddenly shouted. Yu Xiaojuo really didn't expect that manager, he had such an upward-looking heart. A burst of abuse came from the manager's office. When Chen Longhu walked out, he was covered in dust, but he hated Yu Xiaojuo even more because the manager was protecting him. Nothing happened next. After get off work, Yu Xiaojuo and Zhao Liang went to the internet cafe together to play for a few hours, and then had a midnight snack before going home. Except for the fact that he didn't have a girlfriend, his life was extremely comfortable. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone into the bedroom through the window. Yu Xiaojuo pursed his lips. Why did his chest feel heavy again today? He reached out and touched it. He suddenly opened his eyes. Damn, she becomes Ji Wanner again. I picked up the phone next to my pillow and called directly. Ji Wanner, who was sleeping soundly, reached out her hand, held the phone and answered lazily. Ji Wanner, what kind of evil magic did you cast? How did I become you again? Ji Wanner suddenly opened her eyes and this time she lifted the quilt and saw that she had turned into Yu Xiaojuo again. I didn't. I went home yesterday, watched TV for a while and then went to rest. Ji Wanner swore that she really didn't cast any evil spells. Although she wanted Yu Xiaojuo to help, it hadn't come to that point yet. Yu Xiaojuo sighed, and seemed reluctant to change, but the corners of his mouth became more and more upturned. The interest from last time had not been collected yet, but this time he collected the principal and interest together. I'm going to take a shower. Yu Xiaojuo said seriously. Yu Xiaojuo. Ji Wanner's shameful and angry voice suddenly rang out on the phone. Ji Wanner, didn't you tell me to wash it yesterday morning? Why don't you let me wash it today? Ji Wanner was so sad that she wanted to cry but had no tears. How could she have ended up with such a guy? Okay, I won't wash, even if I stink all over. Wait for you to come back and wash yourself. Ji Wanner said coquettishly, wash it if you want, but don't let me know. Whoa, what a good trick of covering one's ears and stealing a bell. It really suits you perfectly. I was just teasing you, but you're really angry. Yu Xiaojuo, can you be a little more normal? Do you think you will feel better if you make me angry? Yu Xiaojuo chuckled and said, I don't know why, but I just like the way you are angry but can't get rid of me. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaojuo lifted the quilt and stretched. A girl's room is different from a man's, it smells delicious. I thought it would never change, but it happened again today. As long as it's not a permanent exchange, it's fine. After all, I, Yu Xiaojuo, still prefer to be the main attacker. Walking into Ji Wanner's cloakroom, Yu Xiaojuo began to think about what to wear today. She wanted to see the murderous looks from her male compatriots, but she couldn't get them. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Ji Wanner on the other side sat on the bed in a daze for a while. When she saw Yu Xiaojuo throwing clothes around again, she cursed in her heart, saying that he was too untidy. She got up helplessly and cleaned up. Only then did he realize that he was not wearing any clothes, and he secretly cursed Yu Xiaojuo for being an exhibitionist and not wearing pajamas to sleep. When I was washing up, I actually saw Yu Xiaojuo's unwashed shorts. I felt so numb that I had to endure the pain in my heart and wash Yu Xiaojuo's shorts. It was the first time in my life that I washed these things for a boy. Knock knock knock, there's a knock on the door. Juo, mommy comes in. Tangling pushed the door open and walked in, only to see her son folding the quilt. The bedroom was tidy. The sun rose from the west today. So diligent. Juo, don't take the blind date seriously. Your dad asked around and found out that the girl is quite materialistic. It's better not to talk about it. Speaking of blind dates, Ji Wanner felt particularly guilty. Mom, don't worry, I promise to find you a beautiful daughter-in-law in the future. Tangling was slightly stunned. The brat had always called her mom, but today he changed his name. Was he short of money? Really? Was she the girl in the car that day? Ji Wanner said that Yu Xiaojuo's mother has a good eye, but Yu Xiaojuo is not my type. Of course not, but she must be similar to her. You're just bragging. Tomorrow is the weekend. Your dad and I are going to Grandma's house. Are you coming? Ji Wanner didn't even think about it and said directly, I'd better not go. That's fine. Your dad and I are not home. If there is any girl you like, bring her home. Don't go to the hotel. Ji Wanner. I never expected Yu Xiaojuo's mother to be so open-minded. My own mother would never say that. They sat down at the dining table. Tang Ling was serving porridge in the kitchen. Ji Yuana felt that Yu Xiaoduo's father was much more serious, almost the same as her own father. Suddenly, Ji Yuana saw Yu Xiaoduo's father secretly handing something over from under the table. Ji Yuana took it curiously and looked down. Jurex? What? Juo, although your mother wants to have a grandson, you must also be careful when you act and take safety measures. Yu Taijuo turned sideways and whispered. Ji Yuana was just like Yu Xiaojuo yesterday, broken into pieces. Even a fool would know what the box in her hand was. What are you two talking about, sneaking around like that? Yu Juotai smiled and said, nothing. Oh Juo, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Ji Yuana suddenly realized that Yu Xiaojuo was still too young and these two were the masters. After breakfast, Ji Yuana left as if she was escaping for her life. Yu Xiaoduo's family was too open-minded and it took time to adapt. As soon as I arrived at the underground garage, I saw the fat man waiting there. Good morning, brother Yu. Morning. Smoke a cigarette. Smoking early in the morning is bad for your health. Zhao Liang? Is this what my brother Yu should say? Which of the things we do is good for our health? Chapter 17 Let you be high profile. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo was still sitting in front of the dressing table. The originally good-looking face became particularly weird under Yu Xiaoduo's operation. She applied too much blush and looked like a monkey's butt. The eyeshadow was so heavy that she looked like dark circles, and the color of the lipstick was too bright. The originally cool and beautiful Ji Yuana was turned into a lady working in a hair salon. Yu Xiaojuo groaned, turned around and walked into the bathroom to wash everything off. After looking in the mirror, he felt much better. Why did he need to put on makeup? Wasn't it a waste of time? I looked at the weather. The temperature in Longhai City today is as high as 38. Forget about stockings because it is too hot. I'd better choose a skirt, a slim-fitting one. Thinking about how stunning Mr. Bai looked in a red outfit yesterday, Yu Xiaojuo also chose a red dress to change into, and also put on some expensive jewelry. When I stood in front of the mirror, I saw that the curves were nice and round enough that I couldn't help but slap myself. This will definitely fascinate the male compatriots. I guess Ji Yuana thought the same thing after she changed her clothes. Women always like others to pay attention to them. Suddenly, the phone on the dressing table rang. Yu Xiaojuo thought it was Ji Yuana calling, but it was an unknown number. If it were him, he would definitely hang up, but calling Ji Yuana might be about something important. Hello. Wana, good morning. Hey, this voice sounds so familiar. Yes, that's Fu Yangxue. Good morning. Yu Xiaojuo replied indifferently. Fu Yangxue was stunned. Ji Yuana had never said this before, and she instantly felt that there was hope. Wana, are you free tonight? I have organized a party tonight. Welcome to Longhai City. We are all people of the same age in the same circle, and it will be of great help to you in the future. Okay, you arrange it. Yu Xiaojuo agreed directly, which made Fu Yangxue even more unbelievable. What happened to Ji Yuana today? In the past, she always refused directly, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Well, I'll pick you up then. No, just send me the address. Fu Yangxue was very happy and suppressed her excitement and said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaojuo chuckled. It turned out that it was so easy for a beautiful woman to control a man. Listening to his tone, although he suppressed it very well, he still couldn't hide his ecstasy. It was as exciting as seeing the girls in the 3D area. Changing the perspective was like discovering a new world. It was so much fun. Today, Yu Xiaojuo did not go up from the parking lot, but took the elevator from the company lobby. It was rush hour and employees were entering the company one after another. When Yu Xiaojuo appeared in the company lobby, everything around him seemed to be forbidden. Men and women all looked at Yu Xiaojuo. Most of the women were in admiration and envy, but it was different for men. Their astonishment was mixed with infinite hunger. Yu Xiaojuo sighed in his heart, if it were yesterday, he was also one of them. Look at the male compatriots, you are so cheap, you are just women, you look like you are here to lick their asses, so useless. Hello, Mr. Jiyu. Hello, Mr. Jiyu. The lady at the front desk shouted respectfully. Yu Xiaojuo nodded and walked towards the elevator entrance. The surroundings were like a vacuum and no one approached. If I, Yu Xiaojuo, could act like a queen. As Yu Xiaojuo walked into the elevator, the crowd around him was suddenly in an uproar. This is our president Ji Yu. This is the first time I see him. He is so handsome. From today on, you are my goddess. I will dedicate the rest of my life to the company, just to win your smile. Fuck, you lick too fast. I'm different. I want to suck up all the remaining fragrance of Mr. Ji Yu. After saying that, he sucked hard, which made the female colleagues around them roll their eyes. Looking at them, they looked like dogs in heat. Ji Yu Wana sat at her workstation early, checking the personnel transfers in recent years. As her colleagues came over one after another, they immediately started a discussion. Our CEO Gu's figure makes me drool. Her hips are simply amazing. Isn't it? And that slender waist of hers must be so nice to hug. You are too superficial. Mr. Gu's most fatal weapon comes from those two young girls playing with their legs. Listening to the discussions of the male colleagues around her, Ji Yu Wana's eyes were twitching and her mouse was about to be crushed. She stood up and walked to a deserted place and called Yu Xiaojuo directly to find out what this guy was doing again. Yu Xiaojuo stood in front of the French window, looking at the steel city in front of him with deep eyes and complicated mood. This state quickly disappeared when he heard the phone ringing. Hey, Ji Yu. Yu Xiaojuo, what are you doing again? Why are people talking about you again? Ji Yu Wana asked in a low voice. Listening to what those male colleagues said, she wanted to hit someone. I didn't do anything. I just took the elevator upstairs from the company lobby. Is there any problem? What are you wearing today? Why are they all talking about you, saying you are sexy? Ji Yu Wana didn't know how to describe it. Yu Xiaojuo sat in the boss chair, with her legs crossed on her work. It's just an ordinary dress. Besides, they are telling the truth. You are pretty and have a good figure. Ji Yu Wana was speechless for a moment. After all, she couldn't refute the facts. Can you be more low-key? Alas, Mr. Ji Yu, you are too low-key. Few people in the company know you. Appropriate exposure is necessary. This is called winning people's hearts. Listening to Yu Xiaojuo's words, Ji Yu Wana felt that it made sense. Okay, are you wearing leggings? Don't worry, I'll put it on. I'm not like someone who hurts people behind their backs. I apologized yesterday, and you're still saying that. Yu Xiaojuo chuckled. By the way, your suitor called me this morning and set up a party for me to go, and I agreed. Why did you agree to this? You're crazy. Boss Ji Yu, you don't know enough about men. A poor bastard like me naturally knows what's left of me, but Fu Yangxue is different. He has the capital to pursue you. The more you reject him, the more excited he gets. It will arouse his desire to win, which will make him lose his mind and do something outrageous. Ji Yu Wana nodded silently, thinking that what Yu Xiaojuo said made sense. So what are you going to do tonight? Don't worry, I'll help you with this Fu Yangxue. With Yu Xiaojuo's words, Ji Yu Wana was relieved and continued, I forgot to tell you one thing. Your parents want to go back to your grandma's house this weekend. I refused. It's okay, right? It's okay. Not going is the right choice. Ji Yu Wana felt relieved, afraid that he would accuse her of harming him again. By the way, what are your plans now? I heard from Master Bai that your two cousins control the company, which means you are actually being sidelined. Ji Yu Wana's heart tightened. Mr. Bai actually knew this. What a scary woman. Yeah, so it's tricky. Ji Yu Wana sighed. Chapter 18 Your brother is horny. My suggestion, just a suggestion, is that you can actually form your own team. Do you have any candidates? Ji Yu Wana actually had plans in this regard, but she had just arrived and was not familiar with the place, so she wanted to check the personnel transfers to see who had no relationship with her cousin and the others. She didn't want to promote a traitor. That manager he from yesterday was a good choice. He has been in the position of manager since I joined the company. I heard that he wanted to curry favor with some people with the surname Ji Yu, but they ignored him. Yesterday, he found out that I have a good relationship with you, and his attitude was quite good. He wanted to join you. Besides, he has been in the company for 6 or 7 years. He must know some things that you and I don't know. You should think about it carefully. Yu Xiaojuo chuckled. When you have watched 300 power struggles, you will more or less understand something. Ji Yu Wana was silent for a moment, and finally said softly, let me think about it. Okay, I'll hang up first if you don't need me. I'll play some games. Don't you know how to work? You only know how to play games. Ji Wanner said depressedly. I can't do your job either. Help me look at the company's previous projects, capital flows, etc. There must be something fishy going on here. Yu Xiaojuo was still thinking about doing his daily routine today. He hadn't done it for several days and lost a lot of raw stones. No salary increase. You are obsessed with money, aren't we supposed to help each other? Didn't you say that I was just helping you get past Mr. Bai? Yu Xiaojuo shrugged. Forget it. I won't ask you for help. After saying that, Ji Wanner hung up the phone. She was unwilling to use her own body to help even for a small favor. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Yu Xiaojuo smiled. Ji Wanner gets angry whenever she says she will. All girls are the same. Forget it, forget it. Other people have given us their bodies, so we can't be too stingy. I sent a WeChat message to Ji Wanner and asked her for the computer startup password. Angrily, Ji Wanner took a few steps before she saw the message sent by Yu Xiaojuo. She couldn't help but snorted, but still sent the computer password to Yu Xiaojuo, as well as the location of some project files. Yu Xiaojuo could only temporarily put her long white legs under the desk and turn on the computer on the desk. But to be honest, Yu Xiaojuo didn't think there would be any loopholes. If it was so easy to find out, it would be simply stupid. It is estimated that some things were swapped or replaced before Ji Wanner took office. Ji Wanner has taken on a hot potato. Throughout the morning, Yu Xiaojuo looked at the company's major projects in the past decade, and found that all of them were profitable, with no losses. It was worthy of being called the GU Group, which was really strong. However, all the project leaders have the surname GU. One is the deputy manager GU Lin, and the other is also a deputy manager, GU Xiao. Yu Xiaojuo knew these two people, but since he joined the company, he had only seen them at last year's year-end meeting. They were both around 45 years old. However, according to gossip, they were not direct descendants of the GU family, so they were at most deputies. Look at how young Ji Wanner is, but she is a direct descendant and is the general manager. This shows that this big family also has a set of rules. But Yu Xiaojuo was a little confused, because the general manager before Ji Wanner was not named Ji. When Ji Wanner came, I heard that she was transferred to the Jingju headquarters. Basically, all the major projects had taken turns between the two of them, as if they have reached a tacit understanding. I looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. It was time to eat. Ji Wanner's secretary knocked on the door and walked in, saying respectfully, Mr. Ji, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'll go and arrange it. Yu Xiaojuo looked at the sexy young secretary. She did have a good figure, but she was still a little lacking in looks. Well, I have been spoiled by Ji Wanner and by Yi recently. If I see this beautiful secretary normally, I will definitely point fingers at her. How am I going to find a girlfriend in the future? There aren't so many stunning young ladies. No need, I'll go by myself. Yu Xiaojuo stood up and said. The secretary was stunned but didn't say anything. Mr. Ji had been eating in the office before. The company cafeteria was crowded at this time, after all, it was peak time. Brother Yu, why do you eat so little today? Zhao Liang was very curious as to why Brother Yu was different every day. I don't have much appetite today. Zhao Liang chuckled and said, are you looking for some free food? Ji Wanner. At this moment, the cafeteria, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became half quiet, and everyone's eyes seemed to be looking towards the door. Fuck, isn't that Miss Ji? She actually came to the cafeteria to eat, oh my god. Zhao Liang quickly took out his cell phone and took a lot of photos of his Brother Yu. Not only Zhao Liang, many male colleagues were taking pictures. Many of them saw Ji Wanner for the first time and were instantly conquered by her beauty. Yu Xiaojuo's appearance made him look like a big star, and all kinds of flashlights lit up. Ji Wanner frowned tightly. This guy was being conceited again, showing off his body in various ways. It wasn't enough after doing it once in the morning, so he did it again now. When Yu Xiaojuo walked past Ji Wanner, he winked at her. Only Zhao Liang noticed this subtle movement and was stunned. Ji Wanner felt numb all over. Yu Xiaojuo was so shameless. Brother Yu, did you see that? President Ji just winked at me. Zhao Liang was so excited that he was speechless. He took a big bite of the chicken leg to calm himself down. Ji Wan's eyes immediately burst out in laughter. What kind of look is that? He was obviously looking at her just now. Zhao Liang held the chicken bone in his hand, his face greasy as he whispered, "Finally, someone doesn't care about my appearance and discovers my inner beauty." Ji Wana. You took out your cell phone and sent a message to Yu Xiaojuo, asking him why he came down to eat. Your good brother was already aroused by you. Yu Xiaojuo, who was sitting in the small private room, burst into laughter. That fat guy Zhao Lian was so conceited that he would probably die of happiness today. Boss Ji, you should be cool when you should be cool, and be friendly when you should be friendly. You need to unite the people. You are alone now, and the grassroots employees are your backing. You don't know how to use your strengths. You are so stupid. Ji Wana. You are the only one who has too many things to do. Eat less. Ji Wana replied coquettishly. She clearly felt that he was showing off, but she also felt that what he said made sense. Can you eat more? You're losing muscle mass. What do you care about me? Look, this woman is starting to act unreasonably, and there's really nothing you can do about it. After a while, Ji Wana sent a message saying, I want to go with you tonight. You can go if you want, but in what capacity? I don't care. I'm going anyway. You decide for yourself. Ji Wana didn't want to go originally, but she was scared by Yu Xiaojuo, so she felt more at ease knowing that he was watching her. Yu Xiaojuo let out a long sigh. Ji Wana, although she was a little bit capricious, was just like any other girl after all. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaojuo received a text message from Fu Yangxue, the location of which was at the Hualong Hotel. Chapter 19, Turning You into a Real Woman. In Longhai City, everyone knows Hualong Hotel, one of the few hotels claiming to be 6-star hotels. It is a great honor to hold a wedding banquet here. I have even heard a joke that the woman does not want a dowry and wants to hold a banquet at Hualong Hotel, but the man asks you for a dowry. Yu Xiaojuo himself had only attended a wedding banquet at the Hualong Hotel. You get what you pay for. It was a grand affair and the dishes were top-notch, with fist-sized abalone and top-quality French caviar. Each person got a spoonful, and it was said that one spoonful cost more than 1,000 yuan. This was not just a meal, but a way of spending money. Fu Yangxue made a huge investment this time just to win a beauty's smile. If it were me, I would definitely not spend this money in vain. This is not the way to chase a girl, especially a high-quality one like Ji Wana. Before getting off work, Yu Xiaojuo asked Ji Wana's bodyguards to go back first and take Ji Wana's car to the hotel. No, that was his own car. At this time, Ji Wana looked at Fatty Zhao with a look of grievance, and she was convinced. Brother Yu, I think you are just jealous of me. Mr. Ji likes me but not you. Ji Wana is about to turn into stone. This fat man has become possessed. Take a bus back by yourself. After saying that, Ji Wana drove away, leaving Zhao Liang miserable. He thought that Brother Yu was becoming less and less of a brother and was too jealous. When Zhao Liang thought of President Ji winking at him, his mood suddenly improved and he was immediately immersed in fantasies about the future. At the agreed place, Yu Xiaojuo opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. I was wondering why you came here. Humph, if I don't keep an eye on you, what will happen if my reputation is ruined? You will only ruin my reputation. Yu Xiaojuo's words made Ji Wana upset. She stopped talking for a moment because she couldn't argue with Yu Xiaojuo anyway. Besides Fu Yangxue, who else do you know? Yu Xiaojuo still needed to understand the necessary information to avoid being caught off guard. Ji Wana curled her lips and said, I'm not familiar with this place, I've only heard of some people here. Is Fu Yangxue considered powerful? It's just so-so. I heard that he is someone else's younger brother. Ji Wana shrugged while holding the steering wheel. When the younger brother is still chasing you, doesn't his elder brother like you? Ji Wana rolled her eyes immediately. You think everyone is you, but you can't stand seeing a beautiful woman. TSK, this is usually what I do when I see a beautiful woman. As he said that, he slapped her leg, making a loud slapping sound, which made Ji Wana's eyes pop out. Yu Xiaojuo. You slapped my legs until they turned red. She's really delicate and tender. She turns red with just a light tap. Yu Xiaojuo laughed, which made Ji Yuana so angry that she rolled over and over. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojuo shouted in surprise, "Brake! Brake, fuck, brake!" Seeing that she was about to rear-end the car, Ji Yuana slammed the brakes hard, leaving a black tire mark on the road, just a little bit away. "Are you sick? Yu Xiaojuo, if you do anything to my body again, we will die together." Yu Xiaojuo. Seeing that Ji Yuana was angry, Yu Xiaojuo immediately turned on the soothing mode. The financial sponsor must not be offended. Boss Ji Yu. Ji Yuana stared ahead with a cold expression. "Xiaowana." Ji Yuana almost vomited. "I'm not familiar with you, don't call you so intimately." Yu Xiaojuo immediately covered his chest with his hands and said sadly, "Your words are like a sharp knife stabbing into my heart. I thought we were friends through thick and thin, but I didn't expect you to treat me as an outsider. I knew that you rich people don't take me seriously." After saying that, he looked out the car window with a heartbroken look on his face. Ji Yuana glanced at him in confusion, wondering why this guy suddenly became so sour, making her act like a villain. "How will you introduce me when we go in later?" Ji Yuana asked, changing the subject, so that everyone could save face and put the matter behind them. However, Yu Xiaojuo said faintly, "I am not worthy of talking to you. I am just a common citizen, and you are the princess of the high and mighty consortium." Yu Xiaojuo. "You're almost there. You're taking advantage of me and still acting cute. You've even beaten the consortium's princess's leg until it's red. Then I'll help you rub it." Ji Yuana collapsed immediately. "You bastard, you are so good at taking advantage of me, and you have to do it in front of me. It's so abominable, and you acted so convincingly." Suddenly, Ji Yuana had an idea, raised her fist and asked, "Yu Xiaojuo, what is this?" "A huge fist. If this huge fist hits you, you will probably become a woman in the future." Yu Xiaojuo's mouth twitched. "Ji Yuana, you are brave. HMPH, if you dare mess around again, I'll pull your scissors out." Yu Xiaojuo. "If you dare to pull it out, I will do a sex change operation and turn you into a real man." Ji Yuana felt terrible. The two of them glared at each other madly until the car behind them honked. After hurting each other for a while, they arrived at their hotel entrance unknowingly. Ji Yuana got out of the car and left angrily. Yu Xiaojuo was really convinced that he didn't take good care of the car when it wasn't his own. He sat directly in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel and murmured, "My dear, I really wronged you. I'll avenge you when I get home tonight." "Madam, do you need parking?" A handsome doorman standing beside the car asked with a smile. "Okay, be careful and don't scratch it." "Don't worry." Yu Xiaojuo watched Debao be being driven away by a stranger and wondered if the stranger would drive his own car away. Ji Yuana, who was standing at the door, suddenly found something strange. She hadn't noticed it before, but Yu Xiaojuo actually tied a red ribbon around her ankle, and it was only tied alone. "What's the meaning behind this? What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" Yu Xiaojuo walked past Ji Yuana and spoke to her, imitating Ji Yuana's tone. Ji Yuana really wanted to slap him, but she would end up hurting her own body. Ji Yuana gritted her teeth and followed Yu Xiaojuo's footsteps. "When I think of a way to punish you, you will know you are wrong." Yu Xiaojuo felt very comfortable. Thinking back to the time she met Ji Yuana before, her condescending look was really annoying. Now let her experience it from a different perspective. Ji Yuana, who was following beside her, finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do you tie this around your ankle? You don't understand this, right? Only men understand men. A little embellishment can be fatal." Ji Yuana frowned. Indeed, she found that she was getting more attention. Looking at those elites in suits, she would secretly look at them, but the first thing she saw was the red ribbon on her ankle. This guy could actually use his body to such an extent. If you were really a woman, you would probably bring disaster to many men. You can't say that. It's mainly because you're good looking and have a great body. Ji Yuana was stunned after hearing this. This guy actually praised herself. Something was wrong. Why did these words feel strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. Chapter 20. If you want me to be a shield, you have to pay me more. The banquet hall on the third floor is decorated luxuriously and gorgeously. Beautiful piano music surrounds the hall, making you feel as if you are in an opera house. There are rich foods placed on both sides, and even senior chefs prepare them on the spot. Many young people came one after another, most of them were rich second generations. As the organizer of this party, Fu Yangxue was very proud. After all, not everyone could invite Ji Yuaner. But there are also people who are jealous. For example, Lu Jingji, although he is not as handsome as Fu Yangxue, he is also well known in the circle. His family is in the transportation industry. Many cargo ships on the sea belong to him, as well as luxury cruise ships and logistics companies in China. He now manages a domestic logistics company of his family and has achieved good performance improvement, but he also likes to play. However, he likes to play exciting things and does extreme sports whenever he has time. I don't know what method Fu Yangxue used to invite Ji Yuaner. Lu Jingji said disdainfully. Who present didn't want to get in touch with the eldest daughter of the Ji family. If they could marry her home, they would get both her and her money. The man standing next to Lu Jingji wore a pair of glasses and had fair skin, giving people a gentle and refined feeling. Fu Quan's family is in real estate, but he doesn't like being constrained. He doesn't care about the family business and yearns for freedom. I came here today to see the beauty from Jingju and see if she is as pretty as the beauty from Longhai City. Why, are you jealous? The goblet in Fu Quan's hand was not filled with champagne or red wine, but ordinary boiled water. Lu Jingji curled his lips. I just can't stand his smug look. A coal miner can squeeze into the circle. If he is a coal miner, your family is still a deliverman. Fu Quan smiled slightly, but gave people a feminine aura, like a poisonous snake. Lu Jingji retorted mercilessly, har har, your family is still a bricklayer. Fu Quan adjusted his glasses and smiled. The metaphor is very appropriate. Seeing Fu Quan's indifferent look, Lu Jingji didn't bother to say anything and continued to complain. If it weren't for Pan Wei, he would still be able to thrive here. Why don't you go and kiss Pan Wei's butt? Fu Quan teased while drinking boiled water. Fuck you. At this time, Fu Yangxue came over with a proud look on her face. Although it was just a small party, she felt that it was more like an official announcement meeting, as if she was introducing her woman to people in the circle. Mr. Lu, Mr. Fu, thank you for your face. Fu Yangxue was very polite to the two of them. Apart from Pan Wei, they were the only two who could be considered as their old, rich second generation with experience. Lu Jingji didn't give him any face at all, and said calmly, I came here today just to see the beauty, this has nothing to do with whether you give me face or not. Fu Yangxue's face gradually darkened, but she didn't dare to refute. Fu Quan suddenly reached out and patted Fu Yangxue's shoulder, with a smile on his face, he is just like this, don't mind it. Fu Yangxue's face instantly lit up with a smile, har har, of course not, please do as you please, I'm sorry for the hospitality. After saying that, Fu Yangxue turned and left, but the smile disappeared in an instant. What's there to talk about with this kind of person? Lu Jingji said contemptuously. Whether you hate it or like it, being too involved will affect your emotions and is meaningless. Lu Jingji felt numb all over. He kept playing around with this kind of philosophy. He might as well just work hard with his family. But he also felt that it didn't make sense. Others were smiling while he was depressed and hurting his health here. But he just couldn't control the urge to hit someone. Look at him, he seems to be in saint mode, I wonder why you don't become a monk, I think Buddhism is suitable for you. For the sake of the world. You still have the world. Aren't you not interested in women? Fu Quan chuckled and said, the mortal world does not necessarily mean a woman. We finally get a chance to chat, but you insist on ruining the conversation. It's so tiring to talk to you. Lu Jingji was actually used to it. He was like this when he was a child. In the past few years, he carried a book wherever he went, like a lunatic. You are just impatient. It would be better if you could be more steady. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I recommend this book to you. It will help you keep a low profile and learn the truth. Roll. Fu Quan shook his head helplessly, unteachable. At this time, the two doors slowly opened, and a woman in a red dress walked in. Her beautiful face and seductive body were undoubtedly testing the men's bottom line, especially the red ribbon on her white ankles, which pushed the temptation to a peak. This touch of shocking red made the men feel confused. Even Fu Quan, who had no interest in women, was amazed by Xiao Xiao. Lu Jingji, who was standing next to her, was stunned and murmured, the eldest lady of the Jiyu family in Jingju is indeed worthy of her reputation. No wonder Fu Yangxue is willing to be a dog. Not everyone is qualified to be a dog in front of her. Fu Quan chuckled. He had seen many beauties, but few could reach this level. Who is the man behind her? There doesn't seem to be anyone like him in the circle. Lu Jinji whispered curiously. Fu Quan observed for a moment and said confidently, this person kept a distance from the eldest lady of the Jiyu family. After entering, he looked around and seemed very alert. There was a sense of worry in his eyes. If my guess is correct, he should be a bodyguard or something like that. If Jiyu Wana knew, she would definitely retort fiercely, you are the bodyguard, your whole family are bodyguards. This guy just walked fast and I didn't keep up. He was alert because he was afraid of seeing an acquaintance, and he was worried that Yu Xiaojuo would do something reckless. This guy could do something that would make people's jaws drop. With the appearance of Yu Xiaojuo, the scene suddenly became quiet, leaving only the beautiful piano sound. Fu Yangxue was stunned for a moment before he strode forward. In his eyes, Jiyu Wana was so beautiful today that the women around her were not even half as beautiful as her. His face immediately lit up, and he decided to let these young men envy him. But Fu Yangxue soon looked at the man behind Jiyu Wana. Wasn't this the man from that morning? How did he follow Jiyu Wana? Who is this man? Not only Fu Yangxue was guessing, others were also curious about who the man next to the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family was. However, they could also infer some clues from the distance. There should not be an intimate relationship. If it was an intimate relationship, they would definitely have walked in side by side. Wana, who is this? Fu Yangxue asked with a smile, but in Yu Shedwa's eyes, this smile was like the husky he raised at home. Personal bodyguard. Fu Yangxue frowned after hearing this and took a good look at Jiyu Wana. Why would she let a man be her personal bodyguard? This was too strange. Jiyu Wana didn't expect Yu Xiaojuo to say this, but she could accept it in her heart. She was just afraid that he would say, this is my boyfriend. Yu Xiaojuo is not stupid enough to let himself be a shield. It is such a dangerous thing. If you really want me to say so, you can do it, but you have to pay extra money. Chapter 21 The Legend of Master Bai. Lu Jinji was shocked. He was really a bodyguard. Fu Quan had guessed him correctly. His observation skills were really good. Do you think she is prettier, or the ones from our local area are prettier? Lu Jinji asked curiously. I haven't seen him in person for 2 or 3 years, but judging from the past, we both have our own merits. Without that crazy woman Yishisha, life would be as bland as rice porridge. Lu Jinji recalled the funny things that happened in the past and missed them quite a bit. That woman was even braver than himself, but unfortunately she was exiled to a foreign country by her family for reform. Fu Quan held up his glasses and smiled softly, but compared to Master Bai, they still lack something. Master Bai? What do you mean? Master Bai is a woman. Lu Jinji took a breath of cold air. In the circle, only the legend of Master Bai was circulated, but few people had seen Master Bai's true face. Her identity was hidden very well. No evidence, but it's pretty close. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, did you see anything? Lu Jinji was extremely curious. Mr. Bai was a well-known figure. He could evaporate a company in the blink of an eye, launch a trade war with a single command, and force foreigners to come to his door to apologize. He was a true legendary figure. Half a year ago, a special guest came to my house. This woman was extremely beautiful. Time had not left any traces on her. Instead, she had a special charm. That kind of temperament was not comparable to the eldest lady of the Jiyu family or Yi Shisha. Perhaps when they stand at the top, they may be able to obtain that kind of charm. Lu Jinji looked at his best friend in disbelief. It was the first time he heard him praise a woman like that. Looking at him, it was as if he had become a little fan. Just because she's good-looking, you think she's Mr. Bai? Lu Jinji asked. That's just one aspect. My dad treated her very well. You know my dad's personality. He hardly smiled all year round. But that day he was smiling the whole time. It's not an exaggeration to say he was fawning on her. And the next day my dad got a big project. Looking at the entire Longhai City, only Master Bai can make my father behave like this. Even the people in the GU group would not make my father behave like this. Listening to Fu Quan's words, Lu Jinji felt that it was indeed true. As far as he could remember, he had never seen Fu Quan's father smile. That's impossible. We all heard about Master Bai's deeds when we were young. He was even a grandfather-level figure. How could he be a gorgeous woman? Fu Quan picked up the water cup again and drank it all in one gulp. That's right, so I think Master Bai is just a title, not a designated person. That woman might be Master Bai's descendant, and she just inherited the title. Lu Xingji frowned deeply. Fu Quan was so smart that he probably wouldn't guess wrong. But if he really guessed right, then the dignified Mr. Bai was actually a girl with a fairy-like appearance. It really made people want to see her true face. I'm just guessing, don't spread it around. This kind of thing is not a joke. Fu Quan still reminded him. He originally didn't want to say it out loud to avoid it spreading everywhere. Mr. Bai is not a kind man. Lu Xingji nodded, don't worry, I understand this. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Ji Wanner. Fu Yangxue was introducing some rich second generations to her. This Fu Yangxue is really good at licking. I think she will be left with nothing in the end. Fu Quan took off his glasses and wiped them with a special cloth. Although it was licked, Fu Yangxue licked it right this time. The eldest lady of the Jiyu family needs to make connections now. She is unfamiliar with Longhai City. There are not only internal worries, but also external troubles. That's right. It's not her turn to speak for the Jiyu family here. It's all Jiyu Xiao and those two who have made a lot of money over the years. Lu Xingji seemed very unhappy because these two people touched Lu Xingji's interests and made him earn a lot less, which made him very unhappy. As far as I know, after the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family took office, those two people didn't even go to the company and didn't take her seriously at all. I guess they dared to do this because they had someone's support. There is intrigue and deception in the Jiyu family. Lu Xingji curled his lips and said, how can such a large consortium be quiet? My cousins are almost slashing each other with knives in order to fight for a position. Oh, I feel relaxed when I don't fight or compete. Fu Quan, don't you plan to fight for your family's assets? They are worth tens of billions, brother. Why are you going to give them to some bastard out there? Fu Quan picked up a plate, picked up an egg tart and said with a smile, sometimes I hope my dad goes bankrupt. Lu Xingji paused and did not ask any more questions. When Fu Quan's mother was critically ill, his father was out discussing business and did not come back until the third day after her death. Since then, Fu Quan has been very indifferent to his father. At this time, under the leadership of Fu Yangxue, Yu Xiaojuo got to know the rich second generation in the circle. Don't underestimate these people, they also have positions in their families and companies, and they are not the kind of people who just eat, drink and have fun. Rather than saying that he knew them himself, it would be better to let Ji Wanner behind him know them. Although she didn't say anything, she must have remembered the names of these people. This was also one of the purposes of coming here today. It is always better to have more friends than more enemies. Ji Wanner was exactly what Yu Xiaojuo thought, and seemed to understand Yu Xiaojuo's intentions. It seemed that this guy still had some conscience. Soon the two came in front of Lu Xingji and Fu Quan. When Fu Yangxue said their names, Ji Wanner had some impression that these two men had extraordinary status in the circle, especially Lu Xingji. Miss Ji, I've heard of your name for a long time. Today I see you so radiant that I am mesmerized by you. Lu Xingji stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Ji Wanner didn't like such frivolous greetings, but Yu Xiaojuo was different. He looked much more comfortable than Fu Yangxue. However, Fu Yangxue was also very unhappy. She actually flirted with my woman and really thought I had no temper. What Fu Yangxue didn't expect was that Ji Wanner was not angry at all, and even smiled. She thought she had never smiled before. When Yu Xiaojuo came in, he saw these two people standing alone. Either they were isolated because they had no strength, or they were too strong. From now on, it seems that Fu Yangxue doesn't dare to lose her temper with them, so it can be judged that they both have strength. Yu Xiaojuo stretched out her fair and slender hand, touched it with Lu Xingji's, and said with a smile, Mr. Lu is really handsome, I guess there are a lot of girls who like you. Lu Xingji was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Miss Ji was so easy to talk to and even praised him for being handsome. He felt a little flattered for a moment. Ji Wanner frowned slightly. Yu Xiaojuo was quite normal just now, but why did he become a little abnormal when he was with them? Fu Quan on the side was also a little curious. He had heard that Miss Ji had a cold personality, but she didn't look like a cold person today. Chapter 22 Stop Fighting. No matter how many girls like you, they are not as good as Miss Gu. After saying this, Lu Jingji looked at Fu Yangxue provocatively, asking if you are angry. Fu Yangshue's face darkened a little, and she was obviously on the verge of exploding. Yu Xiaojuo covered her mouth and chuckled, Mr. Lu is so sweet, it really makes me feel bright and cheerful. When Ji Yuana heard these tingling words, her scalp felt numb. This guy was even better than herself at pretending to be a woman. Looking at his charming demeanor, she was fascinated by herself, let alone the men around him. Fu Yangxue was jealous. The woman she liked was actually talking and laughing with another man. She had never done this to herself before. She immediately shouted at Lu Jingji, "What do you mean? What do you mean? You're interrupting me and Miss Gu. How polite of you to interrupt me." Lu Jingji growled. He had endured this for a long time, but he actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. Just when your grandpa Lu was trying to talk to him. Yu Xiaojuo never thought that he could cause two men to compete with each other. Ji Yuana was a human fuse who could cause explosions wherever she went. What the ancients said was right, beautiful women are the root of disaster. Fu Yangxue said coldly, Lu Jingji, I invited you here with good intentions, but you repeatedly ignored me and flirted with my woman, treating me as if I didn't exist. Yu Xiaojuo was not happy after hearing this, and said sternly, Mr. Fu, please be careful with your words, I am not your woman. Ji Yuana breathed a sigh of relief, for she was afraid that Yu Xiaojuo would do the opposite and get herself killed. Did you hear that, Fu Yangxue? I'm going to return your woman to you. Who do you think you are? You're just a coal miner and you want to eat swan meat. You're like sticking chicken feathers on a bat. Lu Jingji said this very loudly. Everyone around heard it. They were used to this kind of situation. This kind of situation was interesting. Ji Yuana was very confused after hearing this, and even asked in a low voice, what does it mean to stick chicken feathers on bats? What kind of bird are you? Ji Yuana suddenly realized and felt that Yu Xiaojuo knew a lot. But that was not right. It felt like he was scolding her. The last bit of Fu Yangshue's rationality was instantly burned away by anger, and without saying a word, she punched him. Lu Jingji didn't expect Fu Yangxue to dare to attack him directly. He failed to dodge the punch, which hit him directly in the face, and he fell towards the dining table. The sudden situation startled Ji Yuana, and she couldn't help but shiver. This scene was seen by Fu Quan. As a personal bodyguard, he was actually frightened by such a small scene. Lu Jingji spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and did not forget to pick up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth, then stood up, Fu Yangxue, I'm fighting in Longhai City, and you are still your father's liquid. After saying that, he kicked her. Fu Yangxue was kicked out, knocking over the small dining table in the middle, making the place a mess. The force of the kick made Fu Yangxue unable to stand up. It was obvious that she rarely exercised and was in poor health. Yu Xiaojuo looked at him and shook his head. This is too weak. Who gave you the courage to chase after beautiful women? In Fu Yangshue's eyes, this look was one of extreme disappointment. A feeling of shame and anger instantly burned through her brain, and her adrenaline surged. Ji Yuana was very surprised. What kind of evil magic did Yu Xiaojuo use to make Fu Yangxue, who was unable to stand up, fight back like crazy? Yu Xiaojuo himself was a little surprised. The look he gave him was like adding a layer of violent buff to him. But then again, that look was indeed deadly enough. If it were him, he would probably explode on the spot. However, even with the addition of a layer of buff, Fu Yangxue was still no match for Lu Jingji. Before she could even fight for a few moves, she was pinned to the ground by Lu Jingji and could not move. Yu Xiaojuo felt that Fu Yangxue was quite pitiful, and he deeply realized that one should not be too obsessed when pursuing a girl, otherwise, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose his last bit of dignity. Fu Yangxue, aren't you awesome? Show me some more awesomeness. Lu Jingji pressed his knee against Fu Yangshue's waist and raised his hands upwards, causing Fu Yangxue to cry out in pain. Lu Jingji, damn it, just wait for me. Still being stubborn, huh? I'm going to torture you today. But if you call me grandpa and say I was wrong, maybe I can let you go. After saying this, Lu Jingji increased his strength again, causing Fu Yangxue to struggle frantically on the ground, but it only made the pain worse. Listening to the sarcastic words around him, and thinking of Ji Yuana still looking at him, coupled with the pain, liquid suddenly flowed out. Suddenly, a girl nearby exclaimed, "Look, Fu Yangxue is crying." "Are? You're really crying? Oh my god, Brother Lu is really awesome. Why would you provoke Brother Lu? Isn't this masochism?" The men and women around immediately picked up their phones and started video recording Fu Yangshue's face. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo came out and said softly, "Mr. Lu, it is wrong to hit people like this. Look, everyone is crying." After hearing this, Lu Jingji smiled at Ji Yu Wanner and patted the back of Fu Yangshue's head. "You useless thing, if Miss Ji Yu hadn't pleaded for you, Grandpa Lu would have tortured you to death today." Of course Fu Yangxue heard Ji Yu Wanner's voice. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to hide in a crack if there was one. Fu Yangxue, who was released, was too embarrassed to look at Ji Yu Wanner again, but she still glared at Lu Jingji. "Just wait for me if you dare." "What? Are you going to call your master? Go and bark a few times." "Grandpa Lu, I'm waiting here." Fu Yangxue pointed angrily and then left angrily, but she never looked at Ji Yu Wanner again. It was too embarrassing. Yu Xiaojuo whispered to Ji Yu Wanner, "Boss Ji Yu, the mission is completed. Are you satisfied? He won't bother me again. Are you sure? You underestimate a man's dignity. Exposing my worst side to my beloved is more painful than death. How can I have the face to see you? Go away, what sweetheart." Ji Yu Wanner stretched out her hand and touched the flesh around Yu Xiaojuo's waist. Yu Xiaojuo suddenly hissed, "Ji Yu Wanner, are you sick? How can you pinch someone as delicate as me? HMPH. Ji Yu Wanner let go of her hands. She couldn't hit him, and she couldn't scold him either. Yu Xiaojuo rubbed the flesh on his waist and complained, "You are really ruthless to yourself. I think you will see bruises when you change back tomorrow." "Okay, then I'll help you pinch one too, so we can be fair." "Okay, go ahead and pinch me. I have thick skin anyway, so I'm not the one who feels the pain." Yu Xiaojuo looked indifferent. This made Ji Yu Wanner so depressed that she felt like she was eating a fly. If it weren't for Master Bai, she would not have suffered this injustice. As Fu Yangxue left, everyone continued chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Fu Quan brought an ice pack to Lu Jingji's face and said, "You are really good at showing off in front of beautiful women. If he really calls Pan Wei over, you will be in trouble." Chapter 23. Let's have some fun. What are you trying to show off? I've wanted to beat him up for a long time and now the time has come. Lu Jingji applied an ice pack to his cheek. Fu Yangxue, that little jerk's fist was still quite hard. You were beating someone up, but I noticed something was wrong with Ji Yu Wanner's personal bodyguard. What's the problem? Ji Yu Wanner must have lied. That man is not a personal bodyguard. They are more like lovers. Lu Jingji stared in the direction of Ji Yu Wanner and the other person in amazement. Fu Chuanyi reminded him that they did look a bit alike. The man was not bad looking, with outstanding temperament, and he looked like a young master. That's impossible. Lu Jingji still didn't believe it. Just now the two of them were talking secretly, and the man was secretly touching Ji Yu Wanner's waist. What? Lu Jing's jaw dropped in shock, and because his mouth was open too wide, it caused a pain. That man actually touched Ji Yu Wanner's waist in public. What a perverted act. It was so outrageous. If you have the guts, let me touch it too. Fu Quan couldn't believe that Miss Gu's waist was touched so casually. Who was that man? He could actually hold Ji Yu Wanner down so tightly that she didn't dare to resist at all. Yu Xiaojuo felt someone was looking at him, and whispered to Ji Yu Wanner, "Don't make a fuss, or someone will notice. Yu Xiaojuo, are such a good actor, how could anyone find out?" Ji Yu Wanner was indignant, but in the end she had to bear everything alone. Just as the two were talking secretly, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again, and three people appeared at the door, one of whom was Fu Yangxue who had just fled. The other man was huge, his t-shirt seemed about to burst with his muscles, and he could definitely defeat them with one punch. The man in the middle is Pan Wei, who has a flat head and a small beard on his chin. He wears an ordinary t-shirt and cropped pants and has a confident smile on his face. Yu Xiaojuo frowned when he saw Pan Wei appear. How could it be him? Lu Jingji, get out here. The big guy walked directly to the dining table and flipped it over with one hand, his fighting power bursting. Fu Quan laughed and teased, "You didn't expect that Zhao Yu, a big fool, would come. You're just in time, let's clean it up together." Lu Jingji threw the ice pack aside and sneered disdainfully. At this moment, a strange thing happened. Pan Wei actually walked towards Ji Wanner. His confident smile disappeared and he frowned and looked gloomy. Yu Xiaojuo whispered, "Just ignore what he says later." Ji Wanner was stunned. Just when she wanted to ask why, Pan Wei came over and said directly, "Yu Xiaojuo, what are you doing here?" Pan Wei's behavior surprised everyone present. They thought Pan Wei was going to say hello to Miss Ji Yu, but he ended up talking to the personal bodyguard. It seemed like they knew each other. Fu Quan became very interested in Yu Xiaojuo at this time. Looking at Pan Wei's unhappy expression, in his impression, only Yi Shisha could make Pan Wei show such an expression. Who is this guy? Ji Wanner was also confused at this time, but she still listened to Yu Xiaojuo and remained silent. "But I have 100 questions in my mind, how could you know such a rich young man?" Seeing Yu Xiaojuo not speaking, Pan Wei seemed even more unhappy. Just when he was about to speak, Yu Xiaojuo said indifferently, "Who are you?" Pan Wei was slightly stunned. Ji Wanner actually spoke for Yu Xiaojuo? "It's Miss Ji Yu. I was not very careful just now. I have something else to deal with, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, Pan Wei glanced at Yu Xiaojuo, as if as a warning, and turned away. As soon as the others left, Ji Wanner immediately asked curiously, "How does he know you?" "He is Fu Yangshue's eldest brother. I heard that he is very powerful in the local circle. I wonder why you are so gossipy. Stop asking about social matters. Oh, come on, if I encountered this situation in the future, I will be able to handle it easily, right?" Yu Xiaojuo burst out laughing. "Can you please stop using my voice to act like a spoiled child? I'm going to vomit." "Go ahead, Tilder. I really admire you. This Pan Wei is my distant cousin. I met him once a few years ago and I beat him up once." Yu Xiaojuo briefly explained the situation. Ji Wanner showed an incredible look. "You are bragging, you beat him up, and I will retaliate against you severely." "Yeah, so be careful." Ji Wanner. "Then I am in danger now, why did you provoke such a person? You deserve a beating." Ji Wanner felt that she was becoming more and more confused about Yu Xiaojuo, but it seemed that they had only known each other for a few days, so it was normal for her to not understand him. Just at this moment, a burst of shouting and cursing rang out. "Why aren't they fighting yet?" Ji Wanner looked like she was watching a show, which made Yu Xiaojuo embarrassed. Men fight in stages. First they have to yell at each other. When they say what you want to do or hit me, they will start pushing each other. That's when it's almost done. Oh Tilder, so that's how it is. Ji Wanner had just finished speaking when she saw Yu Xiaojuo walking up to her. She quickly whispered, "What are you doing now? Come back quickly." Yu Xiaojuo ignored Ji Wanner and smiled at the men who were fighting each other. "Gentlemen, fighting is boring, let's do something exciting." Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Yu Xiaojuo. Ji Wanner's eyes widened, knowing that Yu Xiaojuo was going to cause trouble. "Miss Ji Yu, this is our business, you want to interfere?" Pan Wei said lightly, as if he was not afraid of Ji Wanner's identity. "Fighting is really boring, just some children's tricks. What does Miss Ji Yu think is interesting?" Yu Xiaojuo stretched out his delicate fingers and said lightly, "It's more fun to play exciting things." Pan Wei's heart skipped a beat and his eyes immediately turned to Yu Xiaojuo, who was not far away. Why did he feel that Ji Wanner's tone was similar to Yu Xiaojuo? "Har har, I like it. What do you think? Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Jingji was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of excitement. Pan Wei sneered and said, "Why wouldn't I dare to take this?" Seeing the situation developing towards an increasingly interesting direction, everyone was shouting with excitement, as if they were back in the days when Yi Shisha was around, with a small commotion every 2 days and a big commotion every 3 days. After several years, they finally had something fun. At Yu Xiaojuo's suggestion, everyone changed the venue together. In the car, Ji Wanner wondered, "Why did you want to get involved? It's so dangerous." "Alas, Mr. Ji Yu, although you are as beautiful as a fairy and can confuse everyone, you still lack something." "What?" "If you want to make it in the local area, you have to impress these local rich second generations. It's not enough to just seduce them with your looks. You have to make them admire you." Ji Wanner took a breath and said, "You mean, you're coming later?" Chapter 24, Revenge. Of course. Why are you scared? Someone vowed before that he would reorganize the company no matter what the cost. What am I afraid of? Not at all. Gu Wanner said forcefully. Don't worry. If you get any scratches on your skin, I'll lick it clean for you, okay? Yu Xiaojuo. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if you didn't take advantage of me for a day? Yes. You have no shame. The two people in the car started quarreling again and continued all their way to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. A group of people lined up their cars in order, including Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and two SVJs. Yushed's BMW 5 Series was the worst. But there were two cars parked face to face 100 meters apart. One was Pan Wei's Aston Martin, and the other was Lu Jingji's McLaren. They were playing bumper cars, and whoever steered the steering wheel would be the grandson. Everyone was exclaiming in excitement. They had never played like this when Yi Shisha was around. Now, Gu Wana, a foreigner, actually brought it up. They really didn't expect that. Lu Jingji, step on the accelerator to the bottom, don't be afraid. Pan Wei said calmly while lighting a cigarette. Don't worry, I'll step on the accelerator into the engine, and I'll get you to the hospital tonight. It's still uncertain who will go to the hospital. It is also necessary to make harsh remarks before the war. Yu Xiaojuo walked out with a smile at this time. Mr. Lu, this happened because of me, let me do it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Gu Wana strangely. After a while, cheers broke out. A girl actually dared to play this. Gu Wana felt that she was quite domineering now. This guy was showing off his body again. Fu Quan reminded carefully, Miss Gu, this is very dangerous, so don't get involved. Yeah, let me do it. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Jingji also tried his best to persuade her. It would not be good to get into any bumps with such a beautiful girl. I am a person who always finishes what I start. Mr. Lu, just stand aside and watch. Yu Xiaojuo was so domineering. Everyone found that Gu Wanner was not only beautiful, but also very tough, just like Yi Shisha back then. Lu Jingji gave a thumbs up and said, Female hero, you are the second woman I admire. Oh? Then who's the first one? Har har har, maybe you will meet each other in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Jingji was very curious about what kind of sparks would be created by the friction between two such tough women. It would definitely be very interesting. Seeing that Gu Wanner was really about to come out, Pan Wei couldn't help but frowned. Miss Gu, I won't show mercy just because of your identity. That's not necessary. You will be responsible for everything that happens later. Yu Xiaojuo was also unhappy with Pan Wei. Although that happened a few years ago, he was still holding back on his anger. Okay. After saying that, Pan Wei walked towards his car. Yu Xiaojuo looked at Fu Yangxue, who was looking down at this time, and said calmly, Mr. Fu, didn't you say before that you would die for me? Now the chance has come. Gu Wanna's mouth twitched. What a murderous move. Whoever wants to be your girlfriend will be played around by you. Fu Yangxue bit her teeth and said, You believe what a man says? How could he die for you? Besides, he won't offend Pan Wei for you. After weighing the pros and cons, Fu Yangxue chose to ignore this sentence. Everyone looked at the indifferent Fu Yangxue and immediately booed. This guy is so cowardly. He wants to pursue Miss Gu even though he is like this. He is not even as brave as a girl. TSK 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 TSK. Yu Xiaojuo smiled indifferently and walked towards the yellow McLaren. Her exquisite curves looked particularly charming under the light of the car lights, and her slender legs were also fascinating. She bent down to open the car door, which immediately caused a round of whistles. The real Gu Wanner seemed to have gotten used to it and thought, out of sight, out of mind. Boom boom boom. Their V10 engine roars like a wild beast, sounding particularly crisp in this quiet night, and also igniting the excitement in the man's heart. Facing Yu Xiaojuo's provocation, Pan Wei stepped on the accelerator several times at the same time, and the two cars were like two ferocious beasts, baring their teeth at each other. Yu Xiaojuo's face was calm. He held the steering wheel with one hand and stared at the opposite side. This was considered as revenge for a personal vengeance. Pan Wei's face was calm, his heartbeat quickened, and sweat broke out on his palms. At this time, a young lady walked to the middle of the two cars while pinching her waist. Yu Xiaojuo excitedly stepped on the accelerator, which made Ji Yuana complain that she couldn't control herself when she saw the beauty. The young lady took out her underwear and threw it into the air. The men seemed to turn into wild wolves. Ji Yuana was also eye-opening. It was the first time she came into contact with these things and it felt quite fresh. When he landed on the ground, Yu Xiaojuo stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the rear wheels spun and shot out like a javelin. Pan Wei on the opposite side also stepped on the accelerator, and the silver Aston Martin rushed out like a wild horse. At their speed, they would collide with each other in about 3 seconds. Who will turn the steering wheel at this time? This is a bet on who will turn the steering wheel first. Seeing the two cars getting closer, everyone held their breath and stared. At this moment, Pan Wei's face showed a look of struggle. Ji Yuana didn't make any move to change direction. How could a woman have such courage? Impossible. He must be scaring himself. However, 0.5 seconds later, Pan Wei still didn't notice that the other party was going to turn the steering wheel, and his face instantly became ferocious. If they collided at this speed, no one could guarantee what the consequences would be. Crazy woman. Even crazier than that Yishisha. I still want to keep my hands free to hug the girl. At the critical moment, Pan Wei suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, almost brushing past the front bumper of the McLaren. Everyone gasped, and then cheered excitedly. They didn't expect that Ji Yuana actually won, and Pan Wei was actually scared. As expected of a young lady from Jingju, she is truly an eye-opener. Oh my god, this Miss Ji Yu is so awesome. If it were me, I would probably. Lu Zhengji murmured, full of admiration. Fu Quan adjusted his glasses and nodded. It is indeed impressive, but it is undeniable that her series of actions have won a lot of support. She is really a courageous and scheming woman. I wonder why you always like conspiracy theories. Can't other girls be brave? I really admire you. Fu Quan smiled but said nothing. Ji Yuana was so worried that she almost couldn't help screaming. She would never let him play like this again. It's too dangerous. I don't want to be a man forever. At this time, the Aston Martin made several circles before it stabilized. Pan Wei in the car slammed the steering wheel hard. He didn't expect that he would lose to a woman for the second time. After taking a hard look at the McLaren, Pan Wei drove away. When Zhao Yu and Fu Yangxue in the crowd saw this, they also quietly left. They had lost face tonight. Chapter 25 Tremble, I'm back. Yu Xiaojuo drifted handsomely and stopped in front of the crowd. He opened the car door and stretched out his long legs. His smooth jade-like calves shone even more brightly under the light of the car lights. After seeing this scene, Ji Yuana was fascinated by herself. She was so beautiful, no wonder those stinky men stuck to her like flies. Yu Xiaojuo smiled at everyone and said, "This is my first time visiting your precious place. Please take good care of me in the future. Miss Ji Yu is amazing. I admire her. Whatever you say, Miss Ji Yu, if you have any difficulties in the future, please come to me and I will try my best to help us. Miss Ji Yu, you are the second woman that I, Liang, admire." Listening to what everyone said, Yu Xiaojuo knew that the mission was accomplished. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He was indeed a genius. But then again, it was really a close call just now. Fortunately, I had a good grasp of Pan Wei's character, so I managed to escape without any danger. After boasting to everyone, Yu Xiaojuo and Ji Yuana got into the car. "Boss Ji Yu, how is it, you are now famous? I heard from them that you are as famous as that Yishisha. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? What if Pan Wei didn't steer the wheel?" Yu Xiaojuo was stunned for a moment, but his heart still warmed a little. "Boss Ji Yu, you are actually worried about me." "I'm worried about my health. Yu Xiaojuo. I was still too careless." However, Ji Yuana emphasized, "Don't do such dangerous things in the future. I still want to get my body back." "I know. Women like to talk a lot. Let's drive. I'm hungry." Ji Yuana gave Yu Xiaojuo a sidelong look and could only be his driver. On the road, a McLaren caught up with them. Lu Zhengji lowered the window and shouted, "Miss Ji Yu, let's go get some skewers together." "Okay, you follow me," Yu Xiaojuo said with a smile. "If you want to eat skewers, you have to choose the Lao Di Fang barbecue restaurant. Yu Xiaojuo used to eat here when he was in school. The prices have not increased much over the years, and the proprietress is also very enthusiastic. At this time, in the countryside of a county town around Longhai City, there is an extremely unique Chinese-style ancient house courtyard. Two huge stone lions are placed at the door. The vermilion gate is closed, but two men are standing on both sides. There is a black plaque above the center of the gate with two words engraved on it. The Bai family. In the dark courtyard, there was a room with lights on. The furnishings in the room were very ordinary. There were no valuable porcelain or precious paintings, but there were many bamboo strips used to weave bamboo houses. There were two people sitting on both sides of the small table. One of them was Bai Ji, and the one sitting opposite her was an old man in his 80s with silver hair and deep wrinkles on his face. However, his eyes were still sharp, but now they were well hidden. He is Bai Ji's grandfather, Bai Jungwo. "Grandpa, are you feeling well recently?" Bai Ji asked with concern. Her grandfather was her only relative in this world and everything to her. She had no impression of her parents at all, as their parents died unexpectedly when she was very young. Bai Jungwo coughed heavily twice. Bai Ji hurried over, stroked his grandfather's back, and handed him some hot water. "Just let me die." Listening to her grandfather's words, Bai Ji was helpless. "Grandpa. Don't call me grandpa. How can I face your parents? You are already in your 30s. Do you want my Bai family to have no descendants?" Bai Jungwo slammed the table and scolded. He was the only one in the world who could scold Bai Ji like this. If you try it on someone else, he would be slapped in the face. Bai Ji sighed and said, "Grandpa, it's not that easy to find a partner." "Har har, I've heard you say this for 10 years. You just hope that your grandfather will die soon so that no one will bother you anymore." After saying that, Bai Jungwo looked away like an old child. What else can Bai Ji do? She can only act like a girl and act coquettishly. If this image were exposed, many people would not be able to accept it. "Don't play that with Grandpa. I won't eat now. Come back when you have a boyfriend. Otherwise, you can just look at my dead body." Okay, I'll bring you alive in grandson-in-law next time, okay." Bai Ji could only comfort him. Although she had said this countless times, it could also make her grandfather calm down. Hearing this, Bai Jungwo snorted coldly. "Grandpa, the direct descendants of the Jiu family have come to Longhai City." Bai Jungwo raised his eyebrows, and his old man's eyes shot out a fierce light. "What are you doing here?" "I got in touch with her, but I haven't found anything else yet. She's just a girl who wants to prove herself." Bai Jungwo supported himself on the table and slowly stood up. "You can make your own decisions on such matters in the future. I don't want to know. I just want to see you get married so that I can give an explanation to your parents. It's late, go back." Seeing her grandfather turn his back, Bai Ji knew that he didn't want to talk to her anymore. "Grandpa, go to bed early. I'll come to see you next time." Bai Ji respectfully left the room and gently closed the door. Bai Jungwo in the room glanced back, and his stern look softened a little. This wouldn't work, he had to take action himself. When Bai Ji walked out of the door, the scarred man standing beside her came over and whispered, "Master Bai, I just received news that Miss Jiu has made some moves today." "What's wrong with her?" Bai Ji asked calmly. The scarred man narrated everything that happened tonight, which surprised Mr. Bai. He actually beat Pan Wei. The girl was interesting. She was even more powerful than Yi Shisha back then. He really underestimated her. At the same time, on a beach on the other side of the earth, an alluring body was lying on the sand. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, she had neat short hair, and her delicate facial features were flawless. This was a woman full of wild beauty, and she was also someone that ordinary people could not afford to mess with. She is the Yi Shisha that everyone talks about. Ring, ring, the cell phone on the table next to her rang, but Yi Shisha frowned and didn't answer it. However, after it stopped, it started again. Yi Shisha could only get up impatiently and brush off the sand on her body. If Yu Xiaojuo saw it, he would definitely exclaim, "It's so long, even longer than Mr. Gus. Gu Wanner is 1.7 meters tall, which is considered tall among girls, while Yi Shisha is 1.75 meters tall, just a little shorter than Yu Xiaojuo. If she wears high heels, she will be the same height as Yu Xiaojuo." "Who is it?" Yi Shisha asked impatiently. "Sister Yi, the troublemakers are here. I just sent you a video for you to check out." The voice on the phone urged excitedly. Yi Shisha was stunned for a moment, then she opened the video, which showed the thrilling moment when two cars collided. Sister Yi, it was Miss Ji Yu from Jingju. Pan Wei was killed by her. Pan Wei is such a loser. He is actually afraid of a woman. He really brings shame to Longhai. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will become king. I will meet this Miss Ji Yu when I come back. After saying that, Yi Shisha hung up the phone. Finally, there was someone decent. Chapter 26, Brother Yu is still awesome. Longhai City. Lao Difang Barbecue Restaurant is not far from Yu Xiaoduo's home, only about 10 minutes walk. Although it is just a roadside stall, its business is extremely popular. People from several surrounding communities like to come here, especially in the summer, when they can enjoy the skewers and drink a bottle of cold beer, which is so refreshing. At this time, a BMW and a McLaren stopped nearby. Everyone was used to seeing this. Last time there was someone driving a Bentley. Although the car was very common, a stunning beauty got out from the passenger seat of the BMW, which stunned the men at the stall. Yu Xiaoduo said that after becoming a woman, what she enjoyed most was this kind of attention. Sister Hong, the same old rules. Yu Xiaoduo smiled at a middle-aged woman. The woman called Sister Hong was stunned. Who was this beautiful girl? She seemed to have never seen her before. Did she get the wrong person? When she saw Yu Xiaoduo coming over, Sister Hong immediately understood. Xiaoduo, it's okay, this girlfriend is so pretty. Yu Xiaoduo. Ji Yu Wana. After hearing this, several old acquaintances also started to make fun of him. Brother Yu, you have such a beautiful sister-in-law, but you didn't bring her out for everyone to see. That's right, I guess Brother Yu is afraid that we will snatch it away, so he has to treat us to beer today. His sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan came over together and heard these words, which confirmed their guess that they were indeed a couple. Lao Quan, you are amazing. You can even guess this. It's not hard to guess, but looking at their situation, it seems they don't plan to make an official announcement. I see, they want to have an affair. Lu Jingji said with a sly smile. Yu Xiaoduo winked at Ji Yu Wana. Go and order, why are you standing there like an idiot? Ji Yu Wana was so annoyed by the teasing from the people around her that she felt her cheeks getting hot. Seeing Ji Yu Wana's expression, Yu Xiaoduo could only come by himself. Madam Boss, today add an extra grilled fish, a big bowl of fried rice noodles, a portion of roasted butter, a portion of potatoes and leeks, and 4 servings of chicken wings. Let's serve these first. Girl, are you really Xiaoduo's girlfriend? Yu Xiaoduo didn't say anything, but just gave Sister Hong a look, and Sister Hong understood instantly. At this time, Ji Yu Wana immediately stepped forward and asked, what did you just say? What are you talking about? Can't you let me show off? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he kicked Yu Xiaoduo, which stunned everyone. One of the acquaintances shouted, Brother Yu, we don't want you to bully our sister-in-law like this, don't you agree? Yes. Yu Xiaoduo laughed and joked, once you get on this pirate ship of hers, you can't get off now. Ji Yu Wana looked at Yu Xiaoduo with a murderous look, and said to him, just say it again, okay. Yu Xiaoduo understood very well and stopped talking immediately. However, in everyone's eyes, Brother Yu is still your Brother Yu after all. Look at the women Brother Yu has trained, and they dare not act rashly even with just one glance. I really want to learn from Brother Yu how you make such a stunning beauty surrender to you. Lu Jingji and Fu Quan looked at each other. Miss Ji Yu was actually afraid of this man. Oh my god. Ji Yu Wana smiled at the two of them and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, she just likes. Ji Yu Wana didn't know what to say for a moment. Wouldn't this ruin her own image? We understand. Fu Quan chuckled. Lu Jingji was different. He approached Ji Yu Wana and asked softly, Brother Yu, how did you train Miss Ji Yu to be so obedient? Teach me. Ji Yu Wana. And what was Yu Xiaoduo doing at this time? She was pouring water for everyone, acting so virtuous like a human being. This makes the men envy Yu Xiaoduo's good fortune even more. Such a stunning woman is only suitable to be held in the hands and cared for. Look at Brother Yu, he kicks her at every turn, but others don't get angry and just serve tea and water obediently. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Yu Xiaoduo chuckled. This made Ji Yu Wana look at her angrily. She was pretending, and pretending hard. She knew she would have to change it back tomorrow, so she did this. Lu Zhengji's desire to become Yu's disciple was even stronger. If he could learn the unique skills from Brother Yu, he might even be able to defeat the great master Bai. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojuo sighed, looking like he was troubled. Ji Yuana thought to herself that this was not good. This guy was going to cause trouble again. Miss Ji Yu, what's bothering you? Fu Quan asked. Yu Xiaojuo sighed, it's so hard to work hard in an unfamiliar city without anyone you can trust around you. Ji Yuana was stunned after hearing this. It turned out that he was playing the victim. She had misunderstood him. Yes, the eldest lady's life is really miserable. Everyone is targeting her, and she can only stand up and fight back. Ji Yuana quickly described herself in a miserable way. The two of them immediately started doubles mode, which made the listeners sad and cry. Lao Quan, you have nothing to do, why don't you go and help? Lu Zhengji suggested. This is not good. Fu Quan whispered, but he had some intention in his heart. This was a huge challenge. Ji Yuana's eyes lit up and she rubbed Yu Xiaojuo's legs under the table and said, hurry up and work harder. Yu Xiaojuo felt like he was being taken advantage of by himself. This feeling was so weird. I really need a partner I can trust right now. Yu Xiaojuo looked at Fu Quan deeply with a sincere look. Lu Zhengji agreed, just go ahead, and help me get revenge by kicking those two guys from Ji Yu Xiao off. We can also work together from the inside and outside. Yu Xiaojuo raised his beer and said with a smile, then I will declare that our team is officially formed. Cheers. Fu Quan smiled and nodded, picking up the beer in his hand. Ji Yuana was very happy. She didn't expect to have such a big harvest tonight. It's just that Fu Quan cannot be allowed to join the company as a senior executive. After all, Fu Quan's name is very famous, and the Ji Yu family will never allow anyone else to enter their senior management, so they can only investigate secretly and collect evidence to catch them all in one fell swoop. Miss Ji Yu, your actions today might offend someone. Lu Zhengji smiled mysteriously. Yu Xiaojuo was stunned, who is it? Yi Shisha. Yu Xiaojuo and Ji Yuana have heard the name Yi Shisha too many times tonight, and they are very curious about how awesome this woman is. Fu Quan said softly, you should know Yi, she is the only girl of the younger generation, and her brothers dote on her very much, so no matter what troubles she gets into, she can always handle them. Ji Yuana frowned and said, I know a little about the Yi family, but I've never heard of Yi Shisha. Lu Zhengji said, if you knew Yi Shisha's background, would you still dare to provoke her? She likes to play dumb and eat the tiger. We only found out her identity at the end, and others don't know it yet. We only know that she is very arrogant. Over time, she has been regarded as a big sister. I have suffered losses at her hands before. Chapter 27 Ji Yuana's sister. Fu Quan laughed after hearing this. Lu Zhengji was so miserable that night, even more miserable than Fu Yangxue tonight. The most important thing is that Pan Wei is her younger brother. Fu Quan finally reminded. Yu Xiaojuo was also surprised after hearing this. With Pan Wei's personality, he would still recognize a woman as the boss, unless he was treated very badly. It seems that Yi Shisha is not an easy person to deal with. At this time, a fat figure came from a distance, and the wind was blowing in his step, which perfectly illustrates what it means to be in high spirits. When he saw Yu Xiaojuo's familiar back, he immediately moved closer. However, what Zhao Liang did not expect was that the person sitting next to Brother Yu was actually Mr. Ji Yu. How could they be together, talking and laughing? No. This is impossible. Brother Yu was actually being affectionate with Mr. Ji Yu behind her back. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo saw his good friend acting silly, and rubbed Ji Yuana with his foot. Look how anxious the child is. Ji Yuana was also speechless. Who told you to flirt with me at noon and now you have to let me wipe your butt? Fatty, come and sit down. Ji Yuana could only shout in Yu Xiaojuo's tone. But in Zhao Liang's eyes, Brother Yu was just showing off. No wonder he ran away in a hurry after get off work today. It turned out that he had a date with Mr. Ji Yu on the weekend. Lu Zhengji and Fu Quan looked at Zhao Liang curiously, feeling that the fat man looked like he had been heartbroken. Zhao Liang came and said seriously, Brother Yu, don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Ji Yuana. Yu Xiaojuo almost laughed out loud. I wish you two a happy marriage. Ji Yuana quickly explained, Fatty, it's not what you think. I have nothing to do with President Ji Yu. No wonder you, brother you, were fine even after offending Mr. Gu. It turns out you two have been dating each other without telling me. Sister Hong, give me 50 skewers of pork belly and 50 skewers of beef. Put them on brother Yu's account. He has to treat me to fill my empty heart. Zhao Liang could only turn his grief into appetite. He had a cheerful look on his face just now, but it was blown away by a whirlwind. After Zhao Liang said this, Fu Quan and Lu Jingji became more certain of their relationship as a couple, so they just smiled and said nothing. Everyone knew what was going on, and no matter how hard you two tried to hide it, it would be useless. Ji Yuana simply stopped talking. The more she explained, the more confusing it became. Nothing happened next. Instead, Yu Xiaojuo worked hard to pick up vegetables and peel shrimps for Ji Yuana, making others envious. Ji Yuana even wanted to kill Yu Xiaojuo. When she returns to her body tomorrow, others will say that she was brought up by Yu Xiaojuo and behaved well. As for this bastard, everyone will know that he has no good intentions. Yu Xiaojuo said, "Is there anything wrong with me serving tea, pouring water and peeling shrimps for my sponsor?" Yes, there is nothing wrong with it. Finally, Ji Yuana couldn't stand it anymore and suggested disbanding the group and reuniting another day. As a man, of course he understood that he must go home and enjoy such a beautiful woman. Lu Jingji said that he envied brother Yu very much. Ji Yuana was about to collapse. How could she completely change her behavior in front of them just because of a few words? And Yu Xiaojuo, why are you shy? Are you addicted to playing the role of a woman? Ji Yuana, who was furious, grabbed Yu Xiaojuo and left. Everyone she knew burst into laughter. Look how anxious brother Yu was. In the car, Yu Xiaojuo said proudly, "Boss Ji Yu, I haven't even eaten enough yet." Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Why aren't you stuffed to death? Ji Yuana said angrily. She quickly changed it back tomorrow, otherwise she would become like a nymphomaniac. Yu Xiaojuo burped in an ungraceful manner, causing Ji Yuana to cover her face with her hands. What are you standing there for? Go home. Ji Yuana stepped hard on the accelerator, and with a whoosh, the car disappeared on the road. Lu Jingji took out a cigarette and started smoking. It's incredible, such a beautiful flower was picked. Let's go. Fu Quan chuckled. He was not interested in the matters between men and women. Instead, he was thinking about what means he could use to crush Ji Yuxiao and the others. Zhao Liang held the greasy roasted pork belly in his hand, and suddenly it didn't smell good anymore. Brother Yu has a beauty like Ms. Ji Yu to serve him tonight, but he can only leave it to his hands. We agreed to be single together, but brother Yu, you are not keeping your word. Ji Yuana sent Yu Xiaojuo to the gate of her community. Mr. Ji Yu, aren't you going back to sleep today? Yu Xiaojuo asked. Humph, I'll change it back tomorrow anyway, there's no need. Your parents aren't home either. That's right, drive slower. Ji Yuana snorted coldly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Yu Xiaojuo curled his lips and said, "Wait until I get back and see how I'll play with you." Humming Brother Haohan, Yu Xiaojuo walked leisurely into the residential area. When the guard saw that it was Ji Yuana, he let her in immediately. Yu Xiaojuo also blinked at the two security guys, which made them dumbfounded. After a while, excited wolf howls were heard in the security room. Yu Xiaojuo laughed as he walked on the road. It was so fun to become President Ji Yu. However, it was really uncomfortable to walk in these high heels. Seeing that there was no one around, she took off her high heels and walked barefoot towards Ji Yuana's villa. Back in the villa, Yu Xiaojuo threw away the high heels in her hand and planned to take a shower. Her originally fragrant body was now tainted with a barbecue smell. How could a beautiful woman have such a smell? Let me, Yu Xiaojuo, wipe off this bad smell with both hands. When he reached the corner, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind, making faces and threatening gestures. Yu Xiaojuo almost slapped him, mainly because the other person suddenly spoke. Sister, are you scared? Yu Xiaojuo said, if you had said this 0.5 seconds later, I would have slapped you in the face. When the girl opposite stopped making faces and loosened her hands, a beautiful face appeared in front of Yu Xiaojuo. She has fair skin and beautiful looks, which are the standard. Her eyebrows are very similar to Mr. Ji Yu, especially the eyes, and the sexy lips are also similar. However, she is not as tall as Mr. Ji Yu, but is estimated to be around 1.68 meters tall, which is also very tall. As for the sexy figure, we will have to try it to know who is better. Bastard. You Xiaojuo, what are you thinking about? You are a young and promising man, how can you have such dirty thoughts? At most, you can just give her a massage. But then again, this character is much better than Mr. Jiyu, lively and cute, unlike Mr. Jiyu who has a stern face, as if everyone owes her money. It's a pity that they are not twins. If they were twins, hee hee. But I seem to have seen this face somewhere before. Could it be that I didn't recognize him because he was wearing clothes? Sister? Were you scared silly by me? Jiyu Yuner smiled sweetly and took her sister's arm and shook her. How could you Xiaojuo be scared? He just didn't know what to say reasonably. Why are you back? Yu Xiaojuo asked calmly with a sullen face. Jiyu Yuner pouted her red lips and looked aggrieved. Sister, I'll come and accompany you on the weekend. Oh my god, this sister is so sweet, I love her so much. Chapter 28. Dear sister, don't make trouble. Mr. Jiyu said last time that he would introduce a beautiful woman to him. Could it be her? Mr. Jiyu, we are brothers from now on. No, you are my sister-in-law. Yu Xiaojuo, was stingy before, but I didn't expect that you would introduce even your own sister to me. It's really a good thing that we should keep everything within the family. The pattern has been opened up all of a sudden. Seeing that her sister was still frowning, Jiyu Yuner shook Yu Xiaojuo's hand. Yu Xiaojuo could only feel his hand rubbing back and forth. This was really testing his bottom line. Sister, I recently took on a drama, and the store is not far from here, so I thought I would accompany you. After saying that, she hugged Yu Xiaojuo. Yu Xiaojuo felt blood rushing to his head. It seemed inappropriate not to slaughter this fat sheep that was delivered to the door. No, filming. Take a close look. Oh my god. No wonder she looks like Yuner, the star who has become popular in the past year. She is also known as one of the most promising female stars. Both her acting and singing are top-notch. Yu Xiaojuo was fascinated by the suspense thriller I Have No Secrets, filmed last year. He lamented that there can still be such a beautiful and talented actress in this day and age. He even joined the fan club and has some cool snapshots of Yuner in his mobile phone. I didn't expect that I could have such close contact now, oh my god. However, she seemed very friendly on the screen, but now it seems that she is a bit like a child who has not grown up and is very attached to her sister. Isn't this another great advantage for me? President Jiyu never mentioned that she had a younger sister coming. Filming. Jiyu Yuner opened her big, Kazalan eyes and nodded cutely. Yeah, I have no place to live, so pitiful. Look at her, so cute and good at acting coquettishly, this is what a woman should be like. In fact, as an elder sister, Jiyu Wana really loves her younger sister, which also causes Jiyu Yuner to be very attached to her sister. As long as they are alone together, she will turn into a child in seconds, just like now. Okay. What else could Yu Xiaojuo say? Should he kick someone else's sister out? That's great. I thought you were going to drive me away again. We can form a Wanyan group together and fight against the evil forces in the family. Jiyu Yuner clenched her little fists, looking like she was going to beat up the bad guy. Wanyan group. You are probably a late pregnancy group. If you had known each other for a few years, I believe you would have become an early pregnancy group. The name is so lame, you might as well be a beautiful girl group. If you add yourself, it should be called a sandwich combination, delicious. Sister, why do you smell like barbecue? Why don't you call me? Who knew you'd come back? I'm going to take a shower. It's so late, you should also go to bed early. Yu Xiaojuo felt that he should retain some humanity and be a tough man. I just want to give you a surprise. Please don't be angry, okay? As he said that, he held Yu Xiaojuo's hand and shook it back and forth. Yu Xiaojuo could only say helplessly, don't be angry, go to sleep. Well, good night, sis. Good night. Seeing Mr. Gu's sister running upstairs, Yu Xiaojuo breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that his willpower was so strong. But then again, even if he didn't have willpower, so what? He didn't even have the hammer. Yu Xiaojuo noticed a bag on the sofa, secretly glanced at the second floor, walked over and opened it to take a look. When the ID card was found, it turned out that Mr. Gu's sister was called Jiyu Yuner, and Yuner was just her stage name. Never mind, let us wait for President Jiyu to come and deal with her sister herself tomorrow. Back in the bedroom, Yu Xiaojuo admired her hair first before going to take a shower. Then she started complaining again. This hair is really hard to wash, and it takes a long time to blow dry. He really wanted to give President Ji Yu a neat short haircut, but she would probably break herself. Wiping his wet hair, Yu Xiaojuo walked out of the bathroom. Who knew that Ji Yu Yuner was actually lying on the bed? She said in surprise, "Sister, you are not wearing any clothes." Yu Xiaojuo was also convinced. "Why don't you take a shower and put on your clothes in your bedroom? Why are you sleeping here with me? Why don't you go back to sleep?" Yu Xiaojuo picked up the silk pajamas beside her and put them on. "I can't sleep. I want to talk to my sister." Yu Xiaojuo sat in front of the dressing table. "Since you are here, blow dry my hair." "Okay, boss." Ji Yu Yuner lifted the quilt, and she was also only wearing thin pajamas, and she was barely visible. Damn it. Yu Xiaojuo felt himself getting hot and quickly turned down the air conditioner temperature. "Sister, I heard Mom say a few days ago that they are looking for a partner for you," Ji Yu Yuner said softly while holding a hair dryer, with a helpless tone in her voice. Yu Xiaojuo paused after hearing this. He had been chatting nonsense with Mr. Bai a few days ago. Could it be that he guessed right? Ms. Ji Yu is also a poor girl. She cannot make decisions on major events in her life and can only get things by proving her abilities. No wonder she cares so much about Mr. Bai. Yu Xiaojuo sighed and said nothing. "Sister, I will be the same in a few years," Ji Yu Yuna murmured. Ji Yu Yuna, who was of a weaker character, did not dare to resist like her sister. If Ji Yu Wana failed in her resistance, she would have even less courage. "What are you afraid of? I'll protect you." Yu Xiaojuo could feel the deep affection between the sisters, and she also helped Ji Yu Wana express her attitude. Hearing her sister's tough words, Ji Yu Yuner smiled and said, "Sister, you are so nice. I promise to be obedient and not cause trouble for you in the future." Yu Xiaojuo smiled. He was an only child and sometimes envied others for having brothers and sisters. "Give your sister a shoulder massage," Yu Xiaojuo said with a smile. The cheap sister had to be put to good use. "Yes, sir." Enjoying the massage from the big star, Yu Xiaojuo also felt a sense of comfort. "Sister, I overheard the conversation between my cousins yesterday. It seems that they are targeting you. It's really mean. You have to be careful." Ji Yu Yuner quickly reminded her sister to be careful and not let her cousins ruin the opportunity she had fought for with great difficulty. "I'm protecting your sister now, so you can rest assured. Yuner, sister will take care of these things, don't worry." Yu Xiaojuo patted the back of Ji Yu Yuna's hand. He wanted an autograph before, and now he can get close to her. God is merciful. No, my mom is really amazing. Her prayers for a good marriage are so effective. There are 25 kinds of singles. Either there is none, or there are so many that it's dizzying. After drying his hair, Yu Xiaojuo didn't want to take advantage of him. "Go back to bed, it's already 12 o'clock. Ji Yu Yuner crawled directly into the quilt, popped her head out and said, "Sister, let's chat." Mom doesn't know. Oh my god, is this a question of whether to chat or not? If your sister knew that I slept with you, she would chop me to pieces with a kitchen knife. Tomorrow, we'll talk tomorrow. Yu Xiaojuo said, "I'll give you another chance, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless, because my hand of desolation has not been opened yet." Chapter 29. Sister will introduce you to a boyfriend. Oh. Ji Yu Yuner covered herself. Yu Xiaojuo sighed softly. "Mr. Ji Yu, look at this, I can't do anything. I can't drive you away. Do you want me to sleep in the living room? If so, Yu Xiaojuo, would not be a saint. When Ms. Ji Yu wakes up tomorrow and finds that it is her sister sleeping next to her, she will probably kill herself." "Sister, when did you start sleeping without clothes?" Ji Yu Yuner asked curiously. "Damn. Well, it's good for your health and keeping in shape." Yu Xiaojuo was talking nonsense. "Sister Yuner, if you continue to do this, your brother Yu will use force." Ji Yu Yuner had always believed in her sister since she was a child. When she heard that she could maintain her figure, she immediately said, "Then I'll try it too." Yu Xiaojuo. "Sister." Huh. Yu Xiaojuo replied with a roll of his eyes. Fortunately, the lights were turned off. "Do you have a favorite boy?" Listening to Ji Yu Yuner's words, Yu Xiaojuo said, "Mr. Ji Yu, your sister misses a man. No, you are pregnant. Yu Xiaojuo asked curiously. Neither do I. There are many handsome guys in the entertainment industry, but they are all after my body. They are all perverts. Yu Xiaojuo suddenly had an idea. Didn't he Mr. Gu want to introduce him to her? Why not wait for a better day? Yuner, I'll introduce you to a boy. Really? What's it like? Any pictures? Is it a good figure? Look, Mr. Gu, your sister really misses men. It seems that the chats between women are no different from those between men. Yu Xiaojuo said solemnly, this boy is not particularly handsome, but his handsomeness has depth. It is absolutely correct to introduce oneself in this way, and there is absolutely no falsehood or exaggeration. Gu Yuner didn't say anything, but she had already started to fantasize that the person her sister introduced must be good and would not harm her. He has broad pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs and shark fins. The lines are so clear that they seem to have been carved with a knife. After hearing her sister's description, Gu Yuner became interested, but also asked curiously, Sister, have you seen it? Oh. I met him at the gym. Gu Yuner let out a long oh. Yu Xiaojuo continued to introduce himself diligently. He is also very motivated and has a strong sense of justice. He has never had a girlfriend, just to wait for the girl of his heart. He was moved by what he said. The old iron tree that had been holding back for so many years was finally going to bear fruit. You've never had a girlfriend, is there something wrong with your mind? Yu Xiaojuo almost vomited blood. How could I be sick? I was just waiting for the right person. You little sister, watch me get beaten. How can you say that? In this impetuous society, it is so rare for men to remain chaste. They have principles and do not mess around with men and women outside. Yu Xiaojuo hurriedly explained. You can't find good men like us even with a lantern. Oh my God, what does God understand? You don't like this? Why? I heard some girls say that they have no skills. Sister, please think about it carefully. Alas, I failed to sell myself. But sister's vision must be right. We can meet each other then. Yu Xiaojuo's eyes lit up. She is indeed a good sister. Just listen to your sister. How could your sister harm you? Gu Yuner suddenly smiled slyly and said, Sister, why don't you take action on such a good boy yourself? Silly Yuner, sister just wants to see you happy. Yu Xiaojuo felt numb after saying this, she was so touched. Sure enough, Gu Yuner was moved by her sister. Sister, you are so good to me. So you have to listen to your sister. Yu Xiaojuo laughed in his heart and felt that he was so evil. Feeling Gu Yuner rubbing against her arms, Yu Xiaojuo whispered, Yuner, let me give you a massage. Okay. Gu Yuner was like a silly lamb being coaxed into the cave by a hungry wolf. Turn your back to me first. Yu Xiaojuo swore that it was just an ordinary massage. Gu Yuner obediently turned her back to him, so that Yu Xiaojuo could attack her easily. Come on, use my famous trick. Lying in bed, Gu Yuner tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She wanted to call Yu Xiaojuo to chat, but gave up, thinking that he must have been asleep. Bored Gu Yuner was flipping through Yu Xiaojuo's phone. When she couldn't sleep, she would find a TV series to watch and she would be hypnotized by watching it. But she found that there was no drama watching app on her mobile phone, only one called Dudu Media, so Gu Yuner clicked on this app. After opening it, Gu Yuner looked at it in disbelief, then turned off the phone and threw it aside, secretly cursing Yu Xiaojuo for being an LSP, for having such a thing in his phone. Time passed by minute, and Gu Yuner, who was covered in the quilt, could not sleep even more. She thought that since he didn't know anyway, she might as well take another look. I saw an arm stretched out from under the quilt and snatched the phone away in a flash. In the dark bedroom, a faint light came from the gap in the quilt, accompanied by a strange sound. Chapter 30 Yu Xiaojuo, are you sick? This night was very memorable and unforgettable, until the sun rose and a ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the floor. Gu Yuner frowned, and her thoughts gradually became clear. Without opening her eyes, the first thing she did was to check her body. Flat. When she opened her eyes, she was still in Yu Xiaojuo's room. She hadn't been exchanged back today. This made Gu Yuner a little confused, but there seemed to be nothing she could do. She rubbed her eyes, feeling a little sore. As soon as she sat up, Ji Yuana felt something was wrong. She quickly lifted up her pants to take a look. It was terrible. Yu Xiaoxiao had vomited a lot. She quickly picked up her phone and called to ask whether she should go to the hospital. Yu Xiaojuo was sleeping comfortably at this moment, mainly because there was a big star hugging him next to him. As the mobile phone on the bedside table rang, Yu Xiaojuo turned around impatiently and picked up the phone, asking, "Who is it? Can't I sleep so early in the morning?" "Hello. Yu Xiaojuo, you are foaming at the mouth. Are you sick? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Ji Yuana was so scared that she was in a panic. Yu Xiaojuo suddenly came to his senses after hearing this. He looked around and saw Ji Yuana still on him. "What did you just say about foaming at the mouth?" Ji Yuana was a little stumped for words, and after hesitating for a long time she finally said it. Yu Xiaojuo looked dazed. "Can you please have some common sense? What is foaming at the mouth? Can you please go to Baidu to search it? What do you mean? It is normal to have physiological reactions early in the morning, but Yu Xiaojuo felt that things were not that simple. Could it be that she had done something shameful? Did you look at my phone?" Ji Yuana blushed, and immediately recalled what happened last night. "Who looked at your phone? There is no evidence, so don't talk nonsense. Go wash it yourself." After saying that, Yu Xiaojuo hung up the phone. Ji Yuana frowned, looked at her phone which was running out of battery, and searched on Baidu to find out what happened. Seeing the result, Ji Yuana's expression became strange and she directly held down the phone. Birds of a feather flocked together. It must be Yu Xiaojuo who led her astray. Ji Yuner at the side asked softly, "Sister, who is it?" Yu Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he had forgotten there was someone beside him. Fortunately, Ji Yuner was still in a daze and didn't hear anything. "A woman who sells insurance." "Oh." Ji Yuner moved her body and snuggled up to her sister. Only in this way would she feel safe. However, last night, in addition to the sense of security, there was another sense of excitement. Yu Xiaojuo hugged Ji Yuna's shoulders and forgot to tell President Ji Yu that her sister was here. "Forget it, I'll just sleep a little longer. I'm so sleepy." Half an hour later, Ji Yuna, who was nestled in the harbor of her sister, whispered, "Sister, the crew is starting filming today. I'll come to accompany you in the evening." "This is a good thing, my sister is more than happy to have it. Go ahead, let Li Wei take you there." Yu Xiaojuo was still quite cautious and he didn't need any bodyguards. "I can just drive myself. Listen to my sister, I won't go out today." Ji Yuner nodded honestly. "I'll buy something good to eat in the evening, how about that?" "Good sister, I want to eat you now." Yu Xiaojuo smiled and nodded, really envious of Mr. Ji Yu for having such a lovely sister. Ji Yuner lifted the quilt, stood up, and stood by the bed to get dressed. This feasted Yu Xiao's eyes. It was really exciting to watch others. He couldn't help but patted her. "Yuna's buttocks are getting more and more perky." "Sister, I'm going to fight you Tilder," Ji Yuner said coquettishly. Since her sister had left 5 finger marks on her, she had to do the same. On the big bed, the two sisters immediately wrestled with each other, and Comrade Yu Xiaojuo was delighted to no end. After a while, Ji Yuner dressed neatly and walked out of the villa, with a residual blush on her pretty face. She thought that her sister was really good at bullying people today and was not as serious as before. Li Wei had already parked the car at the door. When he saw Ji Yuner walk out, he called out respectfully, "Good morning, second miss." "Good morning, brother Li. Are you used to coming here with your sister?" Ji Yuner smiled sweetly. Li Wei is also a veteran employee of the family. He was responsible for the safety of the two sisters when they were studying, and no accidents have occurred over the years. Li Wei is nearly 40 years old and has worked at Goose for 15 years. When he first joined the company, he was responsible for the safety of the two young ladies, but he was not a team leader at that time. Now he has reached the level of team leader, his salary has also increased, he has married a beautiful wife, and has a handsome son. His life is perfect. Li Wei felt that he had watched the two young ladies grow up. The eldest young lady was calm and composed, and the second young lady was gentle, caring about the people around her and kind-hearted, but she had no opinions of her own, and was always helped by the eldest young lady. At that time, the second young lady wanted to sing, and the eldest young lady strongly supported her. When the second young lady wanted to act, the eldest young lady still supported her and even had a quarrel with Mr. Gu. It can be said that she loved him very much. There was a girl I used to get along well with, but we had a fight and we haven't been in touch for several years. Thank you for your concern, miss. The weather here is fine, not as dry as in Jingju. I heard that the nightclub here is very famous. Brother Lee, have you been there? Li Wei's face froze, and he smiled softly. Young Miss's safety is the most important thing, I dare not neglect it. That's good. My sister-in-law asked me to watch you when I come over. Be careful or I'll tell on you. Gu Yuner smiled mischievously, looking particularly happy. Li Wei smiled bitterly. Second miss, it's getting late. Gu Yuner looked back at the window of the villa, raised her hand and waved happily, then got into the car. Yu Xiaojuo in the bedroom raised his arms and watched the convoy leave. Sister Yuner is such a lively and cheerful girl. The cell phone on the bed rang at this time. Yu Xiaojuo also planned to talk to Ji Yuaner about her sister. The truth would come out sooner or later. She had taken advantage of him for the whole night and he felt embarrassed. However, when Yu Xiaojuo saw the caller ID, he was shocked. It was Mr. Bai. As for Mr. Bai, Yu Xiaojuo felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife and could be chopped to death at any minute. That good fortune came with danger, not as sweet as that of his sister Yuner. After adjusting his mood, Yu Xiaojuo answered the phone and said with a smile, Mr. Bai, good morning. Bai Ji on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and the tone seemed to return to normal. Are you free? Bai Ji asked softly. Dare I say I don't have time? Isn't that just nonsense? Mr. Gu, no, sister-in-law, you have to introduce your sister to me. I have gone through fire and water for you. Certainly. Then come for a walk with me. I'll send you the location. Call me when you get there. Yu Xiaojuo hummed. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaojuo walked into the cloakroom. What should I wear today? After becoming a woman, I actually worried about this. Before, I could wear whatever I wanted. I guess it was for President Gu's image, so that she wouldn't say that she has no image. Since you're just going out for a walk, there's no need to wear formal clothes. Soon Yu Xiaojuo found a pair of short jeans and a Pikachu t-shirt in the drawer, and that was it. Chapter 31 Mr. Bai calls. After putting it on, Yu Xiaojuo took a look at her and thought it was not bad, just like a school girl. But it's better to tie the hair into a ponytail, so it looks more energetic. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's cold personality, he would actually meet my standards for a partner. Looking at the dazzling array of high heels, Yu Xiaojuo decisively chose a pair of sneakers. Finally, she didn't have to wear high heels anymore, thank God. Looking at the car keys on the shoe cabinet, Yu Xiaojuo took them in his hand and walked out the door, but did not see the car. After pressing the car key a few times, the sound came from the garage next door. When he opened the garage, he found that what was displayed inside was not a supercar, but an old pink Beetle that was even cheaper than his BMW 530. This must be his sister Yuna's car. When I got into the car, I smelled the familiar scent of perfume, and at this time, Mr. Bai also sent me a text message. The address is Longhai International Airport. Just going out for a walk. Do you have to take a flight? You won't leave your body in the wild, will you? Forget it, I still have to help my sister-in-law, but I still have to call Ji Yuaner first to tell her. At this time, Ji Yuaner was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, wondering why she didn't turn back into herself today. Was it not what she thought? Seeing Yu Xiaojuo calling, Ji Yuaner turned on the speakerphone. Hello. Mr. Ji, I forgot to tell you something. Your sister came back suddenly last night. Cough cough cough. Ji Yuaner, who was eating fried eggs, choked. Yuner suddenly came to her side. I don't know my sister's personality yet. She doesn't stick to anyone but me. Sometimes she even plays pranks on me, which scares me to death. Sometimes I feel like my sister hasn't grown up yet. She even insists on sleeping and chatting with me. So would it be the same last night? Mr. Gu, your sister is so cute and very attached to you. Yu Xiaojuo said with a smile. Ji Yuaner immediately reminded, Yu Xiaojuo, if you do anything wrong to my sister, I will not forgive you. Mr. Gu, look at what you are saying. Yu Xiaojuo said, you are going to introduce your sister to me, why are you pretending to be angry? We are family from now on, so let's not be angry. You ask her to go back immediately. She said her crew was here, so I came. Besides, you are her sister, why do you want me to be the villain? Yu Xiaojuo didn't want to be vicious to his sister Yuna, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Ji Wana frowned. Yuna came here to film. Why didn't she tell me when I came here before? I guess she wanted to give me a surprise again. My dear sister, this is not a surprise for you. I can't even protect myself now, why are you joining in the fun? By the way, Master Bai just called and asked me to go out for a walk. I'm on my way there now. Yu Xiaojuo said seriously. Sister Yuna's matter can be put aside for the time being, but Master Bai's matter is the top priority. Sure enough, when Ji Wana heard the news, she was delighted. Thank God she didn't change her body today, because she couldn't deal with Mr. Bai with her own abilities. Then you just be careful and deal with Mr. Bai well. I will take care of my sister's affairs. Ji Wana's tone instantly relaxed. Well, don't worry. Thanks. Why should we be polite? Yu Xiaojuo grinned and said, you are willing to introduce such a lovely sister to me. Ji Wana rolled her eyes. This guy started to get close to her again. By the way, my sister didn't make a fuss about sleeping with you last night, did she? How could there not be? Fortunately, I would rather die than surrender. Yu Xiaojuo quickly denied it. This was a little secret between him and his sister Yuna. Hearing this answer, Ji Wana breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. I'll hang up first. Call me if you have any questions. After hanging up the phone, Ji Wana wanted to call her sister, but she stopped immediately because she was now Yu Xiaojuo. I can only send her a WeChat message. Yuna, did you sleep well last night? Ji Wana just wanted to test and see if Yu Xiaojuo was lying. Ji Yuna in the car looked at the WeChat message sent by her sister, and her heart was sweet. Sister, don't worry, I'm full of energy. Looking at my sister's reply, I didn't feel anything unusual. Sleep well at night, okay. Hey, what does sister mean by this? Are you afraid of my revenge? Humph, you spanked me so hard. I'm going to launch a revenge operation tonight. I'll confuse you first. Okay, I got it. I promise to sleep well. Ji Wana breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her sister didn't do anything wrong, Yu Xiaojuo wouldn't dare to do anything. And then again, what could he do? On the other side, Yu Xiaojuo parked the car and sent a message to Bai Yi. Soon, the scarred man walked out of the VIP channel of the parking lot, came to Yu Xiaojuo and said, Miss Ji Yu, this way please. Look at his attitude today, it's much better. It was the first time for Yu Xiaojuo to go through the VIP channel. It was indeed a path for the rich. When he arrived outside a room, the scarred man stood respectfully beside him. Master Bai has been waiting for a long time. Pushing the door open and entering the room, Yu Xiaojuo saw Bai Yi again. He was still amazed by Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi also changed his clothing style today and went for a sporty style, but it still couldn't hide his proud curves. Master Bai. Yu Xiaojuo called out indifferently. He could feel that there was a gap between him and Master Bai today. Ji Wana, you are really a troublemaker. Bai Ji glanced at Yu Xiaojuo, hummed and said, follow me. Yu Xiaojuo sighed inwardly. When he was chatting with Mr. Bai that day, the atmosphere was so pleasant. But now, it's so awkward. At this time, you must keep calm, use both soft and hard tactics to deal with Mr. Bai, and maintain your Ji Wana demeanor. Soon, Yu Xiaojuo was shocked by Mr. Bai's financial resources. He originally thought he was taking a passenger plane, but in fact he was taking Mr. Bai's private plane, the Gulfstream G500. Whoever marries Mr. Bai will have to work 1,000 years less. After boarding the plane, Yu Xiaojuo saw Bai Ji sitting down, but he refused to sit with her and said, let's sit farther away. Bai Ji also frowned slightly. She actually sat so far away. Was she angry? Or what? As the plane took off, the cabin was comfortable except for some slight roars. Half an hour later, Bai Ji put down the magazine in her hand and finally couldn't help but said, Miss Ji Yu, why do you want to sit so far away? Hearing what Master Bai said, Yu Xiaojuo felt happy, knowing that his trust in Master Bai had not yet been shattered. I'm afraid of offending Mr. Bai's eyes, so I sit farther away. Bai Ji was very surprised. Why did she think so? Was it because of her cold behavior that day? Little girls are little girls. Okay, come and sit down. Bai Ji smiled. She felt that the angry Ji Yuaner was much more beautiful than the Ji Yuaner who talked about her ideals. Don't think that just because you are Mr. Bai, I have to go over there. Yu Xiaojuo was seen looking at the white clouds outside with a face full of grievance. He was so pitiful. He portrayed the role of a woman to the fullest. Chapter 32, A Trip to the Mountains. Yu Xiaojuo's resistance did not make Bai Ji angry. Instead, she felt that Gu Wan was a girl with personality. If it were someone else, they would not dare to put on airs in front of her. Bai Ji sighed lightly, and actually stood up and sat opposite Ji Yuaner. Yu Xiaojuo was secretly happy. Sometimes movies really don't lie. With strong women, you have to do the opposite. I'm sitting opposite you, and you're still not happy. Bai Ji chuckled helplessly, coaxing her like she was coaxing her sister. Yu Xiaojuo immediately thought of some sad things, such as how he was chopped into pieces by Ji Yuaner, and how he looked neither male nor female. His eyes instantly turned red. Master Bai, what did I say wrong that day? I just didn't want to accept my fate, but you left angrily without even giving me a chance to explain. Yu Xiaojuo directly questioned Master Bai. This was a bold attempt, and of course it was also a woman's way to defeat a woman. Anyway, it was all your fault. Bai Ji was stunned after hearing this, and thought about what happened that day. She went to chat with her, but she didn't talk about what she was thinking. Instead, she ignored the fact that she was talking about resisting fate. It was she who neglected it. You're right, I neglected your feelings. Bai Ji said softly. Yu Xiaojuo didn't plan to continue. Mr. Bai had given him a way out, so he should stop at the right time. He had to find the right way to do it, otherwise it would disgust people. Master Bai, actually I was very happy that you came that day. I just wanted to tell you everything I thought. I didn't mean anything else. Yu Xiaojuo's tone was a little apologetic. Master Bai was still Master Bai after all. She was giving you a way out, so you have to be aware of it. Bai Ji's smile widened after hearing this. We have plenty of time to talk today, no matter what we talk about. Real. Bai Ji nodded seriously. Of course it's true. Master Bai, do you have a boyfriend? Bai Ji was stunned, and immediately said coquettishly, you want to be beaten. Har har, Master Bai, you are shy. I'm not shy at all. It's you, though. You were crying just now. Under Yu Xiaojuo's manipulation, the atmosphere gradually became cheerful, not as dull as before, and Bai Ji's sweet laughter could be heard from time to time. Apart from anything else, I, Yu Xiaojuo, have many ways to make girls happy, so what is it that has kept me single for so many years? Is it because I feel freer in a new body? I feel restrained in my own body. Half an hour later, the plane landed in Longhai City, where 2 Land Rovers were already waiting. Yu Xiaojuo and Bai Ji were both sitting in the back row. Yu Xiaojuo also asked curiously, Master Bai, where are we going today? Send warmth. Yu Xiaojuo didn't understand it at first, but soon the car was driving on the county road, and the road became gradually uneven. There were 2 trailers following behind the 2 cars. At this time, Yu Xiaojuo understood that Mr. Bai was going to the mountains to bring warmth. Mr. Gu had previously said that Mr. Bai was a cruel and ruthless person, but now it seems that he is not like that at all. He is quite caring and even came in person to deliver supplies. The mountain road was very rugged and the car was swaying all the time. Yu Xiaojuo found that Mr. Bai had no complaints, and it seemed that this was not the first time he had given him a ride. At noon, the group simply ate some bread and set off again. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination. Yu Xiaojuo looked at the village in front of him. He didn't expect that there still existed such a place. The houses were all made of earth bricks. Many people were working in the fields. Seeing the convoy coming, they put down their farm tools, wiped the sweat with the towels around their necks, and their sunburned cheeks were filled with sincere smiles. As soon as we entered the village, we saw some older children leading the younger children chasing after the cars. Although they were poor, these children had clear eyes. After parking the car, Bai Ji got out with a prepared plastic bag filled with candies. As soon as they got off the bus, the children shouted happily, "Hello, Sister Bai. Little guys, stand still. Sister will give you some candies." At this time, Bai Ji seemed to have let go of her unique aura and looked at these children in an approachable manner. Yu Xiaojuo was standing nearby and felt touched, so he walked over to help. The scarred man called his men to start unloading the goods. The container was filled to the brim with daily necessities. Not long after, a white-haired old man came over with a cane. There were some villagers around him, but they were all quite old. Most of the young people had gone out to work. "Miss Bai, thank you so much for taking you all the way to come to our small place." The village chief was very excited, his old eyes filled with tears. "It's just a piece of cake. Old village chief, you go and have a rest, and let everyone else come over to unload the goods," Bai Ji said gently. The old village chief thanked him repeatedly, and the villagers nearby also helped unload the goods. Bai Ji took the list of goods and counted them. "Miss Gu, please go and register which households are short of what, so that we can distribute them when the time comes." "Yeah, okay." Yu Xiaojuo was also happy to help. One registered and the other sent the goods, and they cooperated very well. In a few hours, all the goods in the container were illuminated, and the sky gradually darkened. "Are you tired?" Bai Ji came to Yu Xiaojuo with a bottle of mineral water and asked with concern. Yu Xiaojuo took the bottle of mineral water, turned it on and drank tons of it. He felt hot and thirsty. Fortunately, he was wearing cool clothes today. "Master Bai, do you come here often?" "Call me Sister Bai." Yu Xiaojuo was immediately delighted. It seemed that all her efforts were not in vain. "Yes, Sister Bai." Bai Ji chuckled and said calmly, "I will come here when I am free, first to see them, and second to relax." "Sister Bai, is there anything bothering you?" Bai Ji smiled but said nothing. Could it be that she was forced to get married by her grandfather? This would make Ji Yuan laugh at her and she would lose her composure. Yu Xiaojuo did not ask any further questions. At this time, a villager came over and said with a shy smile, "Miss Bai, Miss Ji Yu, the food is ready, let's eat first." Bai Ji nodded and whispered to Yu Xiaojuo, "Actually, there is a third point. The food here is delicious and all grown at home." Yu Xiaojuo never expected that someone would fly here just to eat for free. Led by the villagers, the group came to the place where the village usually held activities. The ground was paved with large, uneven stones, which had been polished by fragments so as not to trip people. There was also an old locust tree next to it, with lush branches and leaves, exuding vitality. The long wooden table was neatly arranged with an empty space in the middle. Bai Ji and Yu Xiaojuo were invited to sit at the top seat, and some important people in the village also took their seats. As the old village chief said to start the banquet, four strong men came over carrying a roasted suckling pig, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Bai Ji said softly, "You can't eat the pork here in High City." "Sister Bai, it turns out you like the pork here." Yu Xiaojuo joked. As they became more familiar with each other, they spoke more openly. Cutting the roasted pig is the village's way of welcoming guests. At the same time, several little girls in traditional costumes sing and dance, creating a very lively atmosphere. Chapter 33 I Am Actually a Man. When the roast pork was served, Yu Xiaojuo couldn't wait to take a bite. It was fat but not greasy, melted in the mouth, and cooked to just the right temperature. With some of the villagers' unique condiments, it was simply sublimated. If this was opened in Haisha, there would be a queue from morning to night. Bai Ji is very particular about what she eats. Unlike Yu Xiaojuo who swallows everything in one gulp, she chews her food slowly, which is a pleasure to watch. The next dishes whetted Yu Xiaojuo's appetite. If anyone is a chef, just open a family restaurant and the business will surely be good. And the fruit wine we make ourselves is absolutely amazing. It tastes like a drink. If we add some ice cubes, it will definitely be more refreshing. However, as he drank, Yu Xiaojuo felt that he was a little drunk. He didn't expect that he was still a little drunk. This kind of fruit wine needs to be savored slowly. It's easy to get drunk if you drink it quickly. Bai Ji chuckled, picked up the quilt and took a sip. "Sister Bai, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask earlier." Yu Xiaojuo was helpless. After spending a day together, Mr. Bai had learned how to fight back. At this time, the villagers piled up firewood in the center, and after it was lit, the flames shot up into the sky. This is also a custom. After eating and drinking, the villagers sang and danced around the campfire. Yu Xiaojuo, who was drunk, liked this atmosphere very much and held Bai Ji's slender hand. "Sister Bai, let's join in too." "No, you go ahead." Yu Xiaojuo felt what Mr. Bai was thinking, but he felt a little embarrassed. Come to think of it, it made sense. If their high and mighty Mr. Bai joined in the fun with everyone, he would lose his status if the news got out. Sister Bai, there's no one else here, just enjoy the moment. Yu Xiaojuo pulled hard, and this time Bai Ji didn't seem to resist, and was half pushed by Yu Xiaojuo to the center. Everyone was even happier when they saw Bai Ji joining in. I don't know how. Bai Ji said helplessly. Yu Xiaojuo smiled and said, Sister Bai, just follow the beat and dance. It's very simple. Under Yu Xiaojuo's guidance, Bai Ji quickly grasped the key points, and the smile on her beautiful face became even more intense. Perhaps she hadn't been so happy for a long time and didn't have to worry about other things. After the dance, the two returned to their seats. Yu Xiaojuo was breathing heavily, while Bai Ji seemed steady. Wana, you should pay attention to exercise on a daily basis. Bai Ji took out a tissue and handed it to Yu Xiaojuo. Yu Xiaojuo took it and wiped the sweat off his face. How could I not exercise? It's just that GUWAN's physical fitness is too poor. At this moment, suddenly a boy ran quickly from a distance. The scarred man, who was alert to his surroundings, immediately wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Bai Ji with a look. The boy had dark skin, but he didn't seem very old, probably around 14 or 15 years old. His face was red and he lowered his head with his hands behind his back. And on the side, many boys shouted, "Come on." Yu Xiaojuo understood instantly. Have your hair grown out yet? You actually come to confess your love to me. You are braver than me, Yu Xiaojuo. I admire you. Tai Wa, what are you doing? Go back. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked out of the crowd and shouted. The boy named Chuo made up his mind and knelt down in front of Bai Ji. He took out his hands from behind his back and held some wild flowers from the mountains. Yu Xiaojuo almost spit out the fruit wine in his mouth. Are you praying to Buddha or confessing your love? Nonsense. Why don't you take your Chuo away? The old village chief was half sober and this was simply disrespectful to the guests. Seeing his father approaching aggressively, Chuo quickly shouted, Sister Bai, I like you. Yu Xiaojuo shouted, Awesome, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. After hearing this, the old village chief was so angry that he blew his eyebrows and said, This is nonsense. This is too nonsense. However, Bai Ji didn't say anything. She stood up, took the bouquet of wild flowers and said, Study hard and get into a good university. Chuo stared blankly at the beautiful Sister Bai in front of him, feeling like she was a fairy falling from the sky. Sister Bai, I will definitely study hard. You bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. The father came towards him with a bamboo stick. Chuo quickly ran away, but he was laughing happily all the way. Miss Bai, I'm so sorry, my son was naughty and offended you. Bai Ji said softly, It's okay, don't blame me too much. Yu Xiaojuo, who was sitting next to her, felt that Sister Bai was like a gentle older sister who could care for you 24 hours a day without any blind spots. This feeling was the most fatal. After the meal, Yu Xiaojuo said that he was full. Fortunately, Mr. Gu was not there, otherwise he would have kept nagging. Let's take a walk. Bai Ji suggested. Yu Xiaojuo felt that he needed to digest the food, and his stomach was bulging. The air in the countryside is very clear. What rings in your ears is not the sound of car horns or the hustle and bustle of the city, but the chirping of insects. The frogs in the fields are also croaking, and the starry sky above your head is exceptionally bright, like a Milky Way. Yu Xiaojuo sighed inwardly, wondering why she was a woman at such a romantic moment. Why did you have a quarrel with Pan Wei yesterday? Bai Ji suddenly asked. Sister Bai, it was Fu Yangxue who caused it. I didn't expect it to be like that. Although you won against Pan Wei and received a lot of praise, you offended Pan Wei because of it. In fact, you didn't gain much after all. There is also Yi Shishir above Pan Wei. It is not easy for me to interfere in the fight between you two juniors. Listening to Sister Bai's words, Yu Xiaojuo felt better. Mr. Gu, you have fulfilled your mission. Not only has your address changed today, but you are also considering yourself. Yu Xiaojuo laughed and said jokingly, Sister Bai, you make us sound like a fight between children. Isn't it so? You are so competitive and courageous. How dangerous. Bai Ji scolded with a blaming tone, but of course it was all well-intentioned. So Yu Xiaojuo didn't argue and admitted his mistake honestly. But your personality is similar to Yi Shishir's. It really makes me worry. Yu Xiaojuo believes that women who act coquettishly have the best life, while women who don't act coquettishly will lose their original advantages. So at this time, Yu Xiaojuo took Bai Ji's arm and called out tenderly, "Sister Bai Tilder." This clip-like tone almost made Yu Xiaojuo scream to death. Mr. Gu's tone was really unbearable. "Wana, sometimes I wonder, which one is you?" Bai Ji's words made Yu Xiaojuo feel depressed. He was acting so convincingly, but he was discovered. However, because Yu Xiaojuo acted too much like Ji Wana, forming a sharp contrast with her, in Bai Ji's eyes, Ji Wana in the company that day actually agreed with the rumors. "But can it be difficult for my brother Yu? The more pressing the situation is, the better my brother Yu can perform." Yu Xiaojuo said seriously, "Sister Bai, I am actually a man. I am completely obsessed with you and cannot stop. Sister Bai, please be my girlfriend." Bai Ji was stunned after hearing this, and knocked Yu Xiaojuo on the forehead, saying coquettishly, "In all these years, you are the first girl who dared to tease me. You are asking for a beating. Okay, if you don't believe me when I tell you the truth, I have no choice." Chapter 34, Riding a Wooden Horse with Bai Jie. Yu Xiaojuo chuckled, knowing that Sister Bai was not angry, and continued to hold her arm. "Sister Bai, is there any man who dares to tease you? There are few who are blind and are now playing in the underwater world." Yu Xiaojuo's mouth twitched. "It's over. I just teased her. One day, I will be teased to death." The temperature in the countryside was low at night, so the two went back to rest after their walk. Although the conditions were not good, at least there was a bed. It looked very old and square, and the corners of the bed creaked when they slept on it. I picked up my phone and checked, but there was no signal. "Sister Yuna, I have something to do tonight, so I will give you a massage tomorrow." "Hey, I wonder if Sister Bai needs a massage?" Forget it. If she were discovered, the first thing Sister Bai would do would be to chop off her famous hands. On the other hand, Ji Yuner bought a lot of delicious food to take home in the evening, such as ju hei ya, cold noodles, grilled chicken wings, etc. But after returning home, Ji Yuner didn't see her sister. She thought her sister was playing hide and seek with her. After turning the house upside down, she realized that her sister was not at home at all. Worried, Ji Yuner hurriedly called her sister, but the call was not connected. Ji Yuner suddenly became panicked, as it was the first time that she could not get through to her sister. Open WeChat and watch a video directly. At this time, Ji Wana was sitting on the sofa watching TV series with her feet on the coffee table. On the coffee table was a McDonald's family bucket, with potato chips in her arms, and various drinks and milk tea. In Ji Wana's words, she hadn't had a rest like this for a long time. She didn't have to think about anything and could just leave everything to Yu Xiaojuo. This was the life a boss should have. At this time, the cell phone on the coffee table rang. Ji Wana thought it was Yu Xiaojuo coming to announce the good news, so she quickly picked up the phone. It turned out to be a video call from my sister. I was about to answer it but immediately stopped. After hanging up the video call with her sister, Ji Wana sent a message, "Yuner, what's wrong?" Seeing her sister replying to her, Ji Yuner relaxed. "Sister, where have you been? Why didn't you go home? How would I know where I went? Deal with the important things, and go to bed early. Are you in the company? Let me accompany you. I bought a lot of delicious food." Ji Wana was also having a headache. "Not at the company, my sister has something to do, so let's not talk for now. Stay at home and don't run around, or I'll spank you when I get back." Ji Yuner curled her eyes, probably because she was afraid of my revenge, so she ran away secretly. Forget it, there are so many delicious foods and I can only clean them up by myself, but I wonder if I will get fat. However, Ji Wana doesn't have to worry about getting fat. After all, it's not her real body that's getting fat. Maybe Yu Xiaojuo is also eating and drinking a lot. If they want to get fat, they'll get fat together. The next morning, Yu Xiaojuo was awakened by the sound of birds singing. It felt very comfortable, better than being woken up by the honking of cars in the community. The first thing was to check her physical condition. Fortunately, she didn't take over today. If she let Ji Wana deal with Sister Bai, her rhythm would definitely be disrupted again. On the other side, Ji Wana, like Yu Xiaojuo, checked her body as the first thing she did when she got up. Ji Wana was thankful that she didn't change back, but she also felt that her idea was a bit scary. However, as long as she could deal with Mr. Bai well, it didn't matter if Yu Xiaojuo took advantage of her. No, that guy will definitely take advantage of me, and I can't let him take advantage of me for nothing. I don't know how he and Mr. Bai are doing. I can't even get through to them on the phone. It's really worrying. Yu Xiaojuo, who was in the village, walked out of the door yawning, and immediately saw Bai Ji practicing Tai Chi in the middle of the yard. Chengdu updates are slow to load, there are ads, and the chapters are incomplete. Please exit Chengdu and read again. R. It doesn't look like Tai Chi, is it yoga? It doesn't look like that either. Come and practice with me. Bai Ji seemed to know that Yu Xiaojuo was going out. Sister Bai, what kind of boxing are you doing? It looks weird. Yu Xiaojuo stood nearby and tried it out and asked. 5 animal exercises. Yu Xiaojuo was a little surprised that Sister Bai actually knew how to practice this kind of health-preserving boxing. No wonder she could maintain her appearance. There must be some secret behind it. Next, Yu Xiaojuo became a disciple, and Bai Ji would correct Yu Xiaojuo's movements from time to time. In Yu Xiaojuo's words, Sister Bai smells so good, and he was still not satisfied the last time he hugged Sister Bai, but wasn't it like holding a time bomb? After breakfast, Yu Xiaojuo and Bai Ji said goodbye to the small village. The man named Chuer came to see them off with a bruised face and nose. He must have been severely beaten by his father. It was almost 10 o'clock when they arrived at the suburbs of Longhai City. Yu Xiaojuo saw an amusement park in the distance through the car window. The track of the roller coaster was so high that he immediately came up with an idea. Sister Bai. Would you like to go ride a roller coaster? Bai Ji also saw the outline of the playground at this time. For Bai Ji, her childhood was different from that of other girls. While other girls enjoyed the love of their parents, she could not and had to receive specific training every day. When I asked to go to the amusement park, my grandfather just said, only the weak indulge in fun, while the strong are constantly enriching themselves every day. From that day on, I never mentioned going to places like playgrounds again, because I knew I would have big responsibilities in the future and could not be like other children. Even now, my grandfather would remind me of my mission from time to time. Forget it, I won't go. Bai Ji sighed in her heart. Yu Xiaojuo noticed something strange and felt that Bai Ji wanted to go, just like she did at dinner last night. Yu Xiaojuo didn't say much, and when he saw that he was about to reach the toilet, he suddenly said, Sister Bai, I want to go to the bathroom. There's no toilet here either. It should be in there. Yu Xiaojuo said, pointing inside the amusement park. Bai Ji instantly understood what Yu Xiaojuo meant. This little elf was really hilarious. After getting off the car in the parking lot, Bai Ji said to the scarred man, just wait here. Yes. The scarred man replied respectfully. Yu Xiaojuo held Bai Ji's hand and walked towards the amusement park. Sister Bai was becoming less and less resistant to him, which was a good thing. Sister Bai, let's go on the roller coaster. Don't you want to go to the bathroom? Bai Ji said with a displeased smile. Everyone is here, Sister Bai, let's go have some fun. Bai Ji was also helpless, but she still wanted to fulfill her childhood wish. If Yu Xiaojuo hadn't forced her, Bai Ji probably wouldn't have played alone. Yu Xiaojuo immediately took Bai Ji to play on the carousel. Although he felt bored, girls liked it. Sister Bai, look over here and smile. Yu Xiaojuo turned on the camera mode on his phone and said with a smile. Bai Ji seldom takes photos, let alone selfies, but she cooperated after Yu Xiaojuo's persuasion. From then on, Yu Xiaojuo would take a photo wherever they went, or the two of them would take a selfie together. Bai Ji also let go of herself completely. In Yu Xiaojuo's words, there was no one she knew here, so we could have fun boldly. Chapter 35 Just serve me well. In the bumper car, Yu Xiaojuo rammed Bai Ji hard. 2 women were having a lot of fun inside. No, it should be a man and a woman. While riding the roller coaster, Yu Xiaojuo found that Sister Bai's screams were very strange. They didn't sound like they were caused by fear, but rather a release of stress. Over the years, Bai Ji has been very lonely and had a hard time, but she never complained. However, how can a person not have negative emotions? It's just that Bai Ji suppressed them very well. On the roller coaster, everyone would shout loudly, and Bai Ji would also shout out her unhappiness. After leaving the roller coaster, Yu Xiaojuo found that Bai Ji looked much better and she didn't seem to be tense anymore. Wana, thank you. Bai Ji suddenly said as she walked onto the road. Yu Xiaojuo smiled and said, Sister Bai, I should thank you for playing with me. Let's add each other on WeChat, and send me your previous photos. Yu Xiaod was heart sank. At WeChat. Ji Yuana was using her own WeChat, and the WeChat logged in on her mobile phone was her own. This was going to be exposed. Seeing Yu Xiaod with strange expression, Bai Ji asked in confusion, What's wrong? Nothing, is Sister Bai's WeChat the same as her phone number? Yu Xiaojuo took out his mobile phone and quickly closed his moments. He couldn't find where to change his gender. Forget it, just close the moments. Soon, Bai Ji added Yu Xiaojuo on WeChat and asked curiously, Why are you male? Sister Bai, it's better to change to a male, then people nearby won't randomly add me. That makes some sense. Bai Ji didn't doubt anything. Yu Xiaojuo quickly sent all the photos over and said, Don't doubt anything. I don't want to be tied to a roller coaster and ejected. Bai Ji looked at the photo that Yu Xiaojuo took of herself. The smile on her face deepened and she trusted Ji Yuana more. Sister Bai, you are so beautiful in the photo. Yu Xiaojuo laughed and flattered her. I'm getting old. Look how modest Sister Bai is. Your skin is as well maintained as Ji Yuana's. After all, I, Yu Xiaojuo, have touched it and can definitely give you the fairest evaluation. After the tour, the two left happily and arrived at Longhai International Airport at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wana, aren't you going to eat? Bai Ji smiled gently while sitting in the car. Yu Xiaojuo shook his head, Sister Bai, I'll have dinner with you another day. My sister is back today. Okay, let's make an appointment another time. Call me if you need anything. Yeah, okay. Watching Sister Bai leave in the car, Yu Xiaojuo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called Ji Yuana. Ji Yuana was like a scumbag, eating and sleeping and eating. To her, this was a god's life. Seeing Yu Xiaojuo calling, he immediately perked up, Hello. Done. Yu Xiaojuo didn't waste any words. Ji Yuana jumped up on the sofa excitedly, Yu Xiaojuo, you are so awesome. Sprinkle some water, I'll drive back now and we'll talk in detail. You're going back to your own home. Well, what if your sister runs into us at your house? Ji Yuana thought about it, but still worriedly asked, Where are your parents? When will they be back? Don't worry, they will be home in the early morning. Hurry up and cook. You're starving. Yu Xiaojuo ordered his sponsor to cook like a local tycoon. If this had happened before, Ji Yuana would definitely have argued with Yu Xiaojuo and asked me to cook for you. Dream on. But Yu Xiaojuo is now a hero, so Ji Yuana agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuana looked at the garbage on the coffee table and quickly cleaned up the house, just like a young wife about to welcome her husband back from a business trip. I opened the refrigerator and looked inside. Everything was ready. Yu Xiaojuo's mother was still very diligent, unlike my own mother. Ji Yuana, who was frying eggs, heard the doorbell, wiped her hands and ran to open the door. Soon Yu Xiaojuo opened the door and came in. Mr. Ji Yu, where are my slippers? Hand them to me. Yu Xiaojuo shouted like a master after entering the room. Ji Yuana walked out with a kitchen knife in her hand, smiling, What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Oh, it's all right, go ahead and do your work. Okay. Yu Xiaojuo curled his lips. It was not a big deal. They actually used a knife. Don't they know that I am a hero? Coming to the dining table, Yu Xiaojuo picked up a piece of tofu and tasted it. Wow, your cooking skills are pretty good. TSK, go wash your hands. Why are you the same as my mother? Yu Xiaojuo shrugged, washed his hands and peed, and when he came out, the dishes were already set. Oh, Ji Yuana is very virtuous today. I thought she was a young lady who always speaks without hesitation. I was lucky enough to eat the food prepared by Mr. Ji Yu today. I almost fainted from happiness. Ji Yuana was happy today, so she let Yu Xiaojuo show off. Hero, I'll give you the biggest piece of pork ribs. Thank you for the big ribs, boss. Tell me what you have been doing these 2 days. Ji Yuana asked curiously, and served Yu Xiaojuo a bowl of soup. Yu Xiaojuo coughed lightly and frowned slightly. Boss Ji Yu, you don't know how bad the atmosphere of the meeting is. Sister Bai doesn't even want to pay attention to you. So bad. Ji Yuana couldn't believe it. Suddenly she realized that there was something wrong with Yu Xiaojuo's words. What's your name? Sister Bai. Don't interrupt me. Let me talk slowly, okay? Okay, go ahead and talk. I promise not to interrupt. Yu Xiaojuo ate the ribs and said in a deep voice, although you have ruined the relationship, who am I, Yu Xiaojuo? I can make it right for you no matter how bad the relationship is, so I did the opposite. Next, Ji Yuwana listened carefully to Yu Xiaojuo's story. Yu Xiaojuo swore that every word was true without any exaggeration. If there was any exaggeration, it was just to describe the need. I didn't expect Mr. Bai to go to the mountains. Ji Yuwana murmured. Although she also did charity work, she had never been there in person. Pay attention to your choice of words. Call her Master Bai in special occasions and Sister Bai in general. Don't get confused. Yu Xiaojuo reminded her. If you call someone Master Bai the next time, others will think you are trying to distance yourself from them. Ji Yuwana nodded. Well, I will remember it. Let me show you a photo of me and Sister Bai. Yu Xiaojuo took out his cell phone. Ji Yuwana looked at the selfie of the two and couldn't believe her eyes. Look how happily Sister Bai was smiling. She was completely different from when she met her. Yu Xiaojuo, can you teach me? Ji Yuwana had to admit that in some areas, she was indeed not as good as Yu Xiaojuo. What do you want to teach you? Of course, how to make Sister Bai happy. Yu Xiaojuo sighed. I wonder if you are stupid. Why am I stupid? If you coax me, Sister Bai will be fine, right? Yu Xiaojuo laughed. There is nothing wrong with what we said. Chapter 36, no matter how much you argue, don't joke about your salary. Ji Yuwana was stunned, and immediately shouted, Yu Xiaojuo, I see you are itching again, you are addicted to taking advantage of others. Yu Xiaojuo didn't care at all. He rubbed his shoulder and said, my shoulder is a little sore. Come here and give it to me. You wish. Then do you want to learn? Ji Yuwana snorted softly. You really treat me like a slave. I, Ji Yuwana, also want to save my reputation. After a while, Ji Yuwana stood behind Yu Xiaojuo and asked with a smile, Yu Xiaojuo, are you comfortable? Yeah, it's comfortable. Mr. Gu's technique is really good. Yu Xiaojuo looked intoxicated. It was exciting just to think about having a massage by his future sister-in-law. However, Ji Yuwana exerted force, I'm making you feel comfortable. You treat me as a massage girl, right? Hiss, Ji Yuwana, this is your own body, be gentle. Yu Xiaojuo's eyebrows raised, doesn't he know his own strength? So I pinched myself, why are you yelling about the pain? You really understand me. After a while, Yu Xiaojuo sat on the sofa with his legs on the coffee table watching TV, while Ji Yuwana was washing dishes in the kitchen. They looked like a young couple. Boss Ji Yu, please cut some fruit for me. My mouth has no taste. Don't you know how to move? Ji Yuwana turned around and said unhappily, if you are so lazy, you will never have a girlfriend in this life. I have given all my energy to Sister Bai. You are comfortable at home, but you are unwilling to cut some fruit for me. Ji Yuwana snorted coldly, took out some fruit from the refrigerator, washed and cut it, and said as she cut it, I'll choke you to death. What are you talking about? Don't try to frame me. Ji Yuwana turned around with a fruit knife in her hand and said with a smile, Yu Xiaojuo, how could I hurt you? Yu Xiaojuo felt numb all over, and he felt a little scary because of his dark look. But seeing the peeled fruit being served, Yu Xiaojuo still had to praise, Boss Ji Yu, whoever marries you in the future will definitely be blessed. It's not you anyway. Heh, I still don't like you. Yu Xiaojuo made a snort and put the peeled orange into his mouth. Ji Yuwana's mouth twitched, taking advantage of me, and said she looked down on me, Comrade Yu Xiaojuo, I found that you are very arrogant today. You don't want your salary, right? Ji Yuwana, we can quarrel, but don't joke about wages. Ji Yuwana sat there sulking in dissatisfaction. Why couldn't she control him? What went wrong? Seeing Ji Yuwana sitting aside and sulking, Yu Xiaojuo laughed in his heart. A girl like you with eyebrows wants to compete with me. You are far inferior to me. Even a woman like Sister Bai can be controlled by me. It's time for me to go back too. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock, so it would be better to leave early. By the way, have you settled your sister's matter? Ji Yuwana said helplessly, just don't mess around. If I find out that you're taking advantage of my sister, you'll be finished. Oh, I've already taken advantage of you. No, to be precise, it was your sister who took advantage of me. Standing at the door and changing shoes, Yu Xiaojuo suddenly wanted to ask, since you are planning to introduce Sister Yuner to me, it's okay for me to take advantage of her. However, before he could finish his words, Yu Xiaojuo heard footsteps at the door. He was so familiar with his father's footsteps. How come they came back several hours early today? It's over, my parents are back. Yu Xiaojuo exclaimed. Are. Then why don't you hide? Yu Xiaojuo was also devastated. He had to hide in his own home, but there was nothing he could do and he quickly returned to his bedroom. Standing at the door were indeed Yu Taitai and Tang Ling who had returned early. Old Yu, do you think if we come back early, will we see any surprises? Tang Ling said with a smile. In the past, she always took the last flight back, but this time they left early, a few hours earlier, just because she wanted to come back to see if her son had any little secrets. Yu Juotai snorted, the brat is also good at talking. He dares to bring a girl home to spend the night. He is my father. Tang Ling couldn't wait to press the combination lock and open the door. Dad, Mom, you're back. Ji Yuana got into the role quickly and even handed over a pair of slippers. The two elders felt like they were seeing a fake son. Did this kid do something wrong to take the initiative to prepare slippers? Tang Ling suddenly felt something was wrong and sniffed the lingering scent of perfume in the air. This is actually the smell of a girl's perfume. You little rascal, you finally get your way. You were pretending to be stupid in front of your mother. This is a good thing. However, Yu Juotai was not so delicate and asked in confusion, what smells so good? Ji Yuana thought to herself that this was not good. She was not wearing any perfume, so it must be Yu Xiaoduo's body. Yu Xiaojuo said, I don't need to spray any perfume, I was just infected by the smell of perfume on Sister Bai. Just now I felt there was a strange smell in the house, so I sprayed some perfume. Ji Yuana quickly explained, and it made sense. But Tang Ling saw through her son's lie at once. She did not have any perfume with this scent. Moreover, the smell of this perfume was very unique and could not be bought on the market. It must have been processed by a senior perfumer. With the money her son had, it was impossible for him to buy it himself, and he could not even buy it. Ji Yuana didn't even know that her lie was immediately seen through by Yu Xiaoduo's mother. Yu Xiaojuo, who was eavesdropping at the door, also had a headache. Ji Yuana, my mother is an old fan of spy movies. She is definitely a top spy now. None of Dad's little moves can escape her eyes, let alone your cliched lies. Tang Ling did not expose her son's lie. She smiled, changed into slippers and walked into their house. There was a plate of fruit on the coffee table. Did he need to wash so many dishes for one person? Ji Yuana was nervous and felt that Yu Xiaoduo's mother was like a teacher checking homework, not missing any details. Seeing this situation, Ji Yuana quickly went to pour 2 glasses of water. Mom and Dad, drink a glass of water first. Yu Taigua and Tang Ling looked at their son in disbelief. How could this brat pour water for himself? The sun was rising from the west. Yu Taidu was surprised and asked, Xiaojuo, did you do something that was against the will of heaven and earth? Ji Yuana was confused and quickly denied it, saying with a smile, eat fruit. Tang Ling then realized that all the fruits were peeled, even the lychees were peeled. Is this something her son could do? This is clearly something that only a girl can do. Not bad, not bad. Just by looking at this plate of fruit, we can tell that this girl is virtuous. I wonder what she looks like. Juo Juo. Tang Ling shouted with a smile. Mom, what's wrong? Call it out and let your dad and me see it. Tang Ling patted her son on the shoulder. He is so old, but he is still hiding it. What is there to be embarrassed about? We would be worried if we went to their hotel. Chapter 37. Come on, let's hurt each other. Ji Yuana's heart sank. What was going on? Why was she discovered so quickly? Yu Tai was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by come out? Is there a thief in the house? Old Yu, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Tang Ling rolled her eyes. Even if there was a thief, he was a flower thief, no, a fairy who stole children. Mom, what are you talking about? There is no one else in our house. Ji Yuana said stiffly, Yu Xiaojuo, didn't you say your mother would be back very late? Now we can't clear ourselves of this even if we jump into the Yellow River. Juo, this is not a shameful thing, this is a good thing. Mom, there's really no one here. Tang Ling stood up and said, then let Mom look for it. Ji Yuana was about to collapse. Yu Xiaojuo, you are such an avildor. You have really crushed my innocence. Just then, the bedroom door opened and Yu Xiaojuo walked out with a smile. Uncle and aunt, hello. Yu Xiaojuo still doesn't he know his mother? Since he is going to be caught anyway, he might as well be decent and surrender voluntarily. Seeing Yu Xiaojuo coming out, Ji Yuana felt like crying but had no tears. Girl, it's really you. Tang Ling was overjoyed. She had just guessed in her mind whether it was the girl in the car that day. Unexpectedly, it was really her. This brat has made great progress. He even brought other girls home to play. Yu Tai was also stunned. The girl was so pretty. Then he looked at his son and couldn't understand what the girl liked about his son. Uncle and auntie, I'm sorry to show you a joke. Xiaojuo asked me to hide it. Ji Yuana? Yu Xiaojuo. You are trying to hurt me again, right? Let's die together in each other's arms. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Ji Yuana. Yu Xiaojuo was stunned, as if he was struck by a huge thunder. Ji Yuana, are you sick? Who is your girlfriend? Stop talking nonsense. How can Yu Xiaojuo find a girlfriend in the future? Looking at Yu Xiaojuo's dull eyes, Ji Yuana felt very relieved. She finally found a way to cure Yu Xiaojuo. Yu Xiaojuo said, you are really amazing, you hurt the enemy by 8,000 and lose 10,000 of your own money. Ji Yuana. Yu Taijuo murmured. Tang Ling was different. She quickly walked over and held the girl's hand. Wana, you lied to your aunt that day. In fact, your aunt has seen through you two a long time ago. Yu Xiaojuo was so confused that he said, Mom, I am your son, not your daughter-in-law. Ji Yuana, you actually dare to harm me, just wait for me. Auntie, it's not what you think. Yu Xiaojuo quickly denied it. However, Ji Yuana was determined to say, Wana, forget it. Mom has found out. Just admit it. Yu Xiaojuo's heart was bleeding. I actually treated the son of a tyrant as my daughter-in-law. Ji Yuana, you are so vicious, so vicious, so vicious. Since you want to hurt each other, go ahead. Auntie, don't blame Xiaojuo. I came here on my own initiative. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Yu Xiaojuo showed a shy look, as if to say that I came here willingly to accompany your son and I am completely fascinated by your son. Sure enough, when the two elders heard this, they couldn't believe it. Their son had such charm that made the girl so proactive. Looking at their silly son, they were dumbfounded. Ji Yuana was indeed dumbfounded. She never expected Yu Xiaojuo to say such words. She felt like a fool for even offering to pay for him. Tang Ling didn't care about that. She was naturally very happy to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. She joked, what's the trouble? It's us who are bothering you. Otherwise, I would have my grandson in my arms in 10 months. Yu Tai also shook his head helplessly. His wife wanted to hold her grandson too much. At this time, Ji Yuana said seriously, Mom, tonight I can also let you hold your grandson in 10 months. Yu Xiaojuo? Ji Yuana, I treat you as my boss, but you actually want to mess with me. How come you are even more perverted than me? I really admire you, you old man. Ji Yuana looked at Yu Xiaojuo provocatively, do you dare, little guy? Tang Ling didn't expect her son to say this. He was so impatient, I'll go cut some more fruit. Wana, you can play for a while. Yu Xiaojuo said, Mr. Ji Yu, you are awesome. I don't want to play with you anymore. I will go back and bully your sister. Auntie, it's getting late. I have to go back first. Yu Xiaojuo deliberately looked cold, as if someone had made her angry. Tang Ling also thought it was not good to see this. This brat was so outspoken. Juo, go and see them off. Let's go, Wana. Ji Yuana hugged Yu Xiaojuo's waist, which made Yu Xiaojuo feel itchy. Ji Yuana finally found the correct way to deal with Yu Xiaojuo. Wasn't I very arrogant before? I am a man now. After the two young people left, Tang Ling chuckled and said, finally, I have a girlfriend. However, Yu Tai sighed. Give me a smile. Yu Taijuo immediately chuckled, a typical henpecked husband. Yu Xiaojuo pushed Ji Yuana's hand away as he walked out the door. What are you touching? It's none of your business if I just touch myself. Ji Wana shrugged, looking smug. She finally got her revenge, otherwise she would have been uncomfortable being suppressed by Yu Xiaojuo. You are so cruel. Yu Xiaojuo never thought that he would be taken advantage of by himself. Ji Wana snorted coldly, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you occupy my body. In fact, I also want to experience the happiness of a man. Yu Xiaojuo was almost petrified. Did this Ji Wana have some expert guiding her? How did she suddenly become so smart? Ji Wana, believe it or not, I'm going to experience the joy of a woman, too. Ji Wana said with disdain, Yu Xiaojuo, you don't even believe this yourself, you are a man. I didn't expect Ji Wana to look like she had me in her hands. How hateful. I, Yu Xiaojuo, worked hard for you, but you treated me like this. Do you still have a conscience? Who told you to keep hurting me? Don't think I'm easy to bully. Ji Wana snorted and walked back into their house, slamming the door shut. Yu Xiaojuo spoke in a sweet voice, saying, this is my home, as if it were really your home. But Yu Xiaojuo suddenly laughed and said, Ji Wana, you are still too young. Do you think it's okay? Just wait for my parents to scold you. Sure enough, after entering their house, Ji Wana stood in the middle of the living room and was scolded. How could she bully a girl like that? We were just joking, but you took it seriously, and you spread it out to say that our Yu family is impolite. Ji Wana was very depressed. This bastard just pretended to be so and got herself blamed. Yu Xiaojuo wanted to say, if I cry, I promise you won't be scolded, but will be beaten up by my parents. You should go back and chat with Sister Yuna. Your sister is simply crazy and wants to experience the happiness of a man.